into New York from Italy after he had allegedly been lured by threats to his family. What he didn't realize was that he was walking into what prosecutors described as a torture chamber. Off the bat, I mean, this is just insane. We usually cover more lighthearted stories on the channel, but this is just straight up disgusting. They literally pulled the fly here now or we'll come for your family that you normally see in thriller movies, but in real life. Carteron, he was held captive in a luxury 17-room Soho townhouse rented by John Waltz. And apparently John Waltz is known within the crypto community as the crypto king of Kentucky. So for 17 days, Carteron says that he was beaten, shocked, burned, and even forced to smoke various substances. And that is putting it extremely lightly. This was not your average crime scene, according to police reports. One scenario described it as the following. Waltz allegedly carried the victim to the top of the stairs, hung him over the banister, and threatened to end his life if he did not provide his Bitcoin password. What a wonderful vacation to America this was for this Italian man. Man, I feel bad for him. I mean, this is just vile. Keep in mind, while their endgame goal might have been acquiring passwords, it doesn't seem like they planned on leaving him there unscathed, whether that's mentally or physically. It's just super dark stuff over some Bitcoin. And as you can guess, they didn't stop there.
Prosecutors revealing new details about what they say went on in that multi-million-dollar Soho townhouse. Court documents say a 28-year-old man was allegedly there for more than 2 weeks, lured from Italy under threats that his family would be. According to court documents, the victim, possibly a former business partner, was threatened, stripped of his passport and devices, then beaten, shocked with a saw, forced to smoke, even dangled over a staircase, told to give up his Bitcoin password or be killed.
I mean, this is just absolutely insane. And the victim allegedly had about $28 million in the wallet that they were trying to get into. So I guess they lured him in with threats to his family, and while staying in a multi-million-dollar home, they torture him for the information. And bear in mind, this guy was known as the crypto king of Kentucky, meaning the crime is being committed by a dude who, at least online, portrayed himself as a wealthy person. As we do know with BitBoy Crypto, though, that can end pretty quickly. Yeah, I'll be making a video on that shortly. And honestly, I can't even say too many of the details of what actually happened in this house because YouTube would wipe this video from the face of Earth. But what I can say is it involved a fire, a chainsaw, and much more. And if all of these allegations are true, I mean, these guys should not be in prison, they should be under the prison. You're probably wondering, how did he survive the situation? Well, according to prosecutors, Carteron finally convinced his captors that his Bitcoin password was actually on his laptop. So when Waltz went to get it, Carteron made a run for it. He bolted out the front door and flagged down a traffic officer.
In stunning surveillance footage obtained exclusively by WNBC, that 28-year-old man from Italy seen running barefoot and bloody to a traffic cop, pleading for help.
Inside the townhouse, police found a saw, illicit substances, chicken wire, t-shirts with pictures of the victim with a pipe in their mouth, body armor, night vision goggles, ballistic helmets, a firearm, Polaroid pictures of the victim with this firearm pointed to his head, and ammunition. I mean, as I'm listing up the list just kept getting worse. Every item here just sounds crazy, except night vision sounds pretty sick, to be honest. Like, come on, like, why would they need night vision?
Once the victim escaped, and once NYPD got involved, they obviously did a search of this luxury location and found all sorts of incriminating evidence, photographs, weapons.
But Waltz and Duplessis, they were arrested shortly after, and they pleaded not guilty to charges of kidnapping, assault, and unlawful imprisonment. And both at the time were being held without bail. I mean, I'm honestly really curious how their lawyers plan to go about this not guilty plea, because half the evidence that we've seen isn't going to sit well with a jury. It is a common misconception that crypto cannot be traced, but if any of that money was withdrawn from the victim's crypto wallet, that money most likely would have been traced and linked back to them. Their first pretrial appearance was on June 11th, where they pleaded not guilty to charges of kidnapping, assault, unlawful imprisonment, coercion, and criminal possession of a firearm. Their next appearance was on July 15th, where they appeared before a judge for less than 10 minutes before the trial was postponed, awaiting additional evidence. But our most recent update, being July 23rd, both Waltz and Williams were granted a $1 million bail package. These next clips come from the ex-user Lauren Conlon, who has gone to every court hearing and has stayed up to date with the whole situation. Apparently, the judge had this to say.
The judge made sure to say that they will not accept crypto or Bitcoin as part of the bail payment.
They must also wear electronic ankle monitors, surrender passports, and go through a security inspection every 72 hours. So, naturally, considering their not-so-guilty plea, Their lawyers are trying to say this case isn't what it seems. Defense attorney Sam Talkin, who represents Duplessis, said in court, the story that he is selling just doesn't make sense. The defense also says there's video of Carteron having a time of his life during the alleged captivity, alongside a video showing him at stores, church, clubs, and dinners. They even say there's footage of him at an eyeglass store showing him calmly smoking a cigarette on the street just before his escape. However, none of this footage is available for the public as of now. But so far, prosecutors are not buying it. Sarah Khan said victims of abuse are not always going to act in a way that we expect people to do.
The prosecution is saying, no, that's not accurate. The victim here, there are text messages between John Waltz and his assistant, where his assistant's like, hey, can I take him here? Can I take him there? And asking permission for the victim to be able to go outside and things like that.
And here's the thing. For Carteron to have managed to escape the way he did, he would have had to convince his kidnappers to walk into the other room. Honestly, I'm surprised if he was held there for that long that he managed to escape that easily.
And the prosecution also said that John Waltz ordered the victim to be in a cage, and she said they found cattle prods and, like dog collars and obviously chainsaws. A lot of that has been reported, but the Judge Caro, at one point, he said, wait a minute, you're not saying, and he said this to the prosecution, he said, you're not saying that the victim was cut with a running chainsaw, were you? And she's like, oh yeah, I'm saying that. And he's like, wait, didn't you show me a picture of that? And she's like, yes, I did. And he actually goes, well, that didn't even look like it broke the skin. And the prosecutor was like, well, they burned it to make the wound, to cauterize the wound. So it seemed like Judge Caro wasn't buying everything that the prosecution was saying.
But it just seems like everything is very back and forth with this case, from the use of the chainsaw to the overall kidnapping itself. So you've got one side saying he was kidnapped and he had to escape. Then you have the other side saying, yeah, but look, here's footage of him running to the officer covered in blood. And that makes matters even more confusing.
The feds searched John Waltz's house in Kentucky and essentially found a manifesto of some sort where it said that, they told people, or they were telling people they were government agents, and they were kind of obsessed with intelligence, and they wanted to take they were planning to take all of the crypto and the Bitcoin away from evil people that wanted to use it for terrorism. So they were targeting evil people or something like that. And it was all written in this manifesto.
So now, another part of their crypto kidnapping scheme was to essentially tell people that they worked for the government and that they're doing this for the greater good. Like, what is the story? It just doesn't make sense.
The prosecutor said that if they told the victim if he didn't cooperate with them that he would be a terrorist, and there were text messages about this fantastical plan to steal all of his money, and they found different documents when they searched the place, and the documents were basically wanting the victim to fill out his Bitcoin and crypto information, and a document that said he was violating the Patriot Act. Really wild stuff.
I mean, these guys are taking their role play to a whole new level, it seems. Not to make light of the situation, but like, I just can't picture dudes running after the guy with a chainsaw, trying to force him to sign a legal paper. Like they're LARPing Jason from Friday the 13th or something like that. Like the whole situation is just crazy. And then on top of that, there's this like government LARP involved as well.
Going back to some of the text messages, he's like, Your Honor, all the text messages between John Waltz and his assistant and William Duplessis about the victim, he's like, it's a joke. They even refer to him as Hog, this nickname they gave him because of his you-know-what size. So these text messages are totally taken out of context.
Okay, that kind of seems like a typical response we see here on this channel a lot. Oh, that was taken out of context. Like, guys, you have a whole arsenal of torturing and kidnapping tools all within your apartment, and obviously the victim who ran out covered in blood. The situation does not look like a out of context moment.
They also brought up the February alleged kidnapping involving John Waltz, just to add to their case. And yeah, the judge was not convinced. So, they will be out on bail as soon as they can get it all together.
So the incident referenced here took place a few months prior in February. A Holiday Inn employee contacted Kentucky police after being approached by a distressed hotel guest. The woman, who primarily spoke German, showed the employee text messages from her son claiming that he was being held by armed individuals. Using an online translator, the employees interpreted one of the messages saying, "They don't want to let me go. Bitcoin. Need help. They are armed to the brim." The woman explained this was only her second time in the US, and that her son, who lives in Switzerland, was staying with friends named John and Kayla at a house in Birdsville Road and nearby Smithland. While she didn't specify who was holding him for ransom, the information was relayed to local authorities. A Patica dispatcher noted that Livingston County was already familiar with both the address and the individuals involved. Following the report, a Patica officer confirmed that the name, John Waltz, was being associated with that location. So we have multiple victims, text message evidence, physical evidence, and a history of a similar situation. Apparently this has all been shown to a judge, but he's not fully buying it yet. Interesting. But I guess you never know, and obviously the public has less information than the judge. So we kind of just have to wait and see what happens. Because, I mean, we've seen so many cases where the situation has done a complete 180. So honestly, I don't know if there's footage of him during those 17 days of torture out in public acting fine like nothing ever happened. So who knows? Maybe these guys have just completely miscued what hanging out with friends looks like. But alongside that, according to a family member, John Waltz isn't the villain. He's the victim. So the man accused of holding another guy hostage in his luxury Soho townhouse for over 2 weeks, torturing him with a chainsaw and forcing to smoke substances, all of this alleged, by the way, that guy, apparently, he is controlled to do so by other people. This unnamed relative told the New York Post that John is the kind, caring, and loving person. So I guess being allegedly controlled into allegedly kidnapping someone seems out of character for the crypto king here. The family member even claimed that Waltz was hijacked, manipulated, and scammed, and that someone stole his money as well. So according to them, the $100 million crypto boss is just a very rich puppet who somehow ended up ankle deep in one of the wildest crypto cases New York has ever seen. And if you're not already aware, this isn't just some one-off case, with crypto becoming so popular over the last decade to the point where literally everyone has heard of it. There's been this visual switch where crypto hacks used to basically always happen online, but now it's moving into the real world where people are showing up and literally taken them at gunpoint. Because now you have this extremely disturbing trend called crypto kidnappings, where criminals are ditching online methods and taking things into the real world.
Crypto seems like the newfangled target for old-fashioned crime. Many people are turning to cryptocurrency. That's where the money is. That's where the criminals would go.
Apparently in May alone, 26 people were charged in France for attempting to kidnap the daughter and grandson of a crypto CEO. In another case, French kidnappers cut off the finger of Ledger co-founder David Ballin and sent a video to his company. He and his wife were eventually rescued. There have also been kidnappings in Belgium, Canada, and Australia, forcing crypto executives to cough up over $1 million in crypto at gunpoint. But why is this happening now? Sadly, it's pretty simple. Crypto is extremely portable and pseudo-anonymous, because all attackers need to gain access to someone's cryptocurrency is the account password or seed phrase, and with a few clicks, money can be easily moved from one account to the kidnapper's account. So now people don't have to break into a bank vault or an armored truck to get away with a heist. They just need some seed phrases. But with that, what now? Well, Waltz and Duplessis are back in court on October 15th, and I'm assuming this gives them time to find potentially more victims and more evidence that will lead to a conviction. They're both facing up to 25 years to life in prison if convicted. A third person, Beatrice Fulci, who is actually John's assistant, she was also arrested and was initially charged with first-degree kidnapping and first-degree unlawful imprisonment. However, she has been released and they have chosen to not proceed with prosecuting her at this stage. So who knows, she might be a little bit more innocent here. Imagine if she was just hired off Craigslist to be some crypto assistant and she walks into this townhouse and she realizes, oh, this looks more like a Saw dungeon. Crazy. Well, I guess now I'm here, but who knows? Beatrice at least found herself right in the middle of this mess, and whether she was actually involved or just tagging along in the worst internship of her life, that's unclear as of right now. But the crypto community is getting rather paranoid, and rightfully so. Some companies are already working on kidnap and ransom insurance policies for crypto investors. In other words, if you're flaunting a hardware wallet and flexing on Instagram, you might want to rethink your security strategy as well as your life decisions. Honestly, this is not the place I thought we would get to with crypto, but because we're not just talking about cybercrime anymore, we're talking about real life torture to gain digital money. I'm not really that surprised. The fly's back. Dude, and he's freaking gone. So hey, if you have stashed away millions of dollars in crypto, stay safe out there. But other than that, this story of Akon receiving $6 billion in government contracts to build a city, and he built a half-finished house, is a pretty crazy story on how that happened. But he still thinks the project is still ongoing, and apparently people are just making a smear campaign over him and that his city, it'll be built one day. So you should watch that video, but subscribe if you're new, drop a like on this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
How many times do you need to shuffle a deck of cards to make them truly random? How much uranium?
The boss's entire league career has been built on the most controversial playstyle in history of the game. People laughed at him, reported him, called him boosted, a troll, or the classic Inter. But somehow, it kept working. He would go 0-10 on Sion and still win. And while most people assumed it was just a solo queue cheese, a clown act for content, Boss took it to the pro play. When Los Ratones roster was announced, everyone started saying that his strategy can't work in pro play, until they actually started winning. And through it all, the boss kept doing his thing. Proxy farming, tower dying, perma side laning, the same strategy he was doing in low master, except now it was on stage. And suddenly everyone had the same question. How does this actually work in pro play? You have probably thought to yourself, how is this guy winning so much in pro play with his nonsense solo queue strategy? By all logic, Boss's strategy should fall apart the moment you step into coordinated 5v5 pro play. There's vision control, wave discipline, and actual communication. On paper, this isn't supposed to work. So here is why it works, not in theory, but in actual pro level execution. Intentional chaos equals strategic value. Most players see def and think he is inting. Pro players, the good ones, see a def and ask, what did we get in return? And this is where the boss flips the script. Every time he dies, especially early, his laner lost flash, jungler screwed his pathing, mid laner lost a wave, or forced enemy support rotation. And his team expects it. They don't try to fix it, they capitalize on it. It's not just chaos for content, it's calculated chaos. It buys space, time, and opportunities. And that's everything in pro play. He forces you to break macro rules. Everyone, even at the pro level, has internal rules. Don't over-rotate, respect tempo, punish mistakes, then reset, don't waste times chasing side laners. Boss makes you break those rules. You feel like you need to punish him. He's 0-4, he's alone, he's literally walking between your tier 2 and tier 3 towers with zero vision, but the moment you overcommit to punish him, you lose something. Or worse, you kill him and realize it didn't matter. You spent 2 minutes to get a kill on him and realize it didn't matter, because the real play was happening somewhere else. That psychological pressure is part of the strategy. It makes good teams second guess their own instinct. By the way, if you are enjoying this video so far, dropping a like and subscribe would mean a lot. Let's move on. He slowly turns losing into winning. This is the weirdest part of his strategy. It doesn't need to look good to be good. You can be 0-6, 2 levels down, and still ahead, as long as the enemy invested too much to get you there. Boss's early game is often sacrificed to stabilize mid and jungle and unlock the map. He's not trying to win lane in the traditional sense. He's trying to trade himself for tempo, tower damage, and macro disruption. It's almost like playing chess and sacrificing your rook just to break your opponent's structure. It looks dumb to the untrained eye, but it opens the entire board. He doesn't need help, he wants isolation. Most top laners beg for jungle help. Boss wants the opposite. He doesn't care if his jungle comes. In fact, it often ruins his plan. He creates a natural 4v5 situation on the other side of the map. They draft to win skirmishes for early tempo. They expect Boss to create pressure by being a permanent problem in the side lane. And by the time enemy team realize, they've wasted a ton of time chasing him around the map while being already 5k gold behind. For example, look at this clip where Baus played Gragas, went bot lane to push, but just so happened that 3 enemy players are on him. He kills one, goes to their base almost into their fountain, barely survives, but they are still chasing him while his team is starting Baron, and Baus gets out with empowered recall. That was almost 2 minutes straight spent on one guy alone by just mindlessly chasing him. Keep this in mind because we are gonna be using it later. The trade-off is worth it, but only with the right team. Now here's the catch. This only works because Los Reton is adapted. This strategy would fail instantly if his team didn't understand how to capitalize on it. They don't panic when he dies. They don't ping question mark when he's in enemy base. They don't flame him for going 0-5. They recognize if he dies top, they get something bot. If he draws jungle, they take objective. If he proxies on wave 3, someone has to rotate on him. It's a trust-based system, not intent prey. That's the biggest misunderstanding of Baus's playstyle. So let's address the obvious question. Why does this inting style even work in solo queue? It's not some deep galaxy brain strategy that's impossible to understand. In fact, it's pretty simple. Baus plays for himself. He doesn't care if his death looks bad or if the wave is in a terrible spot for the team. His goal is to get gold, XP and pressure for him. And as long as he gets that, the rest doesn't matter. A lot of Baus's early deaths aren't random. He dies on purpose to make sure he doesn't fall behind. He doesn't want to play under tower. He doesn't care if he gives a kill. If the wave crashes, if he gets gold, that's a trade he'll take every time. And in solo queue, that kind of selfish, hyper-optimized farming style works. Because solo queue teams don't coordinate. They don't punish him properly. If you over-focus top to shut him down, his team will usually do something on the other side. If you ignore him, he will slowly start destroying your base. He forces chaos, and in solo queue, chaos wins games. It works not because it's perfectly coordinated, but because it doesn't need to be. It's a solo queue strategy for a solo queue environment. And another thing, the Baus isn't actually ahead in most of his games. His stats aren't crazy. At 15 minutes, he's often down in CS, gold and XP, but his presence warps the game. People freak out trying to deal with him. They make mistakes, his teammates outplay uneven fights because the enemy team is tilted or out of position. But here's the question everyone had when Baus joined pro play. Could his strategy actually work at the highest level? And to a lot of people's surprise, the answer so far has been yes. Not because it magically stopped being risky, not because pro teams suddenly forgot how to punish Grief, but because Los Ratones works very well with him. This isn't some solo queue madness thrown into a team environment, it's a 5-man machine that understands how he plays and plays with him, not around him. Nemesis, Crown, Nivelia and Reckless don't panic when he goes 0-3 in 7 minutes. They see it for what it is, intentional pressure, and the coach clearly gets to it. Their entire system is synced. If the boss is dying for a wave top, the rest of the map is moving, grabbing objectives, matching timers. It's not chaos, it's coordinated chaos. And it works because every player is on the same page. That's the real reason his strategy translates to pro play. Not because inting is OP, but because this specific version of it, with this team, in this environment, is working. And it's important to mention, they are still playing in NLC. NLC is one of the weaker ERLs in Europe. The top teams are strong, no doubt, but the level of coordination, macro discipline and draft prep isn't the same as in LEC. Los Ratones has proven doubters wrong by winning EMEA Masters twice. We still don't know how this would hold up against the doubters wrong by winning EMEA Masters twice. We still don't know how this would hold up against the best. What happens when Baus isn't getting solo kills on up-and-coming top laners, but facing someone like Broken Blade or Mirwin, who never overstep? What happens when enemy team knows exactly how to punish every single risky wave and rotate instantly? Okay, remember the Gragas example I showed you before? He tried to do it again, but this time against GAM, an MSI team. At the beginning of the play, everything started to look pretty smooth. He was just running away from 4 people, tried to buy as much time as possible for his team, but GAM realized what was happening. So even though he was legit right in their face, they completely ignored him and went straight to Nashor. Stealing the Baron, everyone called Jungle Diff. They left the game and flamed Velia for another 2 hours in the VOD review. Now, of course, that didn't happen, but you get the point. Against weaker teams, the distraction works. Against top-tier teams, not always. There's a reason so many analysts still have doubt. It's not hate, it's just a fair question. Would this still work at the top of LEC or even MSI or Worlds? Right now, his strategy is working because the whole team is perfectly synced, but at the highest level of league, the margin for errors is very thin. One mistimed proxy, one greedy def, one missed cross-map, and entire game snowballs out of control. So yes, Baus's style works in pro play, but only when his entire team buys in, and only if his opponents aren't perfect. That's what makes this so interesting. It's not a troll strat anymore, it's a calculated system, and the real test is still coming. The Baus's playstyle might seem like chaos, but behind it is trust, strategy, and team that understands how to make it work.
This streamer has been destroying his career over the last few months, as for some reason there's just like this massive disconnect between his audience and the internet and him. And he might have just put his career in jeopardy by breaking Twitch's terms of service and potentially committing fraud. And I mean, overall, this has just been one of the craziest domino effects of nothing burgers that I've seen in a long time. But as usual, he doesn't even understand why people are frustrated with him to begin with. Essentially, what's been happening to his career over the last few months is death by a million cuts. There is no massive drama or controversy that has really caused all of this. It's rather just countless moments of him messing up and refusing to acknowledge any of his mistakes whatsoever. And then when he refuses to acknowledge any mistake, he then doubles down and tries to gaslight everyone by saying, actually, I'm the one who's right, no matter what. I mean, if Pirate Software was placed on an island with a rock and whoever admitted they were wrong first would get to leave the island, they would both be stuck there forever. So obviously today we're talking about the streamer by the name of Pirate Software. And to give you a very brief backstory, he left his entire team to die in a video game where you only have one life. He constantly critiques games and their developers, even attacking a whole movement that protects This YouTuber was arrested and sentenced to prison for being a part of a conspiracy to blackmail one of the biggest mukbang influencers in the world. So it's safe to say we have one of the more insane stories that I've covered this year. Despite the widespread coverage of this both on the internet in Asia and on the mainstream news in Korea, I have not seen any Western publications really talk too much about this, as I could only find a handful of English videos actually talking about this situation, which made things slightly trickier researching this because, you know, all the sources are Korean, so I had to translate everything myself and piece everything together. But I will say, it was absolutely worth it because this is such a wild story. So, meet Lee Jun-hee, aka Gu Ji-yuk, which in English translates to foot and mouth disease. I'm not joking. And this guy is a South Korean YouTuber who gained public attention in 2021 after exposing a major scandal involving one of Korea's biggest streaming platforms and a controversial altcoin. And this case later on became known as Africa TV CoinGate. There's some fascinating names here. But anyway, at first, I was skeptical that that was the actual translation of his name, foot and mouth disease. But apparently this sentence does in fact mean foot and mouth disease. I say as someone who doesn't speak Korean, I'm just really relying on translators here, but that's what it seems like to me at least. And the name is just scratching the surface because just like in basically all my videos, it's all downhill from here. And the main reason the story has such a conspiracy vibe surrounding it is because at its core, it started as a conspiracy, and the more we learn about this man's history and the controversies he's been involved with, the more troubling it all becomes, because at first, we kind of just have to start from the beginning. In the past, foot and mouth disease, his YouTube channel was completely different to what it was right now. Now, most of his videos aren't public anymore, but you can see how diverse his content was. He used to do food reviews, experiments, song covers, and apparently even gaming. I feel like we've all been there before, at least with the gaming aspect. I used to be a gaming channel back in the day. Not a good one, but hey, we made it out of the trenches. And even though he didn't have many subscribers, he did at least have a good image attached to him. Not only did he upload consistently, but you'd often see him taking care of his mother, who was suffering from dementia, showing a very different side of Lee. In those days at least. Then in 2020, Lee, or foot and mouth disease, he started dabbling into making commentary-like videos, sometimes reporting on local news, sometimes giving his opinion on global and South Korean politics, and other times talking about celebrities. And out of everything that he did, the commentary videos definitely got the most views. However, foot and mouth disease's approach was very different from, say the least, the commentary videos we make here on this channel. Because rather than addressing the information and laughing about the stupid stuff that went down on the internet, this guy had a very different approach. Because essentially, he just picked people out and attacked them, even though in many cases, they didn't even deserve it. And no wonder his image started to worsen. Because it seems like he was an even more edgy, Leafy is here, but only attacking celebrities and political people in South Korea. And often the ways he attacked people wasn't really rooted in facts either. It was often kind of like, oh, I heard this, so I'm gonna start a rumor based on what I heard. So it's no wonder that his image started to worsen from there on out, because this is where things start to get pretty insane. Because what made things a little bit more interesting was there was also a particular hint of backroom dealings with his videos, where some would be, I guess, secretly deleted after some time. So yeah, it's not like this guy has made the best career choices throughout the years. In fact, South Korean users actually invented a term to describe the foot and mouth disease type of content, which is called, apparently, cyber wrecking. And this is apparently where you essentially make up false speculations about someone else popular and then include a bunch of personal attacks that the target doesn't want on the internet. And this is apparently what the people in South Korea call cyber wreckers. Their main targets tend to be famous influencers and South Korean celebrities. In particular, foot and mouth disease became a very hot topic not too long ago after Nana, a South Korean actress and former singer of the girl group After School, publicly announced that she was suing him for spreading false information about her.
The question has been answered. Nana, an actress from the group After Departure, has sued YouTuber Koo Jae-hyuk, who was recently arrested for blackmailing a YouTuber Chiang to extort money from her. She accused him of spreading falsehoods about her personal life. This is what Nana posted on social media on the 24th. I filed a lawsuit and said that I will respond strongly without any punishment. So if you chose me as a provocative issue, you chose me very wrong. I said I would show you in person. He wrote, "Who does Jae-hyuk Koo know me?" and warned of legal action against him. Earlier, Koo Jae-hyuk spoke with Kim Si-hee, the CEO of the YouTube channel Garosero Research Institute, and said that Nana had a deep kiss with the businessman and influencer. Friends allegedly recommended drugs. Koo Jae-hyuk is currently in custody and awaiting trial for allegedly extorting tens of millions of won by blackmailing the foodie YouTuber.
And his latest target, and probably the one who has got him into the most trouble until now, was Chu Yang, who is one of the biggest mukbang creators in South Korea and honestly in the world, because she has over 10 million subscribers. And apparently, who would have known? When you try to extort millions of won from someone while recording everything on your phone, things don't normally end too well. And that is exactly what happened here. Because on July 10th, 2024, during a live broadcast on the official channel of Garosero Institute, which is an alternative Korean news channel known for covering a lot of controversial topics, they revealed that 3 famous YouTubers were involved in a scheme blackmailing Chu Yang. And they were actually one of the first media outlets to report on this case, even before Chu Yang herself publicly discussed it on her channel. These 3 YouTubers not only allegedly worked together on this scheme, but they also had this kind of like secret group of their own, which was apparently called the Online Tow Truck Mutual Aid Association. That included foot and mouth disease, Jeon Guk Jin, and Karakula. And apparently a couple other creators, but that's not really that relevant to us right now because they were never brought up into the trial. But the Garosero Institute also allegedly revealed how much they had extorted from her. At this stage, the amount was already more than tens of millions of won on the condition that they would not reveal Chu Yang's past to the public. For context, 10 million won is about $7,500. And shortly after this news broke, Chu Yang herself came forward and revealed that she had also been a victim of not only extortion, but this past that she wanted to hide was her being a victim of dating violence, threats, actively being robbed by her ex-boyfriend, and forced to work in the last 4 to 5 years of her life.
Popular mukbang YouTuber known as Ziyang, whose real name is Park Jung-won, has alleged she was subjected to physical assault and blackmail by a former boyfriend over several years. Now, some YouTubers have even threatened her to expose her ordeal. The prosecution has now initiated an investigation into these YouTubers.
And this is where I guess foot and mouth disease starts to panic, because he then released a statement through his YouTube channel's community tab trying to defend himself, in which he subtly suggested that this whole incident was nothing more than a misunderstanding. And then he went on to guarantee once he had all the cards on the table that everyone would be able to understand his side of the story. And here it says, "I apologize for not being able to protect Chu Zhang's right to be forgotten. I swear to heaven that I never did anything shameful and I did my best to protect Chu Zhang's right to be forgotten. I currently have complete interviews with the victims and all the people involved. And I will tell you everything by tomorrow morning at the latest. I will say this once again, I did not receive any extortion money and I did not blackmail anyone. If you had heard the illegally obtained audio recordings, you would have known all the conversations between Chu Zhang and me. But I will not forgive those scumbags who exposed Chu Zhang's painful wounds to the world just to explain themselves. Please wait just one day. As always, I will win if I go all the way." And I guess up until this point, he kept his word, because as promised, the next day he uploaded a new video on his channel discussing his side of the Chu Yang case. And even though this video has now been deleted, which is a little bit ironic as well, he claimed that he actually acted as a double agent. Clearly, he's not the bad guy here. He was just a double agent, ladies and gentlemen. He was using immoral means to protect Chu Yang all along. Okay, right. I guess that makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense at all. This guy, foot and mouth disease, essentially never had anything to do with Chu Yang in the first place. Because before these recent events, they had no direct connection to each other. It's not like they had any history together at all, because they don't. They've never met. But still, the Garosero Institute reported that foot and mouth disease was extorting Chu Yang based on leaking information about her past. However, how would he ever know anything about Chu Yang's past if he's never been there before? So, of course, he had some sort of informant, which is why I guess he claimed to be acting as this double agent. Because in addition to his statements, in his latest video, he also showed the transcript of a contact that he supposedly made with either Chu Zhang or Chu Yang's management team. And here's the kicker. So to keep everything that he knew a secret and to reveal the identity of this informant only to Chu Yang herself, they would have to pay him around 55 million won, which in terms of this incident is no different from saying he just sold out his informant's personal information for about $40,000. And then he went on to claim that he tried his best to hide Chu Zhang's past, but thankfully the people in the comments, they were awake and they were like, this sounds pretty conflicting, dude. Because hey, if you really cared and wanted to protect all this, he would have just deleted all the relevant recordings instead of keeping them as they were as, you know, potential blackmail. So it's safe to say, in the end, his self-proclaimed double agent story kind of backfired on him in a way that he honestly probably didn't even expect. Essentially, he burned the bridges with both parties over here. both the informant and with Chu Zhang and her team. TLDR, he dug his own grave, and that is if the double agent story is remotely true. But things got even worse for him when Chu Zhang, along with her attorney team, publicly announced that they were suing foot and mouth disease and the other two members of the Online Tow Truck Association, and apparently was going for this case with no leniency. So then in response, Foot and Mouth Disease uploaded a new video on his channel titled, "I will submit my golden phone to the 3rd Criminal Division of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office and voluntarily appear." And he did. But I guess the guy got a little bit ahead of himself because he did that before the prosecution even started investigating him. So there wasn't really too much they could do yet. And apparently a golden phone over there is a term to describe a phone in which someone stores specific information. In this case, it means the 17,000 recorded phone calls between Foot and Mouth Disease and the other people. But it's safe to say that things got really bad for him on July 16th, 2024, when the attorney representing Chu Zhang in court appeared on the CBS radio's Kim Hwan-jun's news show and stated that the claim that Foot and Mouth Disease was a double agent, that was false. After that, they could do nothing more than surrender and publicly admit that they had really attempted to extort Chu Zhang.
In a new development, those who are accused of threatening Jiang have suddenly changed their stance. They admitted to demanding and accepting money in exchange for not disclosing her past.
YouTubers who blackmailed Ziyang offered their apologies. Ton Guk-jin, who runs a YouTube channel that supposedly verifies unfounded rumors, uploaded a video of his apology on his channel. He said he had suggested extorting money from Ziyang when another YouTuber, Kujaeok, was about to expose her past. In his apology, Ton admitted he had received 3 million won, roughly $2,100 from Ziyang's management agency. Ziyang took legal action after telling the public about how she suffered violence in the past. This comes a day after YouTube suspended the monetization for the channels run by so-called cyber wreckers. YouTubers Karacula and Kujaeok, who had been claiming they were unfairly accused, offered Ziyang their apologies. Ziyang's legal team warned of additional lawsuits, saying more people had attempted to blackmail her.
So almost 10 days after that, on the afternoon of July 23rd, the Suwon District Prosecutor's Office requested an arrest warrant for Foot and Mouth Disease and Jeon Juk-kin on charges of intimidation and coercion in addition to blackmail. And at around 8 p.m. on July 26, 2024, they had both been arrested. The prosecution stated that Foot and Mouth Disease and Jeon Guk-chin organized themselves and conspired to commit crimes by creating the association called the Korean Online Tow Truck Mutual Aid Association in 2021. And yes, the authorities now acknowledge the existence of this secret group, which is something really interesting. Because even though everyone is aware of this presence today, the idea of like a mutual help association among these like cyber wrecking YouTubers for essentially blackmailing their targets is absolute insane. I have never seen anything like this on YouTube. So it's really interesting seeing all this unfold. This would literally be like if some of the biggest creators in the US bonded together in this like secret group and then started making hit pieces on people and telling them, hey, we will keep releasing more information if you don't pay us. That's crazy. But obviously, things got even worse for them. And after the crimes were revealed, they attempted to destroy evidence systematically, such as editing recorded phone calls, uploading videos defaming Chu Zhang, causing secondary damage. And now, I guess, as of pretty recently, actually, in the first trial, they were sentenced to 3 years in prison. But there's a separate trial going on as well. So their next hearing is in September for that one. And here, they could be facing an additional 3 to 5 years. Because here on the Mail, the Mail business newspaper, it says prosecutors asked the appeals court to sentence Yuver Foot and Mouth Disease, real name Lee Jung-hee, who was sentenced to 3 years in prison in his first trial threatening Chu Zhang, real name Park Jung-won, an eating YouTuber with 10 million subscribers, to 4 years in prison. So my understanding here is they want an additional 4 years on top of what already happened in the first trial. Here the prosecution is saying it is questionable whether the defendant sincerely reflects on his second offense, including the denial of the allegations in the investigation process, the lower court, and the appellate court, and accusing the victim of innocence. And the prosecution also demanded 3 years in prison for the other YouTuber involved here. Okay, so the court sentence is on September 5th for this case, so it'll definitely be interesting to see what happens then. No! That was so stupid. I was trying to get a fly, and I spilled Coke all over the room. And the fly is still flying around taunting me. This is awful. But I mean, hey, at least he didn't. Fly is still flying around taunting me. This is awful. Oh, that was so stupid. No, that was so stupid. I was trying to get a fly and I'd spilled Coke all over the room. And the fly is still flying around taunting me. This is awful. But I mean, hey, at least he didn't get scammed by AI Jennifer Aniston like this guy did in this video right here. But other than that, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. This TikToker just filmed himself committing a crime, and this was his reason.
Why I'm a pimp.
Well, then he got hit with 3 decades in prison.
So trying to tell me leave alone? On social media, it's trying to tell me leave money alone. Cedric Dorsey painted himself as a pimp. Why I'm a pimp. With money, swagger, and influence. That's CCC 333. But investigators say his lifestyle was built by forced work, as Dorsey trafficked a woman into in Seattle, Bellevue, Kent, and Las Vegas.
So meet Cedric, aka CCC Cash Chase and Set, a guy who literally documented his own downfall by flexing his crimes online as they were accomplishments. Because what better way to get locked up than posting proof of your felonies with the confidence of being like some sort of like 2016 SoundCloud rapper? But this whole situation started with what it looks like to be a domestic violence call in April of 2024. Bellevue police responded to an apartment in the Factoria neighborhood and found a woman who had fled the scene with some help from construction workers. A smart move, because once officers got her side of the story, the red flags started waving.
They listened to what that victim was telling them and realized things weren't just adding up for her and what she was saying, and that she was in a very dangerous situation.
Bellevue Police Major Ellen Inman says patrol officers noticed signs of trafficking and called detectives.
When you ask them questions, they're answering repeatedly in these kind of scripted or answers that sound like they're rehearsed.
It turns out the victim wasn't just Dorsey's girlfriend, he was her trafficker. According to the victim, Dorsey booked hotel rooms for her across multiple cities: Seattle, Bellevue, Kent, SeaTac, Renton, and Las Vegas, and had her perform SW to line his own pockets. Then on top of that, he coached her how to spot cops. Because here they say for a large percentage of, I guess, the dates, Dorsey required her to obtain a deposit from the buyer to verify they were not law enforcement. And like many others from this industry, he kept a tight control of every move. And if she stepped out of line, he allegedly beat her repeatedly. So bad at one point that he hurt her face so badly that she had to be hospitalized. And while she was being forced to work for him, he was online showing off the stacks of cash and posting videos bragging, saying things like, "I really take care of my biddies, you know," or "Oh yeah, pimpin', that's how it goes." Sir, you handed the prosecution evidence on a silver platter. Dorsey's online persona, CCC, Cash Chase and Cod, was basically the prosecution's best witness. Photos showed of him in a Versace robe, wearing flashy jewelry, and posing with illegal firearms, including an AK-47. And he kept referring to himself as pimpish. So Bellevue PD Mayor Ellen Imnan had no problem using all of this against him, saying, and quote, "If you advertise it and make it available for us to use in our investigation, then that's what we'll do." And that's exactly what they did.
When they served the search warrant on his premise, they recovered $12,000 in cash, along with those 3 firearms, one of which was stolen, and a banned firearm.
King County prosecutors hit Dorsey with charges of human trafficking, promoting and unlawful possession of a firearm.
We see very significant violence, strangulation, beatings, assaults.
Prosecutor Brayla McGinnis tried Dorsey's case where his own social media posts were used as evidence, including this one about the 304 oath, where prostitutes promise not to cooperate with police and say they aren't victims.
Dude, this has to be one of the biggest cases of just plain stupid that I've seen in a long time. Obviously, he's a disgusting guy, but aside from that, why would you ever post the SW oath to your timeline while you were actively in this illegal business? And on May 2nd, 2024, Bellevue PD rolled up with a SWAT team to execute a search warrant. Dorsey initially refused to come out, but probably realized that wearing a designer robe wouldn't stop bullets. And after the police brought out his mom, he finally surrendered. So when they went into his apartment, what did they find? $12,000 in cash, 3 guns, multiple of them being illegal, and 1 stolen and illegal AK-47. And I feel like the part I can't fully wrap my head around is the trend of just straight up snitching on yourself online. Obviously, this isn't just Cedric being reckless. This is a whole genre. We've been covering this on this channel for a long time now, and it doesn't seem like this is going to end anytime soon. We've got scammers filming themselves with stacks of cash. You have pranksters admitting to fault on video mid-lawsuit, and now you have pimps in Versace robes posting up with illegal AK-47s for Instagram. It's just like clout has completely overridden basic survival instincts. Like, these dudes would rather go viral for a day than stay free for a whole decade. This guy Cedric didn't just document his crimes, he produced the evidence, he curated it, he captioned it, and the kicker is, he really thought no one was going to use it against him. Because, or else, why would he ever post this? This dude was literally flexing his human trafficking operation on the internet and talking about it like it was some like business side hustle. Like bragging about like, she came back with 1,000. Like, dude, that's not a punchline, that's evidence.
Bitches is intimidated to me, you feel me? Because I got standards and I got expectations. Not like the you feel me out? Not like you feel me out? Because I really take care of my man, you know, and I really, you know, put them first, man, you know, because they put this pimping first, man. You dig what I'm saying? Like, really pimping or, you dig what I'm saying? You know what I did last night? Yeah. I ate baked chicken, you dig what I'm saying? Stuffed potatoes, you dig what I'm saying? And it was salad with cucumbers in there. And you know what I did? I went to sleep and gave my dame the keys and told her, go get me some money. You dig what I'm saying? So she was down for like 6 hours, you hear what I'm saying? And yeah, she came back with 1,000. Yeah, pimpin'. Yeah, that's how it goes down, man. You know, if she's going to continue making some progression, because she's going to continue living with the purpose. So the purpose is chatty, baby.
Also, shout out to 15 Minutes of Shame for finding that clip. But all I know is that for sure was played out on that like Rolly TV in the courtroom. And the prosecution just had to like read it out loud, line by line, to just translate that for the court. I can just like imagine the prosecution saying, hey, Mr. Dorsey, did you or did you not say the purpose is cheddar, baby? That's just funny saying. You know what? You don't even have to answer it. Here's you saying it. Crazy. I mean, Batman's job would have just been a whole lot easier if he just had to go to Instagram to find what criminals were up to instead of skipping around in a cape in the middle of the night. But what we're witnessing here is essentially the social media version of waving at a cop while holding a stolen TV. So let's break down the charges, because this guy had a whole arsenal, thousands in dirty money, and a full content strategy dedicated to self-incrimination, because this guy is an absolute genius. And in court, the jury was not confused, because Dorsey was found guilty on all of the following: human trafficking in the second degree, promoting prostitution in the first degree, unlawful possession of a firearm in the first degree, and it gets worse because 2 of those charges came from a mandatory 60-month firearm enhancements, meaning 5 extra years tacked on just for having guns while committing these felonies. And we're no longer speculating what he's going to get, because as of a month ago, he was charged.
After being found guilty at trial this spring, Dorsey is now starting a 35-year prison sentence.
We were able to take a very dangerous criminal off the street and hold him accountable for his actions.
So altogether, this guy got 35 years in state prison, plus community custody afterwards. So Dorsey got 35 years to think all of this over. That's 3.5 decades of hard reflection and 0 Instagram likes. A skill issue, and he has nobody but himself to blame. I think this is all just an indictment of stupidity wrapped up in cruelty. Like, his downfall wasn't just inevitable, it was practically live streamed. Social media didn't just expose him, it built up his ego and handed law enforcement all the receipts on a silver platter. But hey, feel free to subscribe if you're new here, drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
I went to sleep and gave my dame the keys and told her, go get me some money. You dig what I'm saying? So she was down for like 6 hours, you hear what I'm saying? And yeah, she came back with 1,000. Yeah, pimpin'. Yeah, that's how it goes down, man. You know, if she's going to continue making some progression, because she's going to continue living with the purpose. So the purpose is chatty, baby.
he goes neck and neck with one of the ones I covered just a few videos ago. And obviously, we've covered a lot of outright disgusting topics this year, so that's definitely...
Oh, no.
If you know League of Legends, you know this moment. On the edge of a historic victory, a single decision is about to take the wind out of the team's sails at a point where it seemed like nothing could go wrong. More than that, what comes after this moment will have consequences that reach far beyond just a single game and will go on to break an entire region. Let me explain.
Bro, this 2016 TSM team, I thought they were going to get top 4 at this tournament. I thought they actually were good.
October 6th, 2016. TSM huddle backstage at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium in San Francisco on the doorstep of history.
They're about to take the stage against Korea's Samsung Galaxy, and though they don't know it yet, they carry the weight of North American League of Legends on their shoulders. But before we can get to the game that changed everything, we've got to zoom out. Everyone knows Worlds 2016 was a special event packed with great storylines. T1 and Rox Tigers would play a legendary semi-final series, a little team called Albus Nox Luna would go on the most unexpected run in Worlds history, and Meteos would master Lee Sin in just 70 minutes as North America hosted the event for the first time.
I talked to Meteos about that when I saw him.
In 3 years. So coming into Worlds on home soil, TSM are feeling on top of the world, but their journey to San Francisco was anything but smooth. As we talked about in our last video, not only did TSM take back the LCS crown after a rocky start to the year, they produced the greatest moment in LCS history. Doublelift has seemingly banished his demons.
What's the greatest
not only
moment in
that his
LCS
2015
history?
win with CLG wasn't a fluke, but that he can be a leader.
Yeah, maybe that.
Beating the bad teammate allegations by elevating talented rookie support Bifrost to championship level in just one split. Haunter was able to deal with top die impact, while Sven
Greatest moment in LCS history is either that or maybe like the Danny pentakill on fucking Nash and what was that, semifinals? Like that was a fucking crazy moment. The Danny pentakill was big. I think those are the top 2 for sure.
Continue to make every other jungler in North America look silly. And as always, the team has Bjergsen, Mr. TSM himself, holding down the mid lane. Not only did this team have 5 super talented players who were all coming off the best split of their careers to that point, but they were also an extremely coordinated team, playing quick, confident, and aggressive League of Legends.
Yep.
I can't overstate this, but believe me when I say the hype for this team was very, very real. Not only did it seem like they had the talent to compete with the best teams in
saying something. But Guzman here allegedly took the life of a Marine veteran in front of his fiance and infant son, and then went home, opened his TikTok app, and then posted a video of himself Fortnite dancing while a news report about the crime he just allegedly committed plays behind him. And I mean, this just really sets the bar for how low and obliterated some people are in our new generation. So here's what happened. On June 3rd, Guzman and his friend Marco were at a Galleria mall in Houston, where they allegedly insulted a woman in an elevator. And you could probably see where this is going. She happened to be the fiance of a 30-year-old Marine veteran named Anthony Sanders, and a mother of their 10-month-old baby. So obviously, he didn't like that. So later on, in the parking lot after the incident, Sanders confronted Justin and Marco for insulting his fiance. An argument then broke out, but the Marine veteran humbly walked away and went back to his car to leave with his family. At this point, according to reports, Guzman and Marco, in their own car, brake checked him and positioned their car in front of Sanders to block him from leaving. When Sanders got out to confront them, he was shot 10 times right there in front of his child and partner. So just in case you didn't hear me right, Sanders left the altercation with 2 scumbags, got in his car with his wife and kid, got blocked from being able to leave the car park, and then had his life taken away in front of his wife and his 10-month-old child. It's honestly astonishing how much of a lowlife you have to be to escalate this situation into that. These dudes could not handle a verbal confrontation with a 30-year-old veteran trying to defend his wife, so they waited until he was with the family and trying to exit the scene to then take his life. There is no words for these guys. And even worse, the victim's mother, Ronielle Sanders, was on the phone with him while the incident took place.
Because we just want justice for our son. Anthony passed away protecting his son and his fiance. That's what he does.
The family of both Anthony's parents are Army veterans. He was a Marine, and he was gunned down in a parking garage over a petty argument. This is just sickening. This guy was just trying to protect his family, and he gets his life ripped away from him over basically nothing. But this is where the story continues and becomes even more infuriating, and the main reason I decided to cover this. Because after the alleged crime, Guzman, I guess, just went back to his normal life. So I guess as soon as this crime made the headlines, he opened his TikTok app, and then he essentially Fortnite danced and overlaid the headline of his crime behind him to some, generic music. So alongside of just being absolutely vile in so many ways, this is straight up Hall of Fame stupidity. This is hands down one of the dumbest things you can possibly do. I guess that comes after the thing he actually did. That's the dumbest thing you can do. This is a strong runner-up for things that are stupid after you've done something incredibly stupid. So this guy allegedly took someone's life and then decided it was a great time to get some attention on TikTok for it. Because apparently that's where the generation is today. We're probably aware that the culture of, drill rappers exposing their crimes in songs, that's sadly been happening for a while. But with the context we have now, this is a TikTok dance. And obviously we're aware of various people snitching on themselves in raps or so on and so on, but now they're doing it in TikTok dances. Oh boy, the future is getting more dystopian as we speak. As of recording this video, that video has since been removed, but if that's not the most damning piece of evidence to introduce into a criminal case, I don't know what is. With social media being the key evidence in this case, I can guarantee that Justin's entire internet presence is going to be brought up in trial. And from doing research on this, we actually found out that he had over 100,000 followers on this now removed TikTok account. I mean, just imagine being in court and they roll out one of these bad boys, the refrigerator television on the stand with the wheels, because for some reason they still do that to this day. And then they just play this TikTok video of him doing that in front of the jury. And this happened in Texas. So, Texas is clearly a F around and find out state, because you're definitely going to find out there. According to the reports given by the police, Sanders' fiance said that he was there in the mall to pick her up from work. Then, when she got into the elevator to leave, Justin and Marco were inside it. Apparently, they asked her a question, which she then ignored. And, if you're a woman alone in the elevator with two men, that's a completely rational response. And while Justin and Marco, being remarkably insecure, I guess, didn't like that one bit. And allegedly, they called her a stupid, ugly bee, which, perfectly backs up my previous statement. The fiance then told Sanders what happened, and he drove around the parking lot until he found Justin and Marco. Obviously, this is where he decides to confront them, has a brief discussion, and then everyone gets back into their cars. And while Sanders wants to leave, well, we know that Justin and Marco didn't want to allow that. Initially, Guzman and Stanimir were detained, but later released as the investigation progressed and warrants were issued. Both men turned themselves in, with Justin even showing up to turn himself in an Uber, which is kind of understandable, because why would everyone want to volunteer to take that dude to jail? Justin was being held on a $750,000 bond, but that's since changed. Originally, the state only requested a $150,000 bail for Justin, with Justin's attorneys wanting a $75,000 bail. Justin's lawyers then claimed the bail of $750,000 set by the judge was set too high, and that Justin couldn't possibly afford it. So according to the defense, the judge was holding Justin hostage.
The stage was set for Guzman's hearing based on the filing of the application of the writ of habeas corpus, stating that the judge had violated not only the Texas Code of Civil Procedure, the Texas Constitution, and the Constitution of the United States by what his legal team believes was a high and arbitrary bail amount. And guess what? The court actually agreed with them and lowered Guzman's bail down from $750,000 to $450,000, meaning that he would have to pay a bail bondsman $45,000 in fees opposed to $75,000 in fees. However, if Guzman is able to raise that $45,000 in fees, he would actually be subjected to a GPS monitor for the duration of the case, which potentially can be years.
So he got a lower bond, but still way higher than what he wanted. Marco, however, reportedly had a criminal history, so he's now being held at a $1 million bond. And I don't think that's going to get any lower anytime soon. With legal proceedings in mind, Justin and Marco are claiming self-defense here, though.
New tonight, the attorney for the second suspect charged in connection with the murder of a Marine veteran at the Galleria is insisting that his client acted in self-defense. Justin Guzman's attorney telling us that his client and his friends were trying to leave. They claim Sanders was the aggressor.
The complainant was riding their rear bumper, not driving away, continuing the situation and continuing
to provoke the situation that they're dealing with. It's a clear-cut case of self-defense. What happened shouldn't have happened. There's no doubt about that. Somebody lost their life. But Justin Guzman did not provoke this encounter.
Yeah, well, their lawyer seems confident. I can't wait to hear him explain a TikTok of his client dancing in front of the headline of his crime. So the defense is saying that Sanders presented a knife, but Houston police have stated they found no evidence that Sanders was armed, which frankly makes the self-defense claim look pretty weak. Not only that, but this doesn't make a lot of sense to me because their car was in front. So if they felt threatened by Sanders, why would they not just leave? Like, that just doesn't make sense. And even if he stepped out of the car with a knife, they could just leave. They were ahead. Then obviously, on top of that, why did they shoot him 10 times? To me, it makes a lot more sense that Sanders was the one trapped, like his family claims. And if this is a public parking lot, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a whole lot of CCTV footage that paints the entire story for us. But I guess we'll just see how all that pans out. So here's the charge breakdown. Justin and Marco, they're both facing murder charges. Under Texas law, murder is classified as a first-degree felony. This means that the prosecutors believe the act was committed intentionally or knowingly, and this is with the aim of causing Sanders' death. If convicted, they'll both face a sentence of ranging from 5 years to life in prison, along with a possibility fine of up to $10,000. In Texas, a first-degree murder conviction can also result in a life sentence with a possibility of parole, but being eligible for parole doesn't start until 30 years into the sentence. The prosecutors could later choose to elevate the charge to capital murder, which is possible in cases revolving multiple suspects. Then the stakes are higher. A capital murder conviction in Texas carries only 2 possibility outcomes: life in prison without the possibility of parole, or the death penalty. As of right now, they're not facing additional charges publicly, but if the investigation uncovers other felonies, those could significantly add to their potential prison time. But as it stands right now, Guzman and Sinan are each looking at a very real possibility of spending the rest of their lives in prison. Because as of right now, this does not look like some tragic incident. This was a confrontation that escalated to a man's life being taken away in front of his family. And the alleged shooter thought it was appropriate to go home and make a TikTok video dancing and mocking it. Again, I have no words about this. This is just disgusting. But I guess the dude just completely played himself because now he'll be locked behind bars for basically the rest of his life. As this case progresses, I'll probably make some updates, but rest in peace to Anthony Sanders, and may his family get the justice they deserve. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video, which will be way more lighthearted because this one's just depressing. Peace. This TikToker was facing some serious time for terrorizing subway passengers and as a result was locked up for about 10 months. So meet the Belgian influencer who's spent months pouring buckets of unknown liquids onto random passengers of the subway and somehow now, after being locked up for 10 months in pretrial detention, just walked free with what might be one of the more lenient sentences that we've seen in a long time. Because I mean, most of the time when it comes to scumbag influencers I cover here on this channel, the updates we cover are usually about them getting arrested, sentenced, and how long they'll be serving in prison. However, this time, it's clearly very different. And the reason why this has happened might be a little bit more complicated than most people would think. But in case you don't remember who we're talking about Yannick. And he's built an entire online career off of assaulting random strangers with buckets of the most disgusting slop that you can imagine. We're talking about mixing paint, beer, food, leftovers, dog waste, all in one bucket, taking it to the subway and just dumping it over a random person. And this could be ranging from a homeless person to an elderly person to a 9-year-old kid. So any reasonable person would see this and go, lock him up and throw away the key. We don't want this in society. But I guess Belgium thinks 10 months is enough for this, which who knows? It might be. Maybe he learned his lesson. I hope he did. But Yannick was arrested on January 3rd of 2024 after a judicial investigation was initiated. This follows the Brussels Public Transport Company filing a series of complaints. He was released on bail just 5 days later on January 8th under strict conditions. And instead of, reconsidering his life choices and, just stop assaulting people, he decided, hey, let me just do that again. So he decided to just return and publish a new episode of his Scumbag series in which, again, he pours some bucket of sludge over people on the train. And then just a few days later, he branched out into another complete moronic idea where he decided to just pelt strangers with eggs on the street of Brussels. Because apparently, he's just a great person to have in society. So when he was confronted about this in court, Yannick defended himself, claiming that the subway video that he posted after he released wasn't actually new content. Now, he just had that backlogged and he was just out on bail and he was like, you know what? Might as well release another one for good measures. Why not? Clearly, the dude's no rocket scientist. But also, apparently it didn't even hurt him that much doing that. But essentially what he did with that was, here you go, investigators, have some more evidence. And according to them, He had recorded that before his arrest and had decided to upload it afterwards. In his own words, he didn't think about it properly. I don't know if like the timing of when you filmed yourself committing the assault is the key issue here, but either way, that is extremely stupid. And then when confronted about the egg videos, he admitted to throwing the eggs, but also said, I never would have thought that anyone would actually file a complaint. What? You never thought anyone would file a complaint about a stranger throwing eggs on them while they're just trying to do normal stuff in the city? Like, does this dude just think he's living in some sort of like TV show where he's like the main character and everyone else is just around him and they're just paid actors in his environment? He gets to roam free and do whatever he wants to. What kind of delusional bubble do you have to be in to think that assaulting someone random on the street wouldn't result in people being upset and filing police reports? Clearly, this guy doesn't have a single shed of any self-awareness in his body. But it gets so much worse because, as we covered last time, on August 27, 2024, the police conducted a search of Yannick's home. And here, I guess, he decided to show them how much he's reformed from his previous legal troubles. So not only did he resist the officers trying to do their job, but they also found 2 cans of pepper spray during the search. So you have resisting the officers and the illegal weapons charges are what finally landed him back in the detention center and Heron prison. Because apparently pepper spray is illegal in Belgium. I didn't know this, but there, he spent about 10 months waiting for his trial. So the charges he was facing in total were 7, including violation of bail, insulting state agents, resisting against the police, possession of prohibited weapons, intentional assault and battery, destruction of public property, and distribution of dangerous looking substances. So that's quite a rap sheet to have right there. Now, if you'd fast forward to this trial that happened last month, the judge wasn't messing around. He did acquit him of one charge, the distribution of dangerous looking substances one. I guess they just decided while dumping mystery sludge on people is definitely assault, it wasn't quite dangerous enough to warrant that particular charge. My thought though is like, what if someone is allergic to whatever he threw into that sludge? I don't know. I feel like it's dangerous either way. But for the other charges, they initially demanded 30 months of prison time for the buckets incidents, plus an additional year for the egg throwing and resisting arrest. So in total, that would have been around 3.5 years in prison for everything that he did. And the deputy public prosecutor laid out exactly why this case was so severe, pointing out that one of the influencer victims was a homeless person who was sleeping on the street. Another being a 9-year-old girl who had a bucket of this disgusting mixture thrown on her for one of his videos. Like, it's just so disgusting to me that he dumped a random bucket of sludge on a 9-year-old girl, traumatizing her and humiliating her just because he wanted some attention on social media. I am shocked he wasn't thrown in prison for that alone. And the prosecution also highlighted something that really shows Yannick's complete lack of remorse and understanding of the situation, because when the investigating judge ordered him to remove the YouTube channel, Yannick said no. So when he was asked about this in court, his response was, I didn't know that I could end up in jail again because of that. Okay, well, that's fine then, sir. Oh, you didn't know? Go on, harass people in public. You didn't know. Like, that's your get out of jail free card. And apparently, it kind of is a get out of jail free card in Belgium. Belgium might be cooked. But obviously, Yannick's lawyer tried to plead for a lighter sentence, arguing that Yannick would benefit more from follow-up and guidance, and that he plans to pursue education. It's a little late, but hey. I mean, this is just such a frustrating story and case as well. Because, as it turns out, at the end of the trial, the judge agreed to the defense's plea of a milder sentence. So Yannick was sentenced to just 15 months of probation. That means that he is walking free right now as long as he doesn't violate certain conditions, like returning to his channel and uploading more videos of himself terrorizing the people of Brussels. So as long as he doesn't do that, he can basically just go free about his life. So TLDR, he essentially got 15 months of please be a normal human being. That would be great, sir. That was the punishment he received. Meanwhile, his 2 friends who helped him filming these pranks, they got sentenced to 100 hours of community service each. So all in all, Yannick spent 10 months in a pretrial detention center from August of 2024 until June of 2025. So it's not like he got off completely free, but you can definitely say that this was a slap on the wrist compared to what he could have been getting here. However, as anyone might expect, people online weren't exactly thrilled with this outcome. Reddit threads about the verdict were filled with people expressing their disbelief as what they saw was a highly lenient sentence. Yeah, you could see these comments here. I mean, the general statement just seemed to be that 15 months suspended was barely a slap on the wrist for someone who had been spending months terrorizing innocent people and filming it for their entertainment. And many people were pointing out his sentence and what regular people face for much less serious offenses. Others were questioning whether the justice system was sending the right message to other potential pranksters who might be watching this case. And I mean, honestly, it's hard to blame blame them for being frustrated from this. From my perspective, you don't know people's medical history. You don't know what people are allergic to. Either way, this is extremely dangerous, pouring a bucket of an unknown substance on someone's head in public. And also just like, no one wants that done to them. Treat people as you would want to be treated. What happened to that? But I guess here's where the story gets a little bit more complicated and where Unique's slap on the wrist sentence starts to make a little bit more sense, because Belgium is currently dealing with a massive prison overcrowding crisis that's affecting how justice is served across the country. According to the recent reports from the Brussels Times, the Belgian prison system is housing over 13,000 inmates despite having capacity of only about 11,000. So that currently means that 2,000 people are crammed into a system that simply can't handle them. The situation is apparently so bad that 320 inmates are sleeping on mattresses on cell floors. And this isn't just like a temporary problem. These numbers represent an all-time high for the Belgian prison system, which has been ongoing since at least 2014. And apparently, courts are under constant pressure to find alternatives to imprisonment because there just isn't enough space for everyone who gets sentenced. An article from the Brussels Times stated that over 700 convicts were released early to create space for new inmates. So with all this in mind, when you look at Unique's suspended sentence, it starts to make a little bit more sense. The judge might have wanted to give him actual prison for this, but knew doing so would mean they would probably have to release someone else. Again, this doesn't make the outcome any more satisfying for all the victims or people who were hoping to see some sort of real consequences for this guy, but it does explain why someone who spent months assaulting strangers for YouTube views can, I guess, walk around with a very low punishment. But I guess the truly concerning aspect of the situation is the message it sends to other aspiring content creators in Belgium who may be watching, or even to Unique himself. Like, the suspended sentence might just be enough of a slap of the wrist for him to where as soon as he's off probation, he might just pick off where he left off. And I hate that I ended my last video on him saying like, hey, at least the people of Brussels, they can relax and take the subway without the fear of some moron pouring a bucket of who knows what on them, while they're simply just trying to get from point A to point B. Apparently, that could be a reality now. So, hey, if we ever receive another update on this guy, I'll probably cover it. Either way, feel free to subscribe to this channel if you're new, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. The fake TikTok dentists are now in complete shambles, as the most popular one of them just got arrested. So meet Brandon Dillard, aka A-List Smiles Atlanta. You might recognize him from my last video on these fake TikTok dentists titled, "These TikTokers are running an illegal dentist scam." And what do you know? I gotta give it to my past self. That thumbnail aged extremely well. My videos don't always age great. This one definitely did though. I remember making it, I was kind of like, huh, am I being a bit hyperbolic here? Well, I don't know. I might, but these guys are probably going to jail. And here we are. So what happened? Well, there's been a horrifying trend on TikTok and Instagram, mainly referred to as veneer talk. And here you have a group of shady entrepreneurs who just decided to skip dental school and go straight to drilling away on innocent people's teeth that just don't know better. And unfortunately, they're going viral on Instagram and TikTok with videos they just take right after doing the procedures. And of course, they charge a fraction of the price as the licensed dentists. So people who just don't know better, they think they're getting a great deal, except many are setting themselves up for a lifetime of pain. In my last video, we actually covered someone who literally now has a lifetime of pain after going to a dentist place like this, because clearly they cut a whole lot of corners to do this procedure at a fraction of the price. Like dental school. Things are so bad that these TikTok veneer technicians are doing these 2-day courses to learn how to drill away on people's teeth. And on the advertisement for these courses, they say, hey, mimosas are included. Nothing like drinking rosé while learning how to work on people's teeth for only 2 days. You know, that's exactly the medical background I want for someone who's drilling away on my teeth. So thankfully, these entrepreneurs are starting to get arrested. But I mean, the funniest thing about them is just how brazen they are, because this is recklessly stupid. Like, they deserve to get caught when they're this brazen about it. These people are just straight up committing felonies in every single social media post to attract more customers so they can then make more money off of committing more felonies. It is just one big negative feedback loop and downward spiral for them, but I guess we're here for it because it seems like they will actually get consequences for this. I mean, her teeth don't look bad. Rolly's new smile. 213,000 likes on this video. No wonder he's going to jail. 200,000 likes. Wait, how many views did this get? That has to at least be like 3 to 4 million views. So who would ever want to commit a felony and have 3 to 4 million people see it, especially at this scale? I love how the top comment is guess who's going to jail tonight. It's such a ridiculous trend, but hey, here we are. And there's so many of these people here who don't even have bad teeth. Like this woman right here, she doesn't need veneers. There's not a big difference between her before and after there. What? Her teeth in the first picture there, perfectly fine. She has better teeth than me in the first frame. She did not need veneers. What? But now you have this dumbass who's permanently altered her teeth. And then of course he was doing the training courses as well, which we previously covered. Here we go. A-list two-day veneer training, material and gifts, a vendor lifts, taught by the CEO himself. You get a full veneer kit. Oh no. A live model practice. Oh no. So it says limited availability, 2-day veneer training course. I mean, this is recent, it's August. And discover the secrets to creating aesthetic smile design in composite veneers. Full kit included, liability waivers and insurance, 24/7 support group chat, vendors list, hands-on training, and live models. And again, the top comment is, and y'all are going to jail. I mean, he is caught here in 4K teaching this class, posted on his own social media course. And apparently they charged like $6,000 for this 2-day course. Imagine paying $6,000 to someone to then learn to go out there and commit felonies. It's a cold world out there. But also, because of these stupid courses, this is sadly just an epidemic of these morons doing these practices due to how profitable this is. As these procedures, they cost thousands of dollars. And these composite veneers that they're inserting into people's mouth can literally be bought on Temu. I'm not joking. Hence why the American Dental Association has now came out with a massive warning about these scammers. The only problem is, who knows someone who checks on the American Dental Association's website? I don't know a single soul. I didn't know about the website until I researched this video. So lads, this is my calling. Clearly, the American Dental Association, they have a message, and it's not getting to the people because these people have way too many clients. So clearly this message is not getting to the people. How do we make this information accessible? Let's stick up some absolutely cracked Subway Surfer gameplay over here while I read this little snippet. As dentists, our mission is to deliver quality care that promotes oral and overall health, as well as build trust with patients we humbly serve in our communities, said ADA President Linda J. Edgar. Dental procedures that are considered irreversible should only be performed by a licensed trained dentist. The public should be extremely cautious of these purported offerings. Dental treatment from unlicensed individuals has the potential to cause damage and complications for patients, according to the ADA statement. Any dental procedure that may alter the physical structure of an individual's teeth, gum, or jaws without supervision of a dentist has the potential to cause irreversible harm. Dentistry is a regulated healthcare profession that necessitates formal education and licensure, the ADA said. Each state has regulations that require dentists and hygienists to be licensed in order to provide patient care. All right, so with that in mind, these people have essentially snitched on themselves to get more clients, to scam, and then make more money. They're going to jail. Shout out criminals for being so stupid in 2024 they will just happily document their own crimes just for some simple clout and money. And speaking of which, the main guy that we're talking about today, Brandon from A-List Smiles Atlanta, is being charged with 8 felonies, including practicing dentistry without a license, practicing medicine without a license, and theft by deception. Get absolute bodied. Karma is in fact a real thing. What goes around comes around. It might just take a little time, because when I was making my last videos on these guys, I was sitting here like, how are these people so brazen about this? They're so public with their felonies, but none of them have been arrested yet. Like, how are these people not in jail? I guess that changed now. But since I made my last video, the Fulton County DA offices came out and confirmed that there is no such thing legally as a veneer specialist or veneer technician. These are just complete BS made up terms that these scammers are using to try to give themselves credibility because they didn't go to dental school.
Is not a dentist and never has been, and they say he's been putting patients at risk.
Yeah, these are the 8 felony criminal warrants. Investigators still there at this hour. They call this Operation toothache, and a deputy district attorney figured out what was going on here by seeing a viral TikTok. Investigators raided what looks like a high-end dental practice in Northeast Atlanta.
I'm actually so happy they caught this guy then, because some of the people we covered in the last videos, they were doing it in hotel rooms or just random offices. Like, they didn't actually have professional looking dental clinics. So I understand how he fools people, especially being that big on Instagram and TikTok, which was his main platform.
To his 157,000 Instagram followers, Brandon Dillard promoted himself as Atlanta's top veneer specialist and trainer. But he's not showing off that expensive smile in this booking photo on 8 felony charges, including practicing dentistry and medicine without a license and theft by deception. Is Brandon Dillard a dentist?
Brandon Dillard is not a dentist. He's never been a dentist. And as much as he may want to play one on Instagram, he is not one.
Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis tells me only licensed dentists can do this kind of work in Georgia. But Dillard has been operating here for years in plain sight.
If you went to this and you thought it was a dental office and you looked at the equipment,
It's insane how he got away with this for so long.
that's what the best fraudsters do. They were enticing people to come in to take these classes so that you could get rich too, but you were getting rich doing something that's completely illegal.
Patients showing up here expecting to have
no
dental
way.
work instead found police. They say that people don't have a license and they're just arresting them all.
You a blood clot. Where my money at? What you talking about?
That is saved. Those people are so lucky. They're showing up to pay money. Actually, they probably paid a deposit. So it sucks they lost their deposit. I mean, they'll probably have to wait and go through court and all that crap to get that back. But at least they won't have permanently altered teeth for the rest of their life.
Patients are not only the victims of monetary fraud, but their health is at risk here too.
We have had dentists not just locally, but from outside of the state also come and report that they were concerned about their patients who had received services at this location.
And there were people getting
long-term effects of
veneers on top of tooth decay, which is and there were people getting
long-term effects of
veneers on top of tooth decay, which is a massive no-no. I'm torn on that because I feel like at some point you would know you're doing something wrong if you can do a 2-day course and think that you can just operate on people's teeth. While you might be a victim for Brandon, you're also a victim of your own stupidity. That's for sure. So how do you spot these scammers? Most are obvious, but since these people are literally rocking around with Rolex presidentials, there's clearly a lot of people falling for these scams. And by just looking at their social media pages, they have a lot of clients. The first red flag, the lack of dental degree. If you see a congratulations, you finished your 2-day veneer tech course with mimosas included plaque on the wall, run. If they want to work on you in a hotel room, run. If they make themselves look super legit like this scumbag Brandon, Google dentist license lookup. If their name doesn't show up on that website, run. And it's not one set website. This is why I'm saying Google it, because each state has their individual .gov website where you can go look that up. Well, this is just one big game of whack-a-mole, because now they have this guy, Dental Daddy, who we previously covered. He's still running around. Then you have the sketchy clinic in Florida who did the influencer Winter's Teeth, who we also covered. They're still operating from what I can tell. So, I mean, it's safe to say this whole situation's a mess, but hopefully it'll get better. But just like WSB stated, the Fulton County District Attorney is looking for people who were clients or students of this guy. So if you're unfortunate enough that that's actually you, here's the email to reach out to them. And I'm sorry that happened to you. So if there's a clear takeaway, go to an actual dentist. I know dentistry is stupidly expensive here in the US, but from looking at the cases we've seen, the people who thought they were saving money by going to a fake dentist ended up spending way more at a real dentist fixing the damage this first fake dentist caused. So I guess that's just some food for thought. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like on this video if you enjoyed it. And also, we're doing a limited edition run over at Matt.City for all of October for our Halloween collection. So if you want another way to support the channel, check out Matt.City, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. This Alpha Bell influencer just destroyed his life as he's now facing decades in prison, all while being a guru and essentially telling people how to live life.
Guys, I'm 21 years old. I own a hedge fund. I own 3 businesses. I have to manage my 1% chat. I have to manage all this stuff, and I still don't get stressed. you guys have one little bad thing happen or someone said something on the internet and you have a bad day. Your problems are not that big of a deal.
Well, his are, as he's now facing 20 years in prison for wire fraud, conspiracy, and stalking. So this is Gavin Mayo, and he's made a fortune off of NFT projects because about in 2021, he launched a bunch of questionable NFT projects that had some pretty fat promises, promising some fat gains. And this attracted some degenerate investors, and here we go. They're left with not too much, and he's worth multiple millions of dollars. Sadly, that's kind of a common theme in that industry. But obviously, this guy must be a solid and credible and honest businessman, right? Well,
2 local men are charged with defrauding investors out of more than $22 million in cryptocurrency. Prosecutors say 23-year-old Gabriel Hay of Beverly Hills and 23-year-old Gavin Mayo of Thousand Oaks engaged in rug pulls. That's when the creator of an NFT or other digital asset solicits people to invest in the project only to abruptly drop the project and keep the money. The defendants also face a stalking charge for allegedly harassing and intimidating a project manager who exposed them.
apparently there's just a massive disconnect in how he told the world he makes money and how he actually makes his money, which is also extremely common with these guys. But Gavin Mayo rose to fame off of launching a bunch of NFT projects back in 2021, which now the authorities are calling scams. And obviously his success was also short-lived because he was arrested on December 19th for wire fraud, conspiracy, and stalking. But the dude is only 23 years old. So what did he do to gain $22 million? Because no matter how you look at $22 million, that is a metric ton of money. So my question, like everyone else, is who in their right mind is sending this guy their hard-earned cash? Well, apparently he started on TikTok, just like so many other grifters. And he has been found throughout the platform giving advice on crypto and how to live your life as a successful businessman.
Sit like this for 2 minutes. That is actually proven to increase testosterone. If you're smoking a cigar and you feel like a G, like a mafia boss, you got it in your hand like this, there's nothing better than smoking a cigar in a Lambo, let me tell you. When I'm sitting back, smoking in my Lambo, driving, everyone's looking at me, I think, yeah, that increases my testosterone because I feel like a beast.
Hell yeah. This is what I want to invest money with. I mean, the dude is even using the same background music as all these Andrew Tate videos. But before he was an alpha male influencer and alleged scam artist, Gavin Mayo was actually a UNC swimmer, and he was actually set to graduate in 2024. But he dropped out because he had different plans, like making $22 million in JPEGs. Trade offer. Here's this squiggly JPEG, and in return, you give me $22 million. What a fair trade, man. And I get he allegedly rug pulled a lot of these projects, but anyone who bought a JPEG of a squiggle for tens of thousands of dollars, they kind of had it coming. Buys this JPEG squiggle in the middle of the NFT mania. 3 years later, it's worthless. I remember seeing people buy that junk just a few years back, and I concluded that we are officially in the funny money era. Send it all to zero, and it pretty much did get sent to zero because most of these, especially his projects, are worthless. So when that bubble popped, essentially Gavin's empire started to crumble. Prior to his arrest, he was living in Los Angeles with a TikToker that goes by the Stock Bunny and fellow arrested partner Gabriel Hay. So you have the story of a small town swimmer to an alleged LA scammer and a dude who LARPs as an alpha male. So I'm sure he probably has some really good life advice for us.
I only drink fruit juice. I eat cucumber. Let's say I'm thirsty. I go in the fridge, get some watermelon, eat some cucumbers. That's hydration. There's water molecules in those foods. If you're cooking a steak, what comes off of it? Steam. What is that water molecule? So I just eat raw meat. I eat raw chicken, raw tuna, raw steak. That's where I get my hydration from. I get my hydration from those fruits, from fruit juice. Water just dilutes the vitamins in your body. No, you never hear anybody say this, but try just drinking fruit juice and vegetables and fruits for a week and you'll feel like Superman.
We're really telling people to eat raw chicken now. Yep. Okay, bud. Dude couldn't even leave it at the alleged crypto.
Meat. I eat raw chicken, raw tuna, raw steak. That's where I get my hydration from. I get my hydration from those fruits, from fruit juice. Water just dilutes the vitamins in your body. No, you never hear anybody say this, but try just drinking fruit juice and vegetables and fruits for a week and you'll feel like Superman.
We're really telling people to eat raw chicken now. Yep. Okay, Okay, bud.
Dude couldn't even leave it at the alleged crypto scamming. He also had to make people sick as well. What a great guy, man.
So we know he got his money from NFTs, but where exactly did his money come from? Well, between 2021 and 2024, he launched multiple NFT projects such as Squiggles, Vault of Gems, Faceless, and a few others. In 2021, Gavin fully entered the NFT market conveniently right when everything started blowing up.
You could be homeless, you could be anybody. If you had 10,000 pixels and you launched a project, you made instantly 7 figures.
Bro, I don't think you guys understand how easy it was to make money at the end of 2021. Like, you could have been buying NFTs, flipping them. You could have been selling NFTs. You could have been selling services, marketing, making TikToks. Like, you literally could have been doing anything.
Yeah, man, you could have been doing anything. And he chose to rug pull over and over again, allegedly. And one of the more brazen ones was his project by the name of Vault of Gems, which claimed to be the first NFT project backed by jewelry, even showcasing a marketplace. Apparently, if he'd been telling the truth, these, I guess, tokens would have been backed by real jewelry. So this was promised to be the first NFT project backed by a hard asset, and he raised over $1 million for that and then said deuces. So right after the money landed, he bounced and went onto a podcast and said, yeah, the marketplace never materialized. Right. Okay, what are you gonna do about it, bud?
All of that money, it doesn't just disappear. It goes into the economy, and there's so much money out there, and most of the people that now have that money are rich people that were smart, but everyone was making money. Your mom was making money. The homeless guy down the street was making money. You saw your Uber driver was talking to you about crypto and NFTs. So there was so much money around, and people could afford to get scammed for $500 on some stupid art piece.
And turns out he was also wrong here because the money just did disappear. It was gone. In the projects he was a part of, the money just vanished. Where could the money be? Where is it, Gavin? I don't know. The investors want to know. And apparently, so does the government. Because then you have another project of his by the name of Faceless. It raised $420,000, promising movies, comics, and get this, charity donations. None of that came to fruition. Yet again. Because apparently what Gavin did was hype up a project, promise a amazing roadmap with all of these goodies, and then once the money came in, see ya. And meanwhile, while he's doing all this grifting, he's running around on podcasts claiming that he's a self-made billionaire? Like, how is this a real person? And did he not expect that people would maybe start to question, hey, where is this guy getting all the money he's claiming to have? But things get crazier as, you know, when the targets are starting to get zoomed in on them. Gavin and his business partner, Gabriel, they start pointing the finger at other people for running the projects that they ran. So essentially, they were snitching on other people to avoid charges for themselves. And I mean, just going through his media content, it seems like the only people he wasn't screwing over were scammers.
If you tell me I got scammed, I will send you another like $200 or $300. And they're so confused by it. They're like, what do you mean? I did not scam, sir. And I'm like, okay, tell me, did you scam me, yes or no, and I'll send you money. And they're like, fine, I scammed you. Let's see if you hold your word. I ended up sending them like $200, $300. And they were so confused. And they were just like, okay, let me get it done. Now I feel bad.
Yeah, let's just give scammers some extra money after they scammed you. Why not? I guess he just likes his own kind. And a report released in 2023 revealed that actually 23 million individuals now hold NFT investments that have become completely worthless due to scams like this. And there was actually an unnamed project manager who tried to expose Gavin for this behavior. But this is where the stalking allegations come in. Because when this person tried to expose Gavin, Gavin apparently started dumping where he lives, a bunch of personal information, and even contacting this guy's parents. So let's just count the charges here. We got wire fraud, check. We have conspiracy, check. We have stalking, big check. So you would think maybe he would spend all of his time, I don't know, managing all these scams to make sure he doesn't get caught. No, instead he's spending his time going on to podcasts trying to convince the world that he's actually a billionaire.
I'm the youngest billionaire in the world right now. I can explain this in a way that might sound crazy. I'm a billionaire. Let's think about it. Does a billionaire have a liquid $1 billion in his bank account?
No.
Okay, so is he actually a billionaire? No. Like liquid billionaire? No, I'm not a liquid billionaire yet. Probably will be mathematically soon. But I'm a billionaire because, number one, let's just say I can...
He asked you a simple question.
$1 million a month. That's like 12 mil a year. You do like a money calculator since it's like a hedge fund.
That's not close to $1 billion, though.
In the hundreds of millions. And then a year, you do like a money calculator since it's like a hedge fund.
That's not close to $1 billion, though.
In the hundreds of millions. And then other businesses. I'm a Web3 wealth manager now. Like I own a hedge fund and manage money for people. If I went in the chat today and was like, I have this huge opportunity, everyone give me $500,000 that can afford. probably could raise about $50 to $100 million right there. So
That's not a billion. That doesn't mean that you're a billionaire.
is above $1 billion, and hopefully $1 trillion soon.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hopefully a trillionaire soon. Right.
It's not like doing the calculation of that would be very difficult. It's just like, you know, your assets, subtract your debt. Congratulations, there you have your net worth. Not all these like, oh, but I control these things and I can get people to invest here and here and here. Okay, no, you don't own that. Dude just essentially spent 48 seconds there proving to the world that he is not a billionaire. The only thing he has is a PhD in yapology. But while he was doing all this yapping on various podcasts, he ran the projects by the name of Sinful Souls, Cloutcoin, Dirty Dogs, Moon Portal, Squiggles, and Roostcoin. And overall, he pocketed $22 million alongside of his co-founder and arrest buddy, Gabriel Hay. He then ended up funneling this money into various stablecoins and Chainlink. But obviously, there was a decent ending to the story as he was recently arrested in California in December. But I read the indictment and this is essentially what it says. First, they supported the NFT project. Then they would use their lies to gain buyers and investors for these projects. Then they would make these fake...
I've seen this video, but I got warned what the contents of this video are. And the thing that really scared me was I was in possession of this item that's been killing animals. Thankfully, I've never had it malfunction and kill one of my own cats. However, there are products still being sold on the internet that could potentially be killing your pets. And it's very scary. So let's talk about this shit. Charlie actually made a video about this 10 months ago, and I've only now just heard of this. I would feel horrible if I didn't do my part to spread the message of how this scam could potentially take a life from one of your animals. And God forbid I see someone in the comments who've lost a life of one of their loved ones by one of these litter robots. So let's get into this. Let's talk. This is important, guys.
I've covered a lot of scams over the years, but this product might just take the cake for being the most diabolical. It's an automatic litter box that is killing cats. It kind of stops being a litter box and becomes like a pseudo guillotine that executes some of the cats that use it. It is horrifying and heartbreaking. There's a YouTube channel called One Man 5 Cats that just posted an incredible breakdown going over how dangerous and deadly this device is. Those two adorable cats pictured there, Mochi and Charlie, are two of the who knows how many victims of this death trap.
Terrible.
As a cat owner myself, the thought of this is really infuriating. And from what I can tell through looking it up, this automatic litter box is a very popular one. And it's being sold under numerous different brands. It keeps getting rebranded or repackaged and sold by a ton of different other companies.
I shit you not, I had 4 of these things. Thankfully, nothing ever went wrong, but the way that it does go wrong and kills cats has happened, but there was no cats in it when it happened. So I'm very thankful that didn't happen.
So it's not like it's coming from one place that you can always track down. Like, oh, this is, you know, from Jerry Inc., designed to kill Tom and every other cat or anything. This is a bunch of different brands selling the same device with the same problem that can lead to your cat just being killed by it.
Which shared a video on TikTok from a lady called Carly J, who described how her automatic litter box killed her cat, a beautiful 1-year-old Siamese girl called Motion.
Yesterday morning, we woke up, me and my 2-year-old daughter, and I went to find my cat, and she was hanging from her litter box. It had closed on her neck and her body was hanging out, and there was red stuff all over, like everywhere.
I'm guessing you can't say blood on TikTok, but the scene she's describing is consistent with reports from other cat owners that also lost their beloved pets to this machine as well.
If somebody sold me a machine that killed my fucking cat, I don't know if I would be able to control myself. I'm a guy where, I mean, I'll be real, I think there's a lot of people like me. I like animals more than I like humans. The fact that they are so negligent to sell a product without proper testing that can act as a guillotine to your pets is just absolutely inhuman.
I just can't even imagine that. Even just hearing about it makes me angry. If I found that my cat Io had been killed by one of these, that would have me fully go John Wick. Like,
yeah, seems like me and Moist are in the same boat here.
I know I kind of look like a diet great value John Wick right now just by default, but that would have me fully go like unhinged with it.
Diet John Wick meet Diet Stone Cold.
She didn't say what machine it was, but she did clarify in the follow-up video that it wasn't an actual litter robot, but something she had bought off of Amazon. She didn't name it in this video either, but she did in the comments. Her videos started to go viral, but then just a few days after they were uploaded, they were gone. So I started to investigate. I needed to know if this was real.
They deleted her video? warning people it's dangerous to their cats?
And if potentially deadly machines were being sold.
It's not unusual for videos to be taken down either by the user or by a company looking to salvage their image if it paints them in a bad light. So One Man 5 Cats was paying attention, noticed the videos got taken down, and launched his own investigation to see if the claims were real. Or maybe it was all one big hoax by some rival litter box company trying to besmirch the good name of Am's Toys.
I'd already found the one that she named on Amazon a few days earlier, sold under the brand Am's Toy.
Dude, I'll also be completely real. Like, I didn't have this specific one, but that hole is so small for them to get in and out. Jesus Christ, this fucking dog is biting the fuck out of me. Oh my God.
Astonishingly, they even called it Litter Robot by Am's Toy, using Whisker's Litter Robot font. This is absolutely not a litter robot, and it shows just how dodgy this company is.
This whole thing is fishy from top to bottom. This company itself is extraordinarily sketchy. So they're trying to pretend to be a more successful, more reputable company that sells the litter robot to confuse consumers. It's actual infringement. Like, this is fraud. At least in my opinion. I'm not an expert, but they are calling it the litter robot, which is already something that exists by a different company, and it's a completely...
Yeah, that's what I had. I had 4 litter robots from the 3rd version. Okay, buddy. Bro just takes his big old paw, slams it on the keyboard. Jesus, yeah, I had 4 of them, from the Mark III to the Mark IV.
Expert, but they are calling it the litter robot, which is already something that exists by a different company, and it's a completely different device. The litter robot by Am's Toy is as much of a robot as me doing this. It doesn't really function the way it should, because it shouldn't be fucking killing cats, you know what I mean? It's not the litter robot, it's the shitter robot, and Am's Toy knows that. They are doing a classic knockoff. Like, this is something that you see in every industry. When something gets popular, you're going to see 1,000 different companies and brands take the exact same thing, even call it the exact same thing, even though it's not the real product, because it's hoping to confuse buyers into getting theirs instead of the real one. Usually they'll make it more appealing by making it cheaper, which is exactly what Am's Toy's litter robot did. It is a cheap automatic litter robot option that people who are familiar with...
I don't know about you guys, but
plans and share them with the investors. They had plans they never intended seeing through from the jump. Then they would actually hire people to complete different tasks for these fake projects. So these people would create assets and manage chat groups that they had just set up for these projects. But again, from the start, nothing was going to come from this project ever. They're just buying time. After the investors signed on, they would ghost them, and Gavin and Gabriel, the
this top donor
would split the money between them. Sometimes they would use fake names or point to other people to make it seem like they had no involvement in these projects, let alone the fact that they were the owners. And of course, they harass people who exposed them. So all around, I mean, they just sound like some great guys. So as of right now, this case stands as the largest NFT fraud ever prosecuted, and that's coming straight from the Department of Justice. Gavin is currently facing a maximum penalty of up to 20 years.
Found out the Twitch streamer he had a crush on
conspiracy and wire fraud. As well as a maximum of 5 years for the stalking charges. This case is currently still pending, but it's now been set with a specific judge. So it's really going to be interesting to see what actually comes from this. Will the government actually go hard on these guys, or will they let them off easy? That will really set the tone for future prosecutions, because let's be real, this guy is far from the only dude that's been doing this stuff. But either way, YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video, and hey, if you're new here, feel free to drop a subscribe. So sorry for the extremely poor setup currently. We're literally rocking off my phone and camera. I'm currently visiting Norway, and I'll be back home soon. But Norway shuts down their entire government on the 1st of January, which I'm filming this video. So I couldn't go buy some additional equipment that I managed to forget back in the States. So I'll have that fixed for the next video. But until then, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Actually had a boyfriend, so his this top donor found out the Twitch streamer he had a crush on actually had a boyfriend, so his totally normal and rational decision was to stalk her, find out where she lived, and burn her car to the ground. Yo, chill. That is, why would you ever do that? Thankfully though, he might be the dumbest criminal that we've covered on this channel for a long time. So welcome back to another episode of Watching the Trash take itself out, as the story that we're talking about now has a massive update, because originally this story broke back in June of 2023 when the streamer by the name of Kylie, but also known as Just Foxy, posted a video titled "A Twitch Viewer Set My Car on Fire." Yeah, that video is pretty self-explanatory on what it's about, but she opened the video saying the guy has been arrested. He flew 700 miles to do this to her. She wasn't home at the time, and thankfully the fire department showed up quickly as they managed to put out the fire before it spread to her house, which her mom and her animals were currently inside. Obviously, these were some wild statements to make, but she had all the receipts to show, including the CCTV footage of the dude literally setting her car on fire. I mean, and it's just insane.
I watched him put a brick on my car, on the hood, and some pot, and he lit something sticking out of it and walked away casually, like he didn't do anything. The next clip after that was the front end of my car engulfed in flames.
That is so bizarre, and good for them for actually having security cameras like that. But since all this happened, we now know the guy who did this is named Farhan Jami, and he had a crush on this lady and spent a lot of money donating to her. But when he found out she had a boyfriend, he decided to do all this. And to make things worse for him, just the other day it was exposed to the world of how dumb of a criminal he actually was here, as thanks to the YouTube channel Midwest Safety, we now have the body cam footage of everything, including the surveillance footage of him lighting the car on fire. Because previously we only had a snippet of it where she also kind of cut out his face, so you couldn't really see things as clearly as you can now.
The suspect, wearing a loose-fitting pair of lighter-colored sweatpants, latex gloves, a darker color,
that's a nice car as well,
and a mask, sets a box-shaped object on the vehicle. He then sets another object on top of it with a fuse-like wire sticking out of it. The suspect lights it with a lighter.
That's a very bizarre way of setting a car on fire as well.
Front end of the vehicle being engulfed in flames.
Came over, set a square box on top of her car. Okay. It just looked, I mean, I can show you, but it was something square. Walked all the way back over there and got something that almost looked like a lampshade. Set it on top of it, and then he lit it.
Okay.
He lit it, and then he walked away, and that was
Did
it.
the video show where he went?
I'm not
Do you have access to the video?
I've actually never seen someone light a car on fire like that before. Like normally it's like, you know, through the gas tank.
Surveillance footage. The fire department arrives and puts the fire out. The vehicle is a total loss.
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a nice car as well. I mean, that's like the only Jaguar out of the recent lineup that's actually cool. And to have your dream car robbed from you like that, that's terrible. But thankfully, it does not take them long to locate the guy, because the guy apparently is just a complete moron. So before we see one of the dumbest encounters of a criminal, have you ever wanted to get paid to beta test video games? Well, with today's sponsor, FreeCash, you actually can. Essentially, FreeCash is a platform that gets paid by mobile gaming companies to refer new users and get their feedback, as many of these early users end up enjoying the games. So FreeCash in return splits that revenue with their users, so it's a win-win. All you have to do is scan this QR code or click in the link in the description down below, sign up by dropping your email / creating a password, and then you can start browsing through game options and how much they pay. And just to be very clear about this is not a get-rich-quick thing, but simply something you can make an extra $20 to $60 with here and there by playing new games. As the average time until a user makes their first cash out is about 17 minutes, and the average money earned by users yesterday was just shy of $40. And users, they've earned over $50 million in total using FreeCash. Then once you're finished playing, you can cash out your points to either PayPal gift cards, Bitcoin, or a bunch of other payment options. So if you want to earn some extra cash this holiday season and also support the channel, you can scan the QR code or click the link in the description down below and check out FreeCash today. But without further ado, let's continue this video because it gets way out of hand. Because one of the most shocking things about this body cam footage is it shows how close this man was to the crime scene
area, both on foot and patrolling in their vehicles, all begin to look for any suspicious people in the vicinity. 10 minutes later, officers find a vehicle parked on the side of the road, only about 2 minutes away from the crime scene.
Oh, he's sleeping as well. Or sleeping.
Hey. Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Just wanted to rest up a little bit. I have a long drive.
Why are you doing it out here?
No reason.
Dude, that's a Skyrim NPC response. Greetings, traveler. What are you doing out here? I don't know, just resting up for a long travel. Like, what, buddy?
Being stuck on a cruise ship for 9 months sounds absolutely miserable to me, but apparently a large group of people, they thought this is a great idea to pay for. Many of them TikTokers, and now they're stuck on the same cruise ship for another 7.5 months, give or take. Oh, and I forgot, brace yourself for the kicker. The prices range from $60,000 to $120,000. Huh. A down payment for a home or stuck on a retirement home disguised as a cruise ship for 9 months? What would I ever pick? Speaking of retirement home, I feel old. Huh. A down payment for a home or stuck on a retirement home disguised as a cruise ship for 9 months? What would I ever pick? Speaking of retirement home, I feel old when I mention mortgages, so let me think of a better comparison. 40,000 hot dogs or LARPing as Zach and Cody's Sweet Life on Deck for 9 months. I digress. Apparently a bunch of people took the latter though, because I guess they already have homes and 40,000 Costco hot dogs. So it's safe to say people are doing pretty well in life if they're doing that. But the people who bought these tickets recently, they just found out that 40,000 Costco hot dogs would have been a way better buy than whatever the ticket to that cruise is, because hey, Royal Caribbean, they didn't sell out on the thousands of rooms they were trying to sell there. Who would have thought? I don't know whether it was smoking when they came up with this whole concept, but it must have been some good because clearly this was a swing and a massive miss. At this point, they should just give the whole board some participation trophies, so every time they look at those trophies, they're reminded of how much they failed their customers here. Because what they did was really a massive middle finger to the people who bought the 60 to 120 grand rooms, because they decided to fill the rest of the rooms, they would sell off the remaining rooms at nightly rates, which were not available originally. And to pour a little bit more salt in the wound of the original buyers, these rates were heavily discounted. So before, just to get on the boat, you had to pay like a minimum of $60,000. Now you can get on the boat with a couple grand even. And this has now had some very interesting consequences for the guests on the boat, because this has apparently created factions between the guests, the world cruisers, and the segmenters. But we'll get into that later on in this video, because we know all of this because there are so many people making TikToks from the cruise. So it's slowly becoming this odd social media experiment where we have all of these different characters sharing their experience on this cruise. With 9 months of this. We're only a month and a half in. I can only imagine how old this is going to get. But let's meet some of the guests here. So the first person I found was this lady named Tyler.
Day in the life on the Royal Caribbean Ultimate World Cruise. We started the day out with breakfast and my prescription medication and mimosas. He was being really stingy and didn't get me anything when we went shopping, but I know the best is yet to come. He's pushing 80 and this cruise is kind of his last hurrah. Then we got in a fight, so I went to the bar and I got some drinks, and then it was the end of the day. Come back for my next day on the 9 months of Royal Caribbean.
So the age filter she put on her man here made it seem like it was all a bit, but there's definitely some very interesting characters on board here. Next up, we have Elizabeth, who's apparently a florist.
I would be more than happy to show you a little bit aboard the 9-month world cruise as a Pinnacle status member. If you didn't know this, I inherited my Pinnacle status from my papa. He's been cruising with Royal Caribbean for over 60 years, and I was grandfathered into his elite status. As a Pinnacle member, we have access to different floors than the normal status people. This is our special deck where we have also a really good buffet that only we have access to. These are the fish and chips that only we have access to, and some chicken nuggets that only we have access to. This is a dessert bar and some made-to-order Caesar salad, which only we have access to. I do believe the food as a Pinnacle member is elite. It's just way better. I can just tell. I went down to the other floor for like 2 minutes the other day, and I could just tell. This is our special pool that only we have access to.
Then we have Lauren, who is a mom who gives us a look into what I'd guess would be the most expensive room on the cruise.
I was getting bullied on the internet for sharing that I'm a squatter, so I decided to take my kids on a 9-month cruise through the North Sea. I didn't bring their nanny because the boat has babysitters, and now instead of dropping my kids off at school in the morning, I will be dropping them off at the kids club. I packed ample scopolamine, but forgot to bring those hanging door organizers that maximize the space in a tiny cruise ship room. The room came with a cute little fridge, but we need to switch up what's inside of it because I don't let my kids drink soda. I think the North Sea needs a new soundtrack. That yo-ho sound just reminds me of 3 a.m. I would like to nominate Philippe Troy's classical music because I think the vibe is more calming and we need something that releases dopamine.
That sounds like a good way to lose your kids in international waters. I hope that was satire, but either way, it's safe to say this cruise is loaded with characters. Then next up, we have Amika from South Africa, who also started a game show with a bunch of other cruisers.
Hey guys, I'm Ami and I'm here with the ultimate real world cruise. And this is your hosts for our game show. Dr. Jenny Travels, Angie Linderman, and Little Rat Brain. All right. Who packed the most clothes?
So they introduce themselves there, and then you have a couple more behind them, which is Brooklyn, Madison, Shannon, Andrew and Allie, Little Rat Brain. Yes, that's actually her TikTok name. Then you have this woman who's apparently hiding ducks around the cruise ship with her husband.
So Steve and I went looking for the Mini, and since I didn't see it until 7:30 this morning, I'm pretty sure somebody else found it already. But I'm gonna pick a duck and I'm gonna hide it for you.
A dude named Mark, who I think actually just left the cruise, and many more. Because as this cruise continues and boredom ensues, more of the cruisers join TikTok and enter this weird TikTok reality TV show. But let's talk about the room situations, because as we previously saw, they cost as much as a brand new F-150 with options. But here, Amika shows us her room.
And here is our room reveal. So we're cruising with Royal Caribbean and we're on their ship called Serenade of the Seas. And it was built in 2003, so it's one of their older ships. It's pretty cool to travel and have your own space, so I think this room is amazing. What's nice is most of these mirrors you see has hidden compartments where you can store things, and we stored a lot of our luggage under the beds. But it was an absolute disaster unpacking. I mean, look at this. And here is the after. I mean, I think we did a pretty good job. And this is our cupboard. I had to squeeze in all my dresses and coats. And this is my husband's part. He is very neat. And this is the bathroom. Everything looks perfect. So yes, this is our room for the next 9 months. And I can't wait to see the world.
I think I would go insane if I had to live in that room for 9 months. Paying north of $60,000 for a Super 8/Motel 6 room that's connected to an outdated mall with a view of the world, I guess, but you're also pretty much trapped and can't leave when you want. This is... No, absolutely not. Definitely a wild concept though. But Amika gives us a price breakdown here.
So we booked a balcony room around $70,000. And then you asked what is included in the price. So business class flights are included in the price. All your food and drinks, literally alcohol, coffee, Starbucks coffee, protein shakes, smoothies, everything you can think of is included. All the food is included. Ones where you can eat at, and then there is like a buffet area you can eat at, and there's like 24/7 food. So all your food and drink is included. Also included is Wi-Fi and laundry services, and it also gave us a laundry and room we can use as world cruises. Also included is the excursions to the 7 world wonders on this cruise. So that is pretty cool. And all your gratuities, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, and your room service and everything is also included.
Okay, that gives us a better understanding of the total costs. So $75,000 for 9 months, pretty much all expenses included, to live in a Motel 6 room with a balcony with a view of the world. But you're stuck on a boat that's interior looks like an oversized Olive Garden. You definitely need to be a special kind of person to want to do this. But if you remember Elizabeth, the elite pinnacle status member, well, she seems to be very upset with her pinnacle status room because it isn't really different from the normal rooms apparently.
So I'm on the 9-month cruise, and I am a Pinnacle status member. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about how the Pinnacle status people are being treated differently, so I just wanted to show you my room, my stateroom, so you can see that it's really not that different from what the other people are showing. Okay, so here is you know, the room. You can see the whole thing. I have this little like balcony, and this goes up and down, so like I can, you know, sit out here and it can be a balcony, or I can close it and it can be like a little Florida room. Here's my little couch area. This is where I like do my makeup and stuff. Here's the bed. The bed is super comfy. We have this TV. And then finally, here's the bathroom. It's really spacious. We have this stand-up shower. Yeah, so you see it's not that different from the normal status people. Let me know if you want to see any other part of the ship. I'm happy to show you the other pinnacle parts of the ship.
I guess the main difference here is her room looks renovated. So I guess she's been updated from a Motel 6 / Super 8 to a standard Marriott. What is she paying though? I don't know. But it seems like both of these people booked their rooms before the segmentation started, and that caused a faction divide in the cruisers. So now you have the world cruisers on one side, and then you have the segmenters. Sounds like something straight out of the Hunger Games, but I guess that's what we get with a TikTok social experiment like this. But here, the segmenter Nadine goes into detail on how she feels wronged with buying her tickets.
So I booked this probably almost 2 years ago, and I signed up for the Americas, but ideally I would have wanted to have got off the boat partway through the Asian leg. And I did actually ask about this, and I was told on no uncertain terms that they would be selling anything less than the Americas segment. They told me it's world cruise, the only options are the full world, all the segments, and they're selling it so everyone has the same package. You get the drinks, the laundry, the internet, everything like that. There was no way to downside. It is what it is. So I signed up, and I was happy. Well, as happy as you can be when you spend this much money, but excited about all the places we were going to see. And then a few months ago, when they started to talk about getting ready for the excursions, etc., my booking changed from having one master booking number to suddenly having 3 sub-booking numbers. And I didn't really understand what this meant until I got on the ship.
Yeah, if I bought tickets early, I would have a sour taste in my mouth, because now it seems like you can just kind of hop on and off the ship for a fraction of the cost. And what makes this buy even more sour is it's not like you're buying a plane ticket, getting onto the plane, finding out from the person you're sitting beside, oh, they bought their ticket last minute super cheap, because the day after you're gonna completely forget about it and you're gonna move on with your day. But here, you're gonna be on that boat for 9 months, staring at people go on and off the boat for a fraction of the cost that you paid to get on this boat. That's gonna be sour. Imagine spending 9 months of your life staring at people who got a better deal than you. But I mentioned earlier, because they added different tickets last minute, this caused a faction divide on this cruise apparently. And it's gone from people just being bitter at other cruisers for getting a better deal than them to being straight up petty. Because it seems like a bunch of people who bought the original price rooms have now created a Facebook group, and they only accept other people who are part of the full cruise in this group. Because Nadine apparently is a segmenter. It's such a funny thing to say, because she bought the American segment, which has since been broken up to 3 segments apparently. But she's a part of those 3 segments and apparently now feels excluded.
I'm here to see Wonders of the World. I missed out on a talk the other day about the Northern and Southern Lights because I'm not part of the Facebook group. And I'm not part of the Facebook group because I am not allowed to be part of the Facebook group. I've tried to join it, I'm left out because I am not a world cruiser. I don't know who made that decision, whether it's the staff or the group admin, but that feels like because I haven't been able to join the book club and do the book swap, all these things that I would have been really passionate about and could have organised in advance, or organising some solo ventures and saying, hey, does anyone want to catch a taxi here to do this in this port, etc., etc. I've been left out of. And that feels like, and I know a lot of other people feel a little bit the same.
I don't think this is the case, but if this is organized by Royal Caribbean, that is an insanely odd move. But if it's organized by some petty person on the ship, that's just a new level of petty. It's like high school groups all over again, but since they're all
people feel a little bit the same.
I don't think this is the case, but if this is organized by Royal Caribbean, that is an insanely odd move. But If it's organized by some petty person on the ship, that's just a new level of petty. It's like high school groups all over again, but since they're all trapped in the same area for a long time, it might be more like prison gangs if they're all sentenced to 9 months in a floating retirement home. But apparently they even have their own turf based on their membership status, which is where I want to introduce the character Mark, who was originally covering the cruise from home, but ended up going onto the cruise, and he was hosting a book club on a live stream, which I think was sponsored, and apparently he was doing this in the Elite Lounge, and I guess someone paid $8 from his live stream to call the boat to essentially narc on Mark that he's in the lounge that he's not allowed to be in.
If you were in my book club, you may have seen me get kicked out of the Pinnacle Lounge. For bed. Hi.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
No, what are you doing? Don't worry.
I'm sorry to disturb you guys. I'm sorry, but unfortunately...
You've got to kick us out.
Oh, really?
I'm totally understand.
What if you just don't look? You know what I mean? You're just like, you're just sort of like, oh my god.
I'm sorry. I know you're very nice and Sabrina, amazing, but unfortunately, I cannot do this. I do apologize.
Okay. Not us getting kicked out of the concierge lounge. Okay, we'll do it. We're going.
Then the same guy was complaining about finding ducks everywhere.
Next, to whoever keeps leaving me ducks in secret, reveal yourself or I will be pressing charges.
Remember earlier I mentioned there was a
in secret, reveal yourself or I will be pressing charges.
Remember earlier I mentioned there was a TikTok couple on the ship filming themselves hiding ducks?
Hey folks, it's January 21st, day number 43 of the cruise. And we are about to hide some ducks.
This is such an interesting thing to watch unfold on the internet. I think I've probably spent 20 hours going through TikToks on this cruise ship, and I still feel like I'm only scraping the surface of all this. But Mark also had a moment where it seems like the cruise wants to drive you insane by design.
Wearing a shirt with two ladies making it... Hello? Yes? Yes, I'm coming. I'm on my way. Okay, thank you. Anyway, I'm late for a reservation. What do you guys call after you're late for a reservation for 5 minutes?
The top comment of that video was to tell them you were stuck in traffic. But if those small things wouldn't drive you insane, maybe the flooding would. So let's check back with the mom with the luxury suite.
Ready with me for a night out on the 9-month world cruise. Just kidding. I'm not going anywhere because we got hit by a storm and the whole boat was flooded. Can't use the elevators, the 12th floor is completely filled with water, and some people even have water in their rooms, so now they have to sleep in other people's rooms. For the swingers on the ship, that doesn't matter very much. As I have previously vlogged, there are quite a few of those. They don't identify as swingers, they just do it. As one couple told me, they're not part of the lifestyle, they just like to have fun. Because of the flooding, Nancy told me that we are now being switched to another boat to go through the Drake Passage because they anticipate that this boat will not be able to handle the choppy waters there. And they're also giving us the option to opt out of going to Antarctica and Antarctica to go see the penguins, which is understandable since they were never actually letting us get off the boat. They were just driving by the glaciers. Seemed like too many days of doing absolutely nothing except staying in other people's rooms.
And at first, I thought this was purely a bit. I was like, there's no way it's already flooding. But no, the ship was actually flooded.
It looks really bad. Oh my god, apparently this is deck 12.
And I mean, this is only 6 weeks into the cruise, but here's another clip from the flooding.
Things got a little tense.
Oh my god.
I love how there's one woman who's just completely unbothered on the treadmill, just making the best out of things. But to then make things worse, because of that, I love how there's one woman who's just completely unbothered on the treadmill, just making the best out of things. But to then make things worse, because of that weather, they're now canceling a bunch of their stops, meaning people are now trapped on this boat for even longer.
Hey y'all, and good morning. We are
Completely unbothered on the treadmill, just making the best out of things. But to then make things worse, because of that weather, they're now canceling a bunch of their stops, meaning people are now trapped on this boat for even longer.
Hey y'all, and good morning. We are skipping another port today. For safety reasons, I'm going to play a message from Captain Stig so you can hear directly why we are missing the port. So far, we have yet to do a port where we are tendering.
So, I mean, we're 6 weeks into this cruise, and so far it's been all downhill. But to be fair, if this boat survives and this video gets a ridiculous amount of likes, I'll join a leg for it. I'll become a segmenter and document it for you guys, all for the low price of the ballpark of 100,000 likes. I can't make it too easy because I'm going to be real and say I do not want to be on this ship. But if you guys really want it, it can happen. But with the track record of this ship, if it doesn't get canceled, you could get stuck on it for a while because the stops just keep getting canceled.
Dr. Jenny Travels here, and as you may have heard, we are skipping the Falkland Islands, Las Islas Malvinas. We made it through Drake Passage all the way to the islands and then had to turn around. And you'll see why. Oh my God. This was moments before they kicked me off the top deck. It was so windy. It was blowing me around. And when you looked off in the distance, we were approaching a pretty big storm.
And naturally, it happened again.
Tomorrow, we have been checking weather models all day from different agencies. And I'm afraid to say that it does not look very good.
That is such a typical Norwegian accent. He is clearly very koselig, but something then happened that was not very koselig because someone's dad/grandpa went missing on the boat.
My friend's dad is. His name is Al Godso, and he is missing. We have not been able to get a hold of him, and every time we try to call his number, it says it's been changed or disconnected.
Thankfully, that man was found safe, but the chaos just isn't ending because now there's rumors that people are allegedly trying to fake being sick so they can cancel and get refunded by insurance. So good luck with that. Sounds like an absolute terrible idea, just like the guy who filmed himself defrauding a billion-dollar company and bragged about it on TikTok. But again, if we get this video to the ballpark of 100,000 likes, I guess I'll be a sailor for you guys. This alpha male TikToker just destroyed his life for threatening the life of the largest podcaster in the world. And this might be one of the most insane stories that we've covered this year because he was just arrested in Austin, Texas, then immediately on release doubled down.
I actually don't want to say any details nor any names. That's how you get ready for a fight. And you thought the videos would stop, but they will never stop because, when you fight out of a principle, you got an infinite amount of venom.
So meet Brian Johnson, who's known as the Liver King online. The Liver King, he went viral mid-pandemic for essentially making shocking content of him eating raw liver and organs and doing a whole bunch of other disgusting stuff and claiming that his whole physique came from this insane diet that he was documenting for the internet to see. Obviously, this caught a lot of people's attention, including Danny Gonzalez, that made a few videos on him that gained over 20 million views. But these were really just kind of like poking fun at how bizarre he is and his diet. The elephant in the room really was nothing about the Liver King looked natural, but the Liver King would go on and on about how he in fact was natural.
The answer to that is no. I've always told the truth. I still tell the truth. I've never taken steroids. You can do the same thing with the 9 ancestral tenets. The short answer is no. I don't touch this stuff.
And this was really propelling his supplement companies at the time because people saw his insane physique he claimed was from eating raw liver and organs, but 99% of the people, they don't want to eat raw liver and organs. So his whole value prop with these supplement companies here was, here's a pill with dried liver and organs that you can eat, and just like that, you can get this crazy physique. And while high quality organ supplements can be a great source of key vitamins and minerals, you're not getting that level of physique in your late 40s unless you're running a whole lot of gear. But I guess people let that answer slide for a while, until Derek from the YouTube channel More Plates, More Dates dropped this bombshell of a video where he leaked the Liver King is essentially a walking pharmacy.
Here's what I'm currently taking. So here's this stack: IGF-1 LR3, CJC with IMAP, ibutamoren, omnitrope, testosterone cypionate, deca, nandrolone decanoate, winstrol.
I mean, with a stack like that, one can only really say that he's more deserving of the Pharma Bro title than Martin Shkreli. But when that happens, the Liver King then made an apology video, essentially saying, sorry I got caught. And then he started deflecting with men's mental health.
Why did I, or why do I do them? When I talk about the 85% of the population that suffers from self-esteem issues, that's me. I'm part of that statistic. This is why I work myself to death in the gym. This is why I do 12 to 15 blood-burning workouts a week, just to feel like I'm okay. Still, I have to absolutely crush myself to do so, and I'm wrecked physically and cognitively, and hormone replacement has helped in a profound and significant way. And still, I believe that the path to paradise is paved in...
Now, obviously, him saying that's a massive switch from just a few months ago where he was previously calling anyone calling him out subprimal. But essentially, it seems like things have slowly gone downhill from here since this all happened. His companies were sued for $25 million for deceptive marketing due to his steroid controversy. And obviously, there was plenty of people, including commentary channels and podcasts, that talked about the situation. But it was Joe Rogan having Derek on his podcast that really struck a nerve with the Liver King.
That's what I get when I look at that guy. That's all feasible and possible. Now, please go to the Liver King. Please show me some preposterous Liver King physiology.
Oh, he has. Have you seen his apology?
No, I haven't. I want to watch it. He comes clean on steroids. I f***ed up.
I don't know if you guys are able to
I just
watch
want to see his images, though. I want to see some images of his body, because his body is just so off the charts, ridiculously massive.
And if that wasn't enough of a blow, Joe then said this about having him on the podcast.
He was front row at one of my shows in Vegas.
Oh, damn.
At the MGM. Yeah, and then I saw him again at the Canelo fight. He was trying really hard to get on the podcast, and he's been trying really hard to get on now. He contacted a few friends of mine, and some of them that have, like Bert Kreischer, that had him on the show.
Yeah, he told me he's trying to get on.
Yeah, for what? For what? Say that more? Like, come on, this is dumb, man. This is you ran a con game and you got busted.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate that you feel terrible. I'm sorry you feel bad, because that's just what happens when you get caught lying. But you didn't have to lie.
And remember what Joe said there, because it becomes more important later on in the story. But now for the recent Liver King crash up, because just the other day, the Liver King started posting some pretty concerning videos after essentially falling off the face of the earth for the past year.
More importantly, I'm picking a fight with Joe Rogan. I'm picking a fight, I am, because it's out of principle. I'm not going to go fight with this guy. Do you see? I don't know if hopefully you can...
This alpha male TikToker just destroyed This alpha male TikToker, while high quality organ self. This alpha male TikToker just destroyed his life for threatening the life of the largest podcaster in the world. And this might be one of the most insane stories that we've covered this year, because he was just arrested in Austin, Texas, then immediately on release doubled down.
I actually don't want to say any details nor any names. That's how you get ready for a fight. And you thought the videos would stop, but they will never stop, because, when you fight out of a principle, you got an infinite amount of venom.
So meet Brian Johnson, who's known as the Liver King online. The Liver King, he went viral mid-pandemic for essentially making shocking content of him eating raw liver and organs and doing a whole bunch of other disgusting stuff, and claiming that his whole physique came from this insane diet that he was documenting for the internet to see. Obviously, this caught a lot of people's attention, including Danny Gonzalez, that made a few videos on him that gained over 20 million views. But these were really just kind of like poking fun at how bizarre he is and his diet. The elephant in the room really was nothing about the Liver King looked natural, but the Liver King would go on and on about how he in fact was natural.
The answer to that is no. I've always told the truth. I still tell the truth. I've never taken steroids. You can do the same thing with the 9 ancestral tenets. The short answer is no. I don't touch this stuff.
And this was really propelling his supplement companies at the time, because people saw his insane physique he claimed was from eating raw liver and organs. But 99% of the people, they don't want to eat raw liver and organs. So his whole value prop with these supplement companies here was, here's a pill with dried liver and organs that you can eat, and just like that, you can get this crazy physique. And while high quality organ supplements can be a great source of key vitamins and minerals, you're not getting that level of physique in your late 40s unless you're running a whole lot of gear. But I guess people let that answer slide for a while, until Derek from the YouTube channel More Plates, More Dates dropped this bombshell of a video where he leaked the Liver King is essentially a walking pharmacy.
is what I'm currently taking. So here's this stack: IGF-1 LR3, CJC with IMAP, ibutamoren, omnitrope, testosterone cypionate, deca, nandrolone decanoate, winstrol.
I mean, with a stack like that, one can only really say that he's more deserving of the Pharma Bro title than Martin Shkreli. But when that happens, the Liver King then made an apology video, essentially saying, sorry I got caught. And then he started deflecting with men's mental health.
Why do I do them? When I talk about the 85% of the population that suffers from self-esteem issues, that's me. I'm part of that statistic. This is why I work myself to death in the gym. This is why I do 12 to 15 blood-burning workouts a week, just to feel like I'm okay. Still, I have to absolutely crush myself to do so, and I'm wrecked physically and cognitively, and hormone replacement has helped in a profound and significant way. And still, I believe that the path to paradise is paved in...
Now, obviously, him saying that's a massive switch from just a few months ago where he was previously calling anyone calling him out subprime. primal. But essentially, it seems like things have slowly gone downhill from here since this all
trying
happened.
to dodge the Epstein topic, like. He's not that fat. It would be more accurate if he just kept getting hit every dodge. You know, he got roll caught every single one.
This alpha male
On the ground, that's my enema bucket. That's my enema bucket right there.
I don't know what's more disturbing, him while laying in the shower or him making these videos.
I'm pretty certain when I'm done tearing Joe Rogan and these other guys, you know, I'm done talking about them. I think they're gonna look at me differently, feel a little different.
Yeah, I mean, this dude is letting his ego and pride destroy his life. So he's currently threatening Joe Rogan, more plates, more dates, and John Bravo. Joe Rogan, I guess, for having his hero laugh at him, more plates, more dates for exposing him for not being natural, and I guess John Bravo, I'm assuming, for covering him in detail.
Record anything and everything. Because Joe Rogan, we don't have to
make videos to pretend anymore. All of this is happening. We're coming to you. I've challenged you man to man to a fight. Honorable. And we don't have to pretend or make any videos. The world is watching. They'll make the videos for us. And you don't have to hold a camera. You can hold the hand of somebody that you love, because what happens next to you, you're going to need to remember that feeling. You're going to need something more than what you did to give you something to fight for, because I have my family to fight for. And I'll die for them, you know that. And you're a black belt, but you've never come across something like this. Willing to die, hoping that you'll choke me out. I pray to God, because that's a dream come true. It feels good.
I don't see why he thinks Joe Rogan would ever want to fight him, but he is definitely determined to fight him.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. My name's Liberty. Man to man. I'm picking a fight with you. Yeah. I have zero training in jiu-jitsu. You're a black belt. You should dismantle me. But I'm picking a fight with you. Your rules. Whatever you want me to weigh, I'll weigh it. I weighed 190 this morning. I'll come to you whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready to go. I'm on a vibration plate, by the way. That's what I'm capable of.
And just like that, he rides off to Austin, Texas, the ancestral way. And by ancestral way, I'm talking about a convoy of G-Wagons, obviously. I mean, the dude is inches away from going to the potion cellar.
I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions.
No, wait, actually. See, he's not even on the Walter White special. He actually just didn't take the potion seller's warning, and he's clearly just off his rocker on those potions.
You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you.
So anyway, dude's off the potions. He's headed to battle in Austin, Texas. What could go wrong?
Just pulling up to the capital of Texas. What's the capital of Texas? What's the capital of Texas? Houston. It's Houston. Guess what? You're dead, bitch. You're dead.
Well, apparently a lot could go wrong, because the police show up as he spent the last couple of days saying that he's going to fight and end Joe Rogan. He says he's carrying around a box as a gift for Joe Rogan, and he travels to the city to then fight and end Joe Rogan. Overall, not a good look.
I'm now recording while dealing with the cops outside.
Damn, this took a while. I'm so sorry. I take it back. God, thank you. Perfect amount of resistance. So you're just picking up where we're leaving off. I just need to put stuff on. Just put stuff, because they're not going to take me naked, are they?
No.
The green is better.
Whatever you gave me is perfect, Queen. Can I put my shoes on and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you need a new patch or anything?
You should record anything and everything. And when I go to the back, Justin's recording Fitzpatrick. He's got the most beautiful wife in the world. You wouldn't want to take most of them to prison.
Yeah, I just realized this guy made merch of this Joe Rogan versus Liver King fight that he's just trying to psychopathically manifest. Whatever this guy's cameraman is being paid is too low.
Do you need any, like, patches?
If you don't mind, don't ask me what I need. I'll say what I need from whomever I need it to, and I'm going to also do everything that I can with the amount of time I'll try and explain the least amount that I'm going to. We agreed on 12, correct?
12 minutes, correct.
There's 12 ancestral tenets, you know that?
I do.
Yeah. They're actually principles. Principles. And I asked another man how much time I have it. He said none. Zero. Yeah, it's us thinking I didn't want to scratch your face anymore.
There are just so many questions here. Why is he filing his nails before going to jail? Why is he packing to go to jail? Why did he bring his family to this trip? I just feel bad for his family as they clearly have lost this guy.
Hey, okay, perfect.
Should we go separate or together? Okay, so what did they say?
They, listen, just take this with a grain of salt, but they assured me he's going to be in an hour.
Yeah.
It's like, we got to process you. He'll bail out, but we're talking probably 24 hours.
24 hours?
Maybe first thing tomorrow when he sees the judge. I don't know.
Oh, so it's not an hour. He's going to be in 24 hours.
I don't know.
I mean, that is super odd how happy she looks to find out her husband was arrested. But I mean, this dude is just such a LARP. Literally gears up in tactical gear to get arrested because he's harassing, stalking, and threatening Joe Rogan. Anyway, he spends a night in jail, gets out, and then immediately doubles down on this whole situation.
Some guy, he thought if you just put him in jail, have the Violent Crimes Division, have them come arrest him for a terroristic threat. And the whole time that terroristic threat you thought was a bomb or something inside that box was actually a present back for you and your mothership colleagues for having my wife and me in mothership that I've held on to for a while, just looking for the right time to give it to you. So the terroristic threat that was reduced to I actually don't want to say any details nor any names. That's how you get ready for a fight. And you thought the videos would stop, but they will never stop because, when you fight out of a principle, you got an infinite amount of venom. And then we'll hug and unite. Not before, because I gave you that chance. You didn't want to do it. I'll still invite you to do it after. And we don't have to hug after, but at some point you have to capitulate something. And real tension, real fight. Can you believe it? Restraining orders and stuff like that. Well, no laws will be broken. I can assure you of that. No details will be spoken either.
Yeah, except there was apparently a gun in that box, so while that could be considered a gift, adding all the context we have here, I'm not so sure that excuse flies. But essentially, his massive account that he spent years building has now become a Joe Rogan stalker account because his ego and pride couldn't handle him laughing at his stupid way of building a business. And also, honestly, there's not even an end in sight here as he immediately starts training to fight Joe Rogan here.
Vibration plates. There's one on each leg. It's like, how do you train for a Seth Rogen kind of fight? He's a very qualified filmmaker, I think. So how do you get ready for something like that?
I mean, that is cool and all, but I just can't get my mind off of how much this guy looks like a dwarf hunter from World of Warcraft.
Please bless us with that bounty. To be warmth with family, good and true, good and true. Maybe a truce for one night. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Source. Thank you, Cosmos. Thank you, Elements. Thank you, King. Thank you, me. King time. King time.
Dude, instead of just being with your family and providing stability, you're having a generational crash out trying to save your ego by fighting Joe Rogan. Like that's going to help anything. Saying this is pathetic is an understatement. I'm surprised his team and family is letting him do all of this, but honestly, maybe they don't even have a choice. Either way, I hope this guy gets some help soon and nobody gets hurt. This alpha male TikToker went from threatening a podcaster with firearms to staging his own arrest in a downward spiral that doesn't even seem to be close to ending. It's like the Liver King is turning himself into an extremely slow train wreck that's simply hard to look away from, as it's been nearly 3 weeks since we made the last video about this guy. We've already had a new update about this whole conflict with Joe Rogan because he fake arrested himself.
My head and my heart, these are my weapons. My head and my heart, these are my weapons.
But obviously, we're talking about Brian Johnson, who goes by the Liver King on social media, and he's been embroiled in this bizarre one-sided beef with Joe Rogan, one of the largest podcast hosts in the world, which has seemingly just emerged out of nowhere. And when I say out of nowhere, I mean Joe has never had this guy on his show ever. And I guess the only real connection between these two is Joe made a comment once on his podcast over 2 years ago saying that his physique does not look like all he was doing was eating raw meat. He said that physique is from good old-fashioned steroids. However, that happened like 2 to 3 years ago, as I previously stated. So Liver King has now been holding on to this grudge for years because on Monday, June 23rd, 2025, for some reason, he decided that now would be the perfect time to challenge Joe Rogan to a fight, not through some like normal channels, not through his management team, but through a series of completely unhinged Instagram reels.
Joe Rogan, I'm calling you out. My name's Liver King. Man to man. I'm picking a fight with you. I have zero training in jiu-jitsu. You're a black belt. You should dismantle me. I'll come to you whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready to go. I'm on a vibration plate, by the way.
And here's where things start to get a little bit concerning, because not only did the Liver King decide to travel to Texas, Joe Rogan's home state, but he also doubled down and took things a little bit too far, making even more videos, ramping up his tone, and more. And I mean, at this point, it wasn't just like some random social media rant on his house. So on June 24th, 2025, Brian Johnson was actually arrested in Austin, Texas, and charged with making terroristic threats. He was booked into Travis County Jail at 8:31 p.m., and the entire incident was apparently connected to his bizarre campaign against Joe Rogan. But obviously, that wasn't enough. He continued posting videos even while being arrested, because I guess that's just how you solidify your position as an internet lolcow. He was filmed being put into the back of a patrol car wearing a burgundy hoodie, sweatpants, and an old school tactical vest. His wife was also standing there watching the whole mess unfold. And before his arrest, there was also footage of him frantically running around what looks to be his hotel room while playing meditational music in the background and rambling about prison, being arrested, and fighting Joe Rogan. So I guess the normal stuff you do when you're a deca-millionaire and bored, I guess. But this whole situation right before his arrest ended with him calling his family over for this like group hug and prayer as the emergency sirens can be heard in the background. It's honestly kind of like watching an extremely uncomfortable reality TV show that nobody asked for.
I love this family. We didn't get outside to say a prayer. If they'll be nice enough to give me 2 minutes, thank you, God, for right now. For this gift that is right now with my family in Austin, Texas.
But hey, obviously, here we are. He was arrested just after that, and the next day, details came out about what had actually happened. Reports indicate that Austin Police Department was notified about Brian Johnson's Instagram videos around 9:30 a.m. on Tuesday, where they reached out to Joe Rogan. He told them that he'd never had an interaction with the Liver King and considered the post to be threatening. According to the New York Post, Rogan also told police that he was unaware of Brian was targeting him and had been told by other people that the Liver King has a significant drug issue and that he appears to be significantly unstable and seems to need help. So after spending the night in jail, Liver King was released on a $20,000 bond with a series of conditions. He received a restraining order that required him to stay 600 feet away from Joe Rogan at all times and his family. He also had to get a mental health evaluation within a week and couldn't possess any firearm until the day of this trial. So obviously, most people would take this as a big wake-up call to maybe chill a bit, reevaluate some of the stuff that you've been doing in your life to get you in a position like this, and not continue. Instead, he just doubled down on his content. So he started making more content while slurring in his videos. He showed off his ankle monitor and acknowledged the restraining order, but in the most bizarre way possible. He also posted more than a dozen videos, including some where he asked someone if they could tell him if Rogan was going to be in Austin so he could comply with the judge's orders and stay away, which to me kind of sounds like he's still trying to find him, but what do I know?
200 yards. 200 yards. Restrain myself I must do. Here's how we do it. If anybody's last name is Rogan and you're in the capital of Austin, Texas, like Capitol Hill stuff place, like where they make laws like Rogan versus Liver King, where bullies that are big, that don't just do good and true, are held accountable. Yeah, that's where I'm going to go. So if you don't mind, just don't be there for a little while within 200 yards.
Overall, my whole reaction here is, dude, what are you doing? Then he started playing some word game to try to like get around the restraining order, suggest that he didn't want to say Joe Rogan's full name for legal reasons.
Oh, how about this? If your first name starts with a J and the last name is Rogan, announce yourself. If you're at Capitol, in the actual Capitol, like where it looks really cool. So we're going to go there, and I invite everyone else to come. The news should be there. If your first name starts with a J and the last name is Rogan, I actually do invite your family, and I take it back. I invite you to come to meet my family. That's what I invite.
But here is where the story takes an absurd turn, because on the 4th of July this year, Liver King decided to stage his own fake arrest and post it on social media. The guy, who is currently out on bond for allegedly making terroristic threats against Joe Rogan, uploaded a clip showing a couple fake officers arrest him.
My head and my heart. These are my weapons. My head and my heart. These are my weapons.
Get back. Get back. Get back. I don't care. You film all you want. Get back. You can just step back.
My wife.
You talk to her when you're at court.
Okay. Barbarian.
Watch your back. Watch your back. Scoot back. What?
Yes, sir.
I tell you again. Scoot back.
Yes, sir.
Why would you do this? And obviously, people immediately didn't buy this, as none of the cops were showing which county or which police force they were a part of. So there was a lot of red flags just from the video. And not too long later, he shared the second video confessing that the whole thing was just pretend.
Just posted a video of a pretend charlatan arrest. There's another metaphor for it also. It's the 11th ancestral tenet, adventure/fun. I thought it might be funny and not let anybody in on it, until way later and they come walking back. But really, like, this was fun. We had a great laugh.
Yeah, so that's a weird attention play. Yeah, dude, I faked being arrested as it's like the 11th ancestral tenet. Oh, well, in that case, okay. So this dude just got arrested for real, bonded out of jail, is wearing an ankle monitor, has a restraining order, and is facing obviously serious legal charges. And I guess as a response to this, he fakes another arrest for content. Again, what a fascinating use of free will. But however, after 3 weeks of all this stuff, Brian might be moving on. Hopefully he moves on from this Joe Rogan obsession, because since the fake arrest video, he's gone back to posting his usual like podcast style reels, and he's only mentioned Joe Rogan twice since then, which sounds like a lot for a normal person, but for this guy, that's some very low numbers. And one of these times it was indirectly in a video description, and another time he replied to some comment asking when the rematch with Joe Rogan was going to happen.
You should ask him when the rematch is. If you could just tag him in a message and ask him when the first match is going to be, that would be double down on some primal.
Yeah, okay, dude. I guess Liver King moving on from this drama is for the best. I mean, this whole saga and downfall serve as a reminder of how easily people can completely lose themselves when trying to live up to their own myth. Like, this dude built his entire brand on a lie, got exposed, and instead of taking any responsibility and perhaps stepping back a little bit, he just decided to double down and pick a fight with someone that was all in his head. And then on top of that, fake his own arrest afterwards. I mean, that's just like the cherry on top of this entire mess. Overall, this whole situation is just a dumpster fire. Hopefully, Liver King doesn't convince himself that Joe Rogan is hiding in his walls, because that dude might actually gut his whole house looking for him. But jokes aside, we can only hope he moves on with his life, because he seems like he has everything except for his sanity. So hopefully that returns as well. But as of right now, Brian Johnson faced charges for making terroristic threats. He's got the ankle monitor, the restraining order, and the court date in his future. But honestly, given how this whole situation has played out, I wouldn't be surprised if there was like some more bizarre twists to come. But other than that, hey, if If you enjoyed this video, drop a like on it, subscribe if you're new here, and you should definitely check out this video because YouTube's recommending it. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. This scumbag IRL streamer just got humbled by the Filipino prison system. The dude essentially went from begging to get put into prison to begging to get released in the span of a few months.
And I'm not going to say, oh, don't arrest me. Here's the money. I will go to jail. I'm a proud man. I love jail.
Honestly, it's just sad at this point. I feel like everyone with a working brain knows to not to fly to the Philippines and live stream themselves committing a bunch of crimes, but I guess for Vitaly, he had to learn the hard way. Because let's be real, if you did this in the Western world, you would get a slap on the wrist and be out on bail now until you inevitably had to pay some sort of fine or serve a couple months in jail. A little bit of community service maybe, but that's about it. But clearly, acting like this in the Philippines gives you a whole different set of results. If you don't know, Vitaly is a Russian-American YouTuber and creator who was once one of the largest channels on YouTube and was also one of the pioneers of pranks on the internet. Fast forward a few decades, and I guess his extreme poor decision-making has just slowly destroyed his life throughout the years. Because he's landed in plenty of legal situations, and now he's probably in the worst position he's ever been in because he thought it was a great idea to fly to the Philippines, steal a mall security guard motorcycle. This alpha male TikToker went from threatening a podcaster with firearms to staging his own arrest. This YouTuber is destroying his own life as he keeps on getting arrested for calling up government officials and threatening them for his own content.
Just so you know, I am willing to drive down there, come in there, and beat y'all's asses. Yo, you understand that? Do you understand that you aren't safe? That you aren't safe to disrespect me at this level?
Well, that was a public defender attorney's office, and you would think it can't get much worse than that. But it's all downhill from here.
I need to be out there killing children in your name. I need to be children alive to force an investigation.
Right. Normally, we don't hit rock bottom this early in the video, but here we are. So the last call you just heard, that was to a 911 emergency line. No wonder he got arrested 2 days after that video was published, but we'll dive into that later. So meet Colton Wood, a YouTuber known as Dr. Canis, who claims to fight for service dog rights on social media. However, it's on his second channel named The Hard Tard that Colton publishes videos that we just saw. In his words, he describes his second channel as a place to where he puts extreme content. He also calls himself a civil rights activist who fights for the rights of those who can't stand up for themselves. I don't know if the content we just watched would count as being a civil rights activist, but okay then. But today's video is another episode of essentially watching the trash take itself out, as it's safe to say this guy is an excellent example of that type. Essentially, he just goes around and harasses people for content, and he also got arrested for assault and battery at least 5 times in the last few years, making this kind of content. It's like many of the other creators that we cover, his own worst enemy is himself, as he either live streams or films and uploads his own crimes. So he is the one who posts most of the evidence against himself online. It's almost like he's on an active mission to destroy his own life for basically zero upside, including private moments that most people would really not consider to post in a video, like this clip. A cop shows up to his house and then he just randomly decides to shower.
Yeah, but you all resorted to criminal actions before you got here. They doxed me. They doxed me. I can't trust you. They doxed me. This is critical. I drink this much water. 1/3 of a gallon in 20 minutes.
Yeah, that camera was just rolling for about 2 minutes and he just left it in the video. I guess he just doesn't know how to edit and just sends the footage as is. But again, he refers to himself as a civil rights activist. However, calling him that just isn't the right thing to do, because if you watch his content, nothing in it has anything to do with really being a civil rights activist. The dude quite literally does the opposite. His channel has more than 1,000 uploaded videos, and many of them, all we see is Colton threatening people, not only government agents or government officials, but citizens everyday people, both by the phone and in person. And I guess he's kind of become a meme on Reddit, as most people call him a First Amendment auditor over there, which I guess is a person who records their interactions with the government employees and officials in public spaces as part of a social movement that aims to protect the right to record and photograph in public. So basically, they enter public spaces with cameras and start filming without identifying themselves, asking random people questions, just trying to provoke something. And then, of course, when the police show up, they film everything. In theory, they do this to test to see if the government respects the First Amendment rights of the public, but in reality, most of them are just harassing the police and citizens for a paycheck at the end of the day. For example, there's a video where he's in front of someone's home with his motorcycle and a bunch of other stuff. So the homeowner then comes out and asks, hey, can you move your stuff and the motorcycle a little bit back? Because apparently he was disturbing her.
Oh.
Respect where you park your vehicle. You okay, Mom? You won't have your vehicle.
Oh, you know her?
This is my mother. What's up, bro?
She's telling me I can't park here.
Listen to me.
Because I don't like live in the right area or something.
Here. I'm the head of the household.
I'm not in your house. I'm on public sidewalk.
But you got to move your motorcycle back and give courtesy of the person who live here. Now, if you don't want to give courtesy to me, then I call the Orange County Sheriff and I have it moved.
Okay, you go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead and call the sheriff's department.
Any normal human just doesn't want that much confrontation, so normally you would just say, oh, my bad, move the bike up the street and avoid a situation. Instead, this is content for him. And obviously, he knows he's in the legal right, so the first thing he does is call the police.
Also, respect to me. You can't come over here talking and say anything to me because you don't live here. All I ask you to do is move your motorcycle back. So if we got a problem, if you got a problem with me, then I got a problem with you. I only ask you now to move your motorcycle back. I live here. So if you don't want to move back and you live down the street and you cause me a problem, I'll call the Orange County Sheriff.
I'm calling him right now. Too late.
You having to call?
Yeah, hello? I got someone harassing me about my parking. They're claiming they own the street parking.
What a waste of police resources. And this frequently happens in his videos. He does things to upset people, then calls the cops on them for content because he knows technically he's in the legal right to do so. And a lot of times the police show up and just tell the people arguing to distance themselves from each other, and nothing really happens. It's just a massive waste of time for everyone involved. Like, the ongoing theme with this guy is no matter what, he's going to waste a first responder's time. But in this case, we can see that the 911 operator is so familiar with him that she put together who was calling them even when he refused to identify himself.
Yeah, I'm still out here on the street. I'm gonna try to get this.
Is your name Kelly?
Nope. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure I get this. Oh. He went around the corner. Okay, the dude that threatened me ran.
Let me get your name.
Not only I'll tell the cops when they get here.
Are you gonna wait there for them?
Of course I'm gonna wait here. The man just threatened me and I'm pressing charges for criminal threats. The woman just said she's running me out the neighborhood.
You're Colton.
Don't you saying my name in front of these people.
Again, I love how the dispatcher recognized him by his voice and then could tell right away who she was dealing with. But things just get so much more bizarre because for a while in some of these videos, it seems like he was actually homeless. Not for a lack of resources, but as an option because, in his words, if he got an apartment, the police would come and arrest him. And then according to him, he would then lose everything. But at the same time, he has a Suzuki Katana, so it's not like he's rocking around on some low-end bike. And he also claimed many times before that he had more than 100 grand in the bank account. It's not like this dude is a really reliable source, so who really knows? But either way, the guy would rather just get in trouble for harassing strangers for his YouTube content rather than just finding a place to call home. But eventually, it did seem like he did find a place to stay. And now, he finally has an address, at least for now. And the reason I say at least for now is his new victim is his own landlord. So we'll see how that goes. Because now he's calling the cops on his landlord for his YouTube content. This time, he's claiming that the landlord has vandalized his window. So yeah, I'm not sure how long this landlord would want to put up with this guy.
Yeah, two problems. My landlord has vandalized my window, and two, I think I'm suffering from heat stroke. I can't get it calmed down. I don't feel safe.
What is your address? What is your callback number? Is it the number?
The one you have on your call ID. I know you all are capable of doxing me whenever I call you from the wrong number when I don't call you from my public line, so.
Hello, I'm just confirming that it's the number.
Well, that's partially doxing me, and I said yes.
She was trying to help, but when the medical assistants finally arrived to the house right after the call, Colton quickly just dismissed them.
Yeah, but you all resorted to criminal actions before you got here. They doxed me. They doxed me. I can't trust you. They doxed me.
What does that even mean?
They read my phone number out loud on the video. They doxed me. It's going live on YouTube right now.
Are you filming us right now?
Yes, I'm filming. You just came here from a group that doxed me. They committed a crime against me.
You don't want to see it?
A crime against me.
You don't want to see it?
I mean, but
All right, we'll go.
They doxed me, so I don't get medical treatment.
Dude, you are doxing yourself. They are simply just doing their job. You're the one who's choosing to film and upload this. Again, what a massive waste of emergency resources.
You don't want me to help?
I don't have that option right now. I don't feel safe.
Okay. Is there anything we can do for you?
Stop doxing people. It's illegal. It's rude. Now I'm scared over here.
Okay. May I ask you a couple questions before we leave?
I don't think I should answer any questions without my lawyer present.
Oh, it's nothing legality-wise. Just need to know your name.
Either way, I don't.
And what city you live in.
Do you see, personally identifying information is something I don't feel like volunteering at this time. I'm afraid it could add to the docs and give something to associate with the phone number.
Does he realize that he called them? I guess so, because after they leave, he immediately uploads this first video we saw of him calling them and starts laughing and bragging about pissing the 911 operator off.
No! Quit doxing! Quit doxing! Quit doxing!
Are you okay?
I got it. I got it. I pissed her off.
What a great guy. This is some fascinating content here. But one thing I haven't mentioned about this guy's videos yet is he often gets himself into trouble regarding his so-called stalkers. And that's not something recent, since this has really been a recurring thing on his channel for a long time now. And even though a lot of them aren't necessarily real, his stalking issue is also not entirely fake. I mean, he often exaggerates a lot when he's telling his stories, so it's not like he's the most reliable narrator. But at the same time, there are real people who keep targeting him, sending him messages and voicemails and texts, because unfortunately for him, the kind of content he makes attracts trolls, and then obviously this guy is engaging with it and essentially giving them the reaction they want because he's posting it in his videos.
Who is this? Hello?
Colton?
No one addresses me as such. Who is this? It's Mr. Wood.
You're Colton. That's
Mr.
your
Wood.
name, Colton. You're
Mr.
Colton.
Wood.
No, you're Colton. You're Colton.
You're a pig. You're a bootlicking. Bootlicking.
So as usual, Colton decided to call 911. But it seems like because they didn't immediately help remove these phone stalkers, he started threatening the operator with some of the most horrific threats, which unfortunately I can't show here on this channel.
I need to be out there killing children in your name. I need to be children alive to force an investigation.
Obviously, I could only show a small snippet there, heavily censored, but he was arrested 2 days after posting that video for contempt of court, disobeying court orders, process, threats of violence, and use of 911 emergency line with the intent to harass. However, this guy didn't even spend a week in jail as he posted bond the literal next day, and then continued to post these fascinating videos, to put it lightly.
Just for the record, y'all forget I'm hood rich. You forget. So, yeah, that's gonna cause society some problems, but.
Right. I think it's just inevitable this guy will just continue to waste the time of everyone who is unfortunate enough to have to interact with him, all for the sake of posting his extremely unhinged videos. Because at this point, I don't think he'll change. It's safe to say that social media attention can attract some of the worst characters out there. But without further ado, YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video. And
one of the most popular tech support scams today is called the refund scam. They send a bill for a product you didn't order, so you'll call demanding a refund. But it's all just an elaborate scheme to gain access to your online bank account. Once they're on your bank, they will hide your screen and edit the HTML, making it look like they sent you a lot of money. Now they appeal to the good inside of you and say, please help me get this money back to my company by wiring it to my account.
Let me check your bank.
Wait, can you cancel?
Let me check your bank, okay?
Can you cancel it?
Oh my god.
You never actually got any money, it was just a trick. In this video, instead of the scammers refunding me, I'm refunding them, and things get crazy.
There's an outgoing wire.
Let me calculation, hold on. Hold on.
It says on the back you gotta redeem it in there.
Don't do anything.
Scammers rely on you trusting them more than anything. You're about to see that these scammers' scripts aren't always that logical and can lead to some hilarious moments. But what's concerning to me is the amount of messages I've been getting from you guys about your family being targeted with very specific information. They called you with your name, address, maybe even your social security number, and that can make you trust them. For a lot of us, myself included, that information is even publicly available because of data breaches. I recently partnered with Aura, who has a whole suite of tools centered around identity theft. Their app will show you what parts of your identity have been compromised, and I think that's useful to know before you get a call from scammers or before you apply for a mortgage and realize someone else already did. When I first signed up, I was surprised at how much of my information had already been leaked, but I was impressed at how quickly Aura started removing it. That is a real pain. If you sign up at aura.com/Kiboga, they'll give you an exclusive 21-day free trial, but the scammers I'm about to talk to got nothing, which made them really angry. Here's the story.
You're connected to Norton LifeLock. Right now, we are helping you to cancel that, okay? Hold the line.
Scroll down the page and fill up that form.
I'm trying to click
Once you're
refund
done,
request,
let me know.
it's not working.
You don't have to give a click on anything, just scroll down the page.
I wonder if I have to double click it. Hold on.
It
Now
will
my
automatically
computer's
scroll
moving
down,
by
and
itself.
then you will have that form. What's your email?
My email?
What's your email?
Richard Andrews 797,
What's your bank name?
Bank of America.
Log in into your account.
I'm trying.
Jesus Christ, Richard, I'm telling you, leave the
America.
goddamn computer.
I'm sorry. Say it again. Oh.
Leave the computer. Leave your computer.
Oh.
Now put in your user ID and
What
your
kind
password.
of language was that, young
Whatever
man?
it is.
Not in my house.
Listen, I know that you have been joking and fooling around with me, okay? I know that. So don't play that
Excuse me?
If you could do it as soon as possible,
It
it's
gets
already
annoying.
4:15. I need to go home.
You gotta go home?
Yes, I need to go home.
You wanna transfer me to somebody else then? I don't mind talking to somebody else and we'll...
No, you don't have to. Just log in quickly, check the money is there or not, then we'll hang up the phone call. Right, just hold on, okay? Just hold on.
Oh! Okay, I got something on the computer right now. It's I don't know what this is. What is this called? It's a spiral? He's just hung up too.
I don't know what's going on with that guy. I think he's supposed to go home.
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry the line was disconnected. Can you hear me now?
Who's this?
This is the refund. This is the head officer, refund officer, the Mac is head employee. So just hold on for a moment, okay? Let me talk my Mac. Then what happened, I will let you know, okay? Just be on the line.
Is everything Is everything all right?
Yes, sir, everything is right. You need to first log in your account and just check, did you receive any money or not? You just simply make a note of the balance which you have in your account and which account you want the money, into your saving, into your checking.
Into my checking? What are you talking about?
You need to make a note of the balance which you have into your checking account, okay?
A note of the balance in my account?
You need to write, yes, because we're going to start the procedure to wire transfer for
Maybe
you.
he is
So
like
that's the
trying
reason
to.
I'm telling you, you have to note down the balance which you have in your
He's like
account,
a little
okay?
baby scammer trying to. Well, not.
All right.
He seems to know some stuff. He's not hiding my
So you have to
screen.
write
He's
on the
lowering.
note.
He's making it smaller.
You just make a note of the balance and let me know. I'm going to start the procedure.
Is this guy trying to steal
refund
the
you the money,
scam?
okay?
Can you imagine? He stays late after work and calls everyone back, and then tries to steal from his. Jeez.
Have you done and let me know, okay?
Talk about scamming the scammers.
Have you write on the balance?
It's getting too small, but I know about how much
Yes,
it was, though. I have a pretty good idea. Why is my computer zooming
Yes,
out?
because this is the security of this bank, because we're going to get your money back. So that's the reason, okay?
What is he doing?
All right.
You can hear him like leaning closer like this because
Can you hear
he's
me?
making it so small so I can't see anything.
Leave your mouse, sir. Leave your mouse. Hold on for a moment, okay? So just hold on for a moment. So just hold on for a moment, okay? Let me see.
Wow.
Me,
I kind of
I'm
wonder.
the restaurant manager.
Do you think is it too far off to think that Max
So I'm going
was
to
whispering to
doing
this
something.
guy
So just hold on for a
in
moment.
the room? Like, this guy's training. He's new. He's desperate. Max leaves because he's angry. Hasn't been very successful this week.
I'm
Goes
going
home.
to checking something.
And now this guy's like, no. I got this. I got this, man. Let me take the training wheels off. I'm gonna scam this guy good because he's just clicking stuff. He doesn't even know. He doesn't know what to do. The way this works, if you are new, is he's trying to edit the HTML to make it say 15,000, but every time he presses enter, I have a script in the background. Every like half a second or so, it's updating the bank account. Apparently, I didn't turn that script off, and he can't edit the HTML. Oh, and I was gonna try to do a Zelle transfer right in front of me. Now that the scammer is on my bank account, the goal is to convince me that this is the online banking portal. Nothing actually happens in this box, but he says don't make any mistakes, because when I start typing my refund of $340, he will lock my mouse and keyboard and add a bunch of zeros. That way it looks like I accidentally said $34,000.
This is our banking portal, okay? So it is asking your name. And let me tell you, put that correctly. Do not make any mistake, okay? If you're going to put extra anything, they will coming up extra funds into your account. So please do not make a mistake. Just type your.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? I might have not heard you correctly. If I type
I'm just
something
telling
wrong,
you,
I get free money? My name or your name? I've never logged into a banking portal before.
Your name. You have to type your name. This is our banking portal, okay?
My username?
Your name, your full name. You have to write on your full name.
Okay, so just what's your name?
Your name, I'm telling you, type your name. It is asking your name because you are the owner and you will getting your money back from us. Sir, your name, type your name, type your name. Type your name. What is your name?
I'm Richard. Should I do my username?
No, sir. It is asking your name. What is your name? Type your name. Now, just hold on. Oh my God, do not make a mistake.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God, hold on.
Shoot. Good thing.
Okay. All right. Do not make a mistake, okay?
Yeah, good thing you can
Okay,
backspace
hold
here.
on.
God, what a disaster
Okay,
that
go
would have
ahead.
been.
Which bank you want the money? Checking. So you have to write down checking. Just write down checking.
Oh, can you see the screen?
No, I don't see that. You have to do it from yourself.
Oh, you just know what it's going to say. Okay. You know what? Why don't instead of the saving, you said savings?
Sir, you have to write down checking. CHEKING, checking, okay?
Well, I know how to
You have
spell
to write
it. I
down
just
checking.
don't want it to go in my checking. I want it to go in the savings. It's my choice. Oh, it's typing checking for me.
It is the robotic server, okay?
The robotic
just
servers.
hold on.
Wait. Well, you
Yes.
made a mistake. It's going to the check. It's going to. It typed checking wrong.
No issues.
It is
No
an
issues.
issue. You
Don't
said
worry about
you
it.
said if anything happens wrong, that I'm going to get
Now
extra
let me
money.
tell you, you have to write down the refund amount. It's $349. Do not make a mistake, okay?
Sure, I don't know
Okay,
what
go
you're
ahead.
talking about. I don't feel comfortable with this. There's a
You have
mistake.
to write down the refund amount.
There's a
You have to write
mistake,
down the refund
sir.
amount. How much?
There's a mistake. Oh, shoot.
Sir, you made a mistake? Oh my God, sir, you made a mistake. I told you that. Do not make a mistake. This is our banking portal, sir.
Oh, no.
Do not make a mistake, sir. Oh my
did it
God,
go twice?
what's going on? Just hold on.
I see it in there
What?
twice, too.
Oh my God, the money is sending. The money is sending. Okay, no issues. Hold on. Hold on, let me check. The money is sending.
Hold on
Money
now, hold
sent.
on.
Thank you. Oh my God. Let me check your bank.
Wait, can you
Let me
cancel?
check your bank, okay?
Can you cancel it?
Oh my God. Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on.
It says thank you. I'm going to say no thank you.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
No thank you.
Sir,
No
you made a
thank
mistake.
you.
So we're going to let
No,
me
thank
check your
you.
bank first.
Go back there and...
Oh my God. How much money you will receive from us?
No.
Oh my
thank
God.
you.
Hold on, sir.
Okay,
hold on. I will guide you. Hold
Refund.
on. Hold on, sir. Please hold on. My God. Hold on. Oh my God. Hold on. Don't touch your mouse. Don't touch your mouse.
Hold on. I can't type. I'm getting locked out of the mainframe. Negative 34.
My God.
Oh,
I told you that you don't touch your mouse. Don't touch your... Hold on for a moment.
The server just did that.
Hold on. Take a glass of water, okay? Take a glass of water. I need you want to take a glass of water first. Hold on. You made a mistake. Let me check, okay? Hold on
So
for
you
a
probably
moment.
can't tell, and he
Hold
hasn't
on.
noticed
Don't
yet. But I'm
touch your
making the
computer for a moment.
I'm
Let
making
me
the
see
command prompt
how much money you will
actually
receive from us. Let me check each and everything.
like
So
it has
just be
negative
patient. Don't worry about it.
$12,000 in it, right?
Okay?
I subtracted $35,000 from my fake bank, even though the command prompt doesn't actually do anything.
Sir, don't touch your mouse.
Look, it's got negative.
Hello? All right,
I can't tell if
Mr.
he's like
Richard,
being
please
serious.
be patient.
What is he doing?
Don't touch your mouse. If you're gonna mistake, you're big trouble.
I can't tell if he's losing
please
his.
don't do
I can't tell if he's
anything, okay?
absolutely lost his mind or he's like
leave your
trying
mouse.
to
Just
sound.
leave your mouse.
It says that I got a negative money in my checking account. I just got an email.
So that's the reason we. Hold on, let me check. My God, let me check. Let's see what the balance I can check. Hold on for a moment. Hold on.
It says negative
Hold
12,000.
Hold on, let me check.
Does he
Hold
think?
on.
What is he doing? Does he think that he
I will
caused
check
that
from my
problem?
side. Let me check
Does
first, okay? Hold on for a moment. I
Does
will
he
give
think
you
that
send
it's
the
his
money to
fault?
you. Just hold on.
I don't
touch your
understand.
mouse for a moment, okay?
I genuinely don't
We are
know
doing
what's
something
happening.
for you.
He's just typing 15,000. No, bro. And he's doing it all right in front of me, as if I can't see.
Now take the balance. How much money? You just have you
It says I have
note down the balance,
negative
right?
$15,000
How much money you will?
now?
Hold
I just
down.
got
I
another
told you
email.
hold
They're
down.
going to get rid of all my reward points.
Sir,
I'm not
don't
going to
cry,
be able
sir.
to
Please,
use
I
my
will guide you.
rewards anymore. Not the reward
Listen to me.
points.
You trust me? You trust me?
No.
Listen to me. You will listen to me. You will receive extra funds, right?
There's an outgoing wire.
Let me calculation. Hold down. Hold down. Don't touch your mouse. Don't touch your computer. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen
There's
to me.
an
Hello.
outgoing wire for $34,000 to Norton.
No. You listen to me first. You just take a glass of water first. Then you need to return my money. 3,000. You just keep the.
Return your money?
Yes, because you made a mistake. You receive extra
I have
funds.
an
3,000.
outgoing wire transfer of $34,000.
Listen to me. If I'm not getting my money, you know that what's gonna happen?
I don't know.
You don't know what's gonna happen, right?
I don't think you
Yes,
know.
because yes. So just
Are you drinking water right now too? You're guzzling right now.
Yes.
Are you okay? Calm down.
All right.
Calm down.
Listen to me, sir. Please listen to me.
Take a
Do
sip
you
of
know any
water.
Target store or CVS pharmacy?
Slow down,
Okay.
man.
Do you know?
Slow down. Pump the
Okay.
brakes, please.
Let me glass of water. Okay. Now can you hear me? Hello?
You gotta breathe
Hello?
for a second, man.
Can you hear me now?
Jeez, first time.
Hello?
First time?
So do one thing. Do you have targets 5 minutes, right? So just go and get ready and go to the. You have a car. You have a car.
I have a car. Yeah, I do.
Just go and take the key and take the debit card and your driving license. Go and get ready. Drive to the Target store in the parking lot. You need to go in the parking lot.
What do you
and just
need at
let
the
me know.
store? Is this like a little?
I will let you know each and everything. First, you need to get ready to go.
Okay, Captain.
All right.
I trust you. You've
you,
got
thank
a
you,
really
thank you very
level
much.
head on your
So,
shoulders. I can tell that through this chaotic situation, you know exactly what to do.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, hang up. Okay. Yeah, I'll hang up.
Just do not hang up. Just be on the line.
Yeah.
You
No
need to go
problem.
with
I'll
that
hang up and
Target
then
store in the.
I'll hang up and then call you back.
No.
Is that it?
Do not hang up the call. Just we are going to send the money in your bank. First, you need to go and Target store.
Target's gonna send me the money.
First, you need to talk. Then you need know how much money you will be
Is there
getting
somebody
from
at
us.
Target that I need to talk to?
No, you just listen to
do
me.
they have a
How much your
financial
total
team?
amount? How much your
I mean, they got a lot of stuff there.
Sir, you not listen
Is
to
there
me.
a bank
If you not
inside
listen
of
to me, you
Target?
don't know what's gonna be.
I know they got snacks and
No,
stuff.
listen to me. Listen.
I saw this one Target one
You
time
need to
that
go with that.
you could get
Listen
hot
to me.
dogs. I'm sorry. Am I talking to the guy from Norton?
You need to go with that Target store. You need to purchase 4 gift cards. And which card you purchase?
Internet. Gift cards.
It's a Target gift. Target gift.
Okay, gift cards.
Which gift? No. Which gift card? Target gift card. Which gift card?
Gift cards.
What? Okay.
Which gift cards?
Target gift card.
Gift cards.
Target.
Okay.
Target gift card. Hello. Yes. Where are you?
Just got back to the house. You okay? Everything all right? You said if I didn't get this.
You okay?
You said if I didn't get these cards, I wouldn't even know what they do to you. I hope they didn't get to you yet. I got the cards. I guess everyone's been into these Google cards lately for technology. So I got some of those.
Sir, stop talking. Stop talking. Stop your mouth first.
I got.
Turn on your computer.
I got a bunch of Google cards, and she told me it's really easy. Really easy to use them, so.
Stop your mouth and just turn on your computer. Don't do anything. Why are you reading?
It says on the back you gotta redeem it in there.
Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Don't do anything. Open your TeamViewer.
I think if I put it in there, then you'll get all the money. And then you could give it to your.
Richard.
Be able to give that. Oh shoot! You know what?
Richard.
Hold on. Let me see if you get the money. I'm trying to.
I'm gonna block your account. I'm gonna send you all the money in my. I'm going to block your account. Wait, I'm block my account.
Okay.
Richard.
Here we go. Okay. Did you get that?
I'm going to block your account.
Randy, are you
not
there?
listen to me, asshole. You not listen to me.
You there? Did you get it, Randy? You got it, right? I see it on my screen.
You need to open your TeamViewer.
Okay, the next one.
Just open your TeamViewer.
I'm gonna set the phone down.
Why are you?
Because it's kind of hard to do this.
No. You talk to me. Talk to me, Richard. Talk to me, Richard. Talk to me, Richard. Talk to me, Richard. Richard.
Randy, this is so easy. I'm glad that you thought of this. I'm really glad you thought of this. How quickly does it get over to your account at Norton?
I'm gonna your mother,
this
Richard.
This is a big day for both. Excuse me?
I'm just telling you. Just open your TeamViewer, sir.
Did you say something about you knew my mother had a truck? You knew my mother?
I'm just telling you. Open your TeamViewer, sir.
Jeez,
what are you talking about?
That would have been crazy. Nobody knew that.
Okay, just open your TeamViewer.
You know, nobody knew that about my mother. She loved driving that truck.
Sir, oh my God. Why are you? I'm telling you, you need to purchase a Target gift card. I will show you that, okay? Hold on for a moment,
I
alright?
already got you 2,000 of these Google. I accidentally did something. I was in the bank thing. What's this called? I think I sent you too much money.
Just leave your mouse.
There is an outgoing wire to Norton.
Sir,
for
I will give you the money right now.
$34,000. I accidentally sent you way too much money, sir. I
Okay, let
accidentally
me
sent
check.
too much money to you, Randy.
So stop your mouth. If you're talking to me, stop your mouth. Let me see. If I'm not getting my money, which car I'm going to purchase? You know what? I'm telling you which car you purchase.
Randy, I just sent you $34,000. Did you not see that?
Now, how many? Now, can you see the balance? Every balance
Yeah,
is
no, I can see
gone.
what's happening. Yeah.
How much balance into your account? Just see.
Oh, that's cool. So what do you just type it in whatever you want? What, like $1 million?
I'm just going to listen to me.
Huh. Oh, that's cool. Is this like an infinite money glitch? When did you find this out? Holy.
Listen to me. Hold on for a moment.
We're gonna call the
We're going
media.
to put the money, okay?
You owe me money.
Richard.
You owe me $34,000.
Richard.
Is there I'm sorry, sir, is there a Walgreens near you?
Okay, Richard.
Why would I purchase a gift card for you?
Because we're going to give you a 34,000, okay?
I'm not gonna go
purchase this gift card.
buy a gift card for you. You owe me. You have to buy me a card. It was really easy, actually. So what you need to do? Do you have a Target near you, or Walgreens, or what's close by? What's close by your house? Tell me what's your zip code?
You need to go.
What's your zip code? I can help you.
You need to go with
What's
your
your zip code?
Target store and to purchase
Where do you live, Randy? What's your zip code?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want? What do you want? Just tell me. What do you want?
I want my money back.
What do you want?
I accidentally sent $34,000 to you. I want you to go to Target and I want you to buy me a significant amount of plastic gift cards. They are these cards called Target cards. I don't want Google cards. I don't want anything else.
No.
Get it through your head. I want Target gift cards. The one with the little dog with the what is it? A little target on it, a bullseye on his eyeball. I don't know why they do that. That kind of freaks me out, if I'm honest. You shouldn't put that kind of paint on a dog. I want you to go down to the store and I want you to buy maybe 10? Let's start with 10. Each of those cards should have at least $500. If they'll let you put 1,000, put 1,000 on it. This part's very important, Randy. Randy, shut your mouth.
Okay.
This part's very important. When you talk to them, do not tell them. Do not tell them that this is for a business purchase. Tell them that it's for your friend. You got it?
Okay. You need to go and purchase this gift card, okay? Target gift card. This one. Can you see the dog? It says dog.
Hey, good luck, Randy.
The picture of the dog. Can you see that?
Good luck.
If you want your money back, you need to go and purchase 4 gift cards. Each card should be $500, okay?
Do you think I should I just do this? You think like you did? I just go in and kind of put it back like nothing ever happened? Just put 0?
All right, sir. Bye-bye.
Are you okay?
So you're not going to purchase gift card, right?
Why would I do that for you? Please tell me.
What can you see on your computer?
Oh, shoot. I was trying to send the money to you. Oh, no. Can you click into my checking account for me? My mouse is locked.
He's literally right now on my bank, trying to wire money. I think my brain hurts from trying to understand what was going through his brain, or lack thereof. I hope you had a chance to laugh and maybe learn a few things as you watched these guys cluelessly scramble trying to get my money, even though they already got my money or something. Half of it makes no sense, but that's okay. As always, know that you're valuable and you matter. Bye.
This 33-year-old woman just catfished a 19-year-old Pakistani, flew out to Pakistan, the young man fled the scene after seeing her in person, and then she just decided to stay in Pakistan for months, demanding the government to pay her $20,000 a month just to rebuild Pakistan. And unfortunately, this just went on for months until someone finally bought her a flight home to America. But unfortunately, she had a layover in Dubai. So when she got to Dubai, she decided to stay there rather than return home to America. And now she's stuck there.
My name is Onaja Robinson. I would like for you guys to book my ticket back to New York. Money is short right now, and I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Saying the situation is a dumpster fire would definitely be an understatement, but obviously we've covered Onaja Robinson before, and since then she's now stuck in Dubai. She originally traveled to Karachi, Pakistan, hoping to marry this 19-year-old Pakistani man named Nidal Ahmed Memon, who she met online. And apparently they married each other online as well. How that works, I don't know. But upon her arrival, she discovered that Memon had vanished, and the family had done the same, likely to avoid her after realizing she'd been catfishing him by using a filter that displayed an entirely different appearance, one of a white blonde woman with blue eyes. I mean, I don't think it requires a marriage counselor to realize starting a marriage when one of the parties thinks the other one looks the polar opposite to what they actually look is a good idea. But after being ghosted, Onijah didn't take the hint and instead began camping out in the parking lot of Mamon's apartment, refusing to leave without her husband. All while her tourist visa expired, and instead of trying to return home, she decided to stay put and started a media frenzy where she essentially acted like she was running the country.
I'm not talking unless y'all giving me land and 2,000 or more every week. You hear me?
Yeah.
I'm getting my Pakistani passport and Pakistani ID. I'm getting it. Do y'all agree?
Delusional is an understatement. But Onijah began holding press conferences demanding money from the Pakistani government, starting with a modest request of $2,000 a week, which quickly ballooned to $20,000 a month, all under the pretense of, I'm going to fix Pakistan. My main question is, though, does she even realize where she is? She wants $20,000 a month from a country that pays their prime minister not even half of that. So naturally, the absurdity of the demands caught the attention of the local media, who showed up eagerly, knowing that an insane American was speaking. Because, let's be real here, it's safe to say that doesn't happen every day in Pakistan, and when you have a wild American showing up making outrageous statements, that's some good content, clearly.
My demand from Pakistani government is to respect my religion, to give me more than 5,000 or more, 5,000 to 10,000 USD demand, so I can make Pakistan a better place.
Man, you catfished a young Pakistani man. You are by definition making Pakistan a worse place. But despite her media appearances, Onijah dodged questions about her plans for the funds, citing religious reasons for her secrecy, I guess, while consistently making demands without even clarifying who she was addressing. It's just baffling how she managed to organize these press conferences without any credentials and without anything to back her claims to rebuild a country after simply catfishing a teenager. What the fuck? Her situation escalated to the point where she claimed to have formed a team of supporters, including police officers, and even stated that she no longer wanted to return to the United States, referring to herself as being from Pakistan now. I mean, there was even a humanitarian aiding her, providing her shelter support, which further complicated her desire to leave, all while she was planning to rebuild Pakistan, whatever that means.
Like I said, Pakistan needs to be reconstructed the right way.
Yeah, I mean, last time I covered this story, I mentioned how a kid claiming to be her son was on the news, asking for her to come home. Apparently, that's been debunked, as the kid has nothing to do with her. Essentially, he was just making content, bandwagoning on this whole internet situation, because it's safe to say no one knows what's going on. So it is easy to just make some stuff up and suddenly, hey, that looks legit, and just like that, it's news, baby. So the claims that she was manic and depressive cannot be confirmed. But either way, eventually, fake son on the news begging her to return or not, Onijah was eventually spotted at the airport towards the end of this whole thing. At first, news networks were saying, hey, she's headed home. She's going to New York. But her flight was booked to New York with a layover in Dubai. And as you guys know, she stayed in Dubai. She landed in Dubai. Her ticket said New York on it, but she went, deuces, I'm not going home yet. So then everyone started speculating that she did this to meet her 19-year-old husband there. But now it's starting to look like she regrets her decision to stay put. Maybe, just maybe, she should have just flown all the way home. But the problem with this story is it's all over the place and the reporting is mainly speculative. But I'll try to stick to what we know. It might be that Onijah won't be coming home yet, since news started coming through that she might have been arrested in Dubai. That's definitely not a good thing. But this started circulating when Onijah strangely disappeared from the internet's presence for just a few days, and then videos started to pop up of her being escorted off the airplane that was meant to leave Dubai and go back to New York City.
This woman by the name of Charlotte said that she was on a flight from Dubai to JFK Airport in New York last night when she saw Onaija being escorted off the flight by undercover cops posing as flight attendants. This is the only photo that Charlotte managed to take of her. And at one point, Charlotte says Onaija was on all fours as she walked with securities. According to Charlotte, their flight to New York was delayed by 30 minutes, and before they eventually took off, officials apologized for the delay and explained that they had to remove a passenger for security reasons.
Oh boy. So, I mean, if this is true, it sounds like she was in Dubai, effed around and found out. And Dubai is definitely one of those cities that you can really find out legally. But the next question is, what did she do in Dubai to have the authorities remove her from her flight home? Well, pretty soon after Onaija went to Dubai, the media continued to follow her and catch her in some pretty insane moments, including one where she threatens to burn a man with her cigarette.
If you don't do something, I'm gonna burn your face. And let's see if you touch me out here in the streets. I'm dead ass. I'm not playing. I swear to God. Make a decision.
Again, I don't think Dubai is one of those areas where you want to be threatening people in public.
Lo and behold, this is Onaija, mugshot, and she has been detained for cigarettes. Yeah, she could be facing up to 5 years in prison in Dubai. Let's see what they do with her.
What is she doing? I guess that question can really go for everything that I've seen on the internet about her. But how did she end up in Dubai bossing people around? Like, what life choices get you there? I mean, I guess we kind of know what got her there. But wow, this is fascinating. But again, there's some conflicting reporting on this. Some videos and articles I found claim that the cigarette incident was why she was pulled off the flight, and that she's now facing 5 years in prison for that. And look, as much as I want to say that this is entirely likely, because it really...
Market cap, I'm going up 100, 200, 300x, baby. Let's go.
Because now he's become so desperate after getting banned everywhere for all of the terrible shit that he does, that he's resorted to pump and dump crypto scamming.
We've got a big update on Jack Doherty. Jack Doherty is once again set to scam everyone with money. And in this video, before I start, I want to warn you guys, beware of Jack Doherty because he is about to do a rug pull. As you can see in this screenshot he recently posted, he said, "I'm going to relaunch on Solana today with the Safe team. This will be a fair launch. I'm really excited to give back to my community." Here, Jack Doherty is trying to explain himself, saying he wants to give back. That means he wants to give profit, that he wants to help every one of his subscribers make money. But let's be real, we all know what kind of guy Jack Doherty is, and there is no way he's going to help us make any kind of money. People in the comments are already calling it out as a scam. They're saying this is about to be a rug pull, and honestly, that's exactly what's happening here. And this isn't even the first time Jack Doherty has done something like this. What he's doing right now. We're going to break it all down later in this video. You can see it all for yourself in this video. So as I said, Jack Doherty is now more desperate than ever to pull off another scam. As we've all seen before, he does shady things on a cycle. Every week, there's a new controversy just so he can stay relevant on the internet. Just a few days ago, he messed with the CPS investigation, and on top of that, he's known for faking car crash videos to get views. But now, he's crossed the line again, this time coming back with another crypto scam. I don't even know why he's still trying. He's already proven himself to be a scammer, and people have completely lost trust in him. Yet somehow, he's still desperately posting about his new project all over social media, asking others to join. He claims he's going to launch it soon. What a joke. It's honestly the end of shame at this point. But if you've been watching Jack Doherty for a while, you know this isn't the first time. He's already launched a crypto project before and scammed people back then too.
Alright, I'm seeing everyone making a ton of money off these meme coins, and I want in. So tonight, guys, I'm going live, and I'm buying a meme coin. I already know which one I'm buying, but all I know is I'm going to be making straight cash, baby. So if you guys want to be a part of it, join my live. I'm going live at until it's at 100 million market cap. I'm going up 100, 200, 300x, baby. Let's go.
But the real question is, why is Jack doing the same thing again? Launching another scam even after being exposed so many times? Here's a guess. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense. You guys are going to be shocked. Jack Doherty is now claiming that his girlfriend is using him for money. And he said this right in front of her mom. He literally told her mom that he pays all the rent for his girlfriend.
This entitled girl is using you for money? Chrissy's mom, what do you have to say about that, huh?
I don't believe she's using you for money.
Yeah, I mean, I've only spent, 10 racks on those, pay her rent and everything else, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, can you imagine? Jack, is this why you're launching another scam project? Because you're losing money fast and your fake earnings are drying up? And what kind of man asks his girlfriend in front of her own mother, are you using me? Like, bro, you treat all your girlfriends like trophies and money-making props. You show them off in every video like they're accessories. So if one of them is actually using you for clout or money, that's just karma. If people are using you to stay relevant, it's not even that surprising. That's exactly what you do to everyone else. And let's be real, no one around you is good either. Your whole circle is just as shady as you, and it doesn't stop at crypto scams. Jack is now trying to make money through streams with Ashton Hall and even the Island Boys, who basically disappeared from the internet and are now randomly popping up with Jack. In one video, they're literally just begging Ashton Hall for a race. It's a circus, and Jack Doherty is the ringleader.
What's up, man? Respect, yes sir. How you doing? We got a race. We can do it. Yeah, when? Whenever. Hey, race me. On foot? Race you? Hey, race you. Want to race me so bad. Okay, fuck with him on the foot, man. I mean, come on, you was racing, homie. No, we all know you're not winning anything. It's okay. I'm definitely faster than him.
Can you even imagine the level of delusion these Island Boys are on right now? I'm not even sure they're eating properly at this point, just randomly hanging out with Jack Doherty like they've got nothing else going on. And now they're out here saying they want to race or box Ashton Hall? Like, seriously? This is probably the first and only time in their lives that they even got the chance to be in the same room as Ashton Hall, and they're acting like they're equals? Yeah. I know Ashton lost to iShowSpeed, but let's be real. Neither Jack Doherty nor the Islands... Yeah, got... No, Ashton lost to iShowSpeed, but let's be real. Neither Jack Doherty nor the Island Boys are anywhere near Ashton's level. Not in boxing, not in clout, not in anything. So the fact that they're even suggesting a matchup is just delusional and low-key hilarious. So all of this, it's just another tactic to promote Jack Doherty's crypto scam. Right now, he's desperately trying to create fake moments with big names just to stay relevant. Because the more people see Jack Doherty all over the internet, the more attention his crypto project will get. And once his his name starts trending, his scam will start trending too. Now let me reveal something important to you. Solana is currently booming. Price is high and the market cap is trending above $100 billion. So what's the plan here? Jack and his little scam team are thinking, if we hype this up and do a pre-sale while the market's hot, people will buy in. And if the market crashes tomorrow, no problem. We already made our profit. Maybe we'll even buy it back cheap. This is the kind of manipulative game scammers like Jack Doherty play. It's not about helping the community. It's about timing the hype, dumping the coin, and disappearing with the money. So please, don't fall for it. You've seen this before. Jack has already pulled off live scams in front of people, and this is just another version of the same con.
Everyone double tap the screen. We're almost at 1 million likes, guys. Let's see how fast we can hit it. James Ellis, thank you for the galaxy, bro. I just followed you back. Guys, let's see how fast we can hit my galaxy goal. I'm gonna follow everyone back once we hit it. Appreciate y'all. Cole with the galaxy. Thank you, Cole. I appreciate it.
And even before this, a lot of well-known creators have heavily criticized Jack Doherty for his actions. They've called him out publicly, and many of them have said outright that what Jack Doherty is doing is just plain disgusting.
Because now he's become so desperate after getting banned everywhere for all of the terrible shit that he does, that he's resorted to pump and dump crypto scamming the last remaining splinter of his audience.
Exactly. Jack Doherty is the kind of guy who even went viral after claiming he got robbed of a 300K chain in LA. That video alone got millions of views.
Story views are cracked. I have 812,000 story views in 24 hours on Instagram because of getting robbed. What the f? 1 million story views is insane.
And a lot of people at the time were already saying, yeah, this feels like another scam. Some even believe the whole chain robbery was staged, just another stunt to stay relevant online.
I feel like this is something that Jack set up himself. Bro.
He had insurance on that chain or whatever jewelry he
Well,
has
that too, right? And like we seen a chain that he had at No Jumper. That wasn't $300,000, bro. Listen, but like that chain maximum, bro, was like probably like 10-15,000 maximum, bro. Right? Feel me?
Yeah.
Right?
And honestly, they might have been right because Jack ended up making a ton of money and attention off that situation. So it's no surprise he's pulling similar moves again. Why am I saying all this now? Because right now, Jack Doherty has hit every single scam checkpoint. He used to say he didn't support gambling, but the moment he saw money in it, he jumped right in. Whether people got scammed or lost money, he didn't care. At the end of the day, Jack is only known for one thing: chasing money.
So why are you doing a gambling deal then? Because I'm
money, you know, at the end of the day, we all do things for money, but
I know, but so you say you don't like gambling, but you're willing to do it just
I
for
don't
money.
like Jack Doherty, but I got a call with him. No, I'm kidding, but
no, it's just an interview. Do you feel like it may be a negative thing by any chance to promote gambling to especially, you know, a younger audience, considering the fact that it may cause them into signing up onto these gambling sites and becoming gambling addicts themselves?
At this point, Jack Doherty clearly has no shame. It doesn't matter if someone is younger or older. He's just focused on one thing: making money. That's why he's even been accused of proposing underage girls to join his agency, which, if you've been following him, you already know about. So what Jack is doing right now, it's just another type of scam. And I'm telling you, if anyone falls for it this time, they might end up losing everything. Because from what we've seen recently, Jack doesn't even have much money left. And now he's trying to squeeze out as much cash as possible in one last desperate move. So do you agree with me? Or do you still think Jack has some good intentions? Let me know your thoughts below. I really want to hear what you think.
I added this guy to the wall, and he won $100 on top of that because I threw a dart and it landed on him. So if you guys want to be next, all you gotta do is just follow me on Instagram.
I said that, yeah, he tried to copyright Streamer University. That doesn't work. You can't copyright a...
Are you talking to me, bro?
I don't go to Gino Jennings.
You talking to me?
I don't go to Gino Jennings. I don't go
So come off the bus and let's talk then.
Where are you? What house are you from?
I stay down the street, sir.
Nigga, where my wallet at? Come on. Nigga, hold on, where my wallet, gang?
So guys, as you know, Jack Doherty is right now in huge trouble. I already made a video about how he's back at his parents' house, probably because he's out of money. He also deleted the post where he was clearly trying to scam people again. And now, just to avoid any legal issues, he's wiped all the evidence from his social media. We also have a lot of updates today. As you can see, Ice Poseidon just brutally humiliated Kai Cenat.
Kai Cenat, yeah, he tried to copyright Streamer University. That doesn't work. You can't copyright an idea of content. That's retarded. Like, who cares?
And right now that's turning into one of the biggest backlashes on the internet. We also found out that one of Ice Poseidon's old to one of the biggest backlashes on the internet. We also found out that one of Ice Poseidon's old crew members, kick streamer Black Ass Dave, who people are even calling the Johnny Somali 2.0 because his face and vibe are kind of similar, just got pressed on a bus for his ruthless behavior.
So come off the bus and let's talk then. Come off the bus and let's talk. Come off the bus and let's talk.
And on top of that, another kick streamer got confronted by a random local for filming without permission. According to the local, the streamer also did something harmful to him.
Who are you? Where are you? What house are you from? I stay down the street, sir. Where?
So yeah, we've got a lot to cover today. Let's not waste any time. Let's jump into the video. So right now, Jack Doherty has actually deleted all the evidence that showed he was about to launch a new crypto project. As you know, he already scammed people before with a meme coin, and people haven't forgotten that.
Until it's at 100 million market cap, I'm going up 100, 200, 300x, baby. Let's go.
Now that he's basically out of money, it looks like he was trying to run another scam, but this time, people exposed him almost immediately. And once the truth was revealed, he probably realized he could face serious legal consequences. That's likely why he rushed to delete everything from his social media, but luckily, we already collected the screenshots. So let me show you what Jack Doherty actually said in that now deleted post. As you can see here, Jack posted, "I'm going to relaunch on Solana today with a safe team. This will be a fair launch. I'm really excited to give back to my community." He even gave the coin a name, New Jack Solana, and dropped a Telegram link. The post was originally made on July 26th, but today, if you go check, it's completely gone from Jack's social media account. That's not all. Jack also made several comments under that post. He mentioned someone named Sahil, calling him the one who rugged the project the day before. Then Jack said, "Today will be a fair launch. We'll be doing a fair launch as well as burning a lot of the supply." Why did Jack Doherty delete everything? Well, if those posts were still up, and someone decided to file a lawsuit against him, he could face up to 15 years in prison. And under several US laws, even posting something on social media to promote a crypto scam can lead to multiple criminal charges. That's why Jack tried to erase everything, but the internet never forgets, and we've got all the receipts. But the controversy doesn't end there. Now Jack Doherty is also trying to buy Instagram followers. Yeah, seriously. His follower count has been dropping fast, probably because he hasn't posted anything viral lately, and let's be honest, he never really made good content, just pure chaos. But now, not even the chaos is there. No drama, no crazy stunts, nothing. So what's he doing about it? Well, Jack's trying to fake his relevance again. He launched yet another fake giveaway, claiming that if people follow him, he'll send them $100. Not only that, he said he'll write their names on his home wall. Like that's supposed to be something meaningful. It's pretty obvious he's just trying to inflate his numbers and look popular again. But people aren't falling for it this time. The internet has already caught on to his game.
I added this guy to the wall, and he won $100 on top of that because I threw a dart and it landed on him. So if you guys want to be next, all you gotta do is just follow me on Instagram, and I'm picking random winners every day to be added to the wall, and one of you guys winning $100 every day as well. So if you guys want to be next, just comment when done, share this with your friends. Let's go.
So let me ask you something. If Jack Doherty gave you $200, would you follow him? Because honestly, I believe even if Jack offered someone $1,000 just to follow him, most people still wouldn't. That's how chaotic and hated he is right now. But I gotta admit something. I might be creating a bit of a delusion here. Jack Doherty says he'll give people money, but the real question is, does he even have money to survive right now? If he did, would he really be back living at his parents' house? I don't think so. Do you agree or not? Anyway, let's move on to the next topic, because it's not just Jack Doherty causing chaos anymore. Ice Poseidon is back at it too. Right now, he's going after Kai Cenat, straight up humiliating him and trashing his whole Streamer University idea. Ice basically said that Kai's content has zero value, and no one would ever want to reuse or clip anything from Streamer University.
I said that, yeah, he tried to copyright Streamer University. That doesn't, we can't copyright a idea of content. That's retarded. Like, who cares? Why would you, if people copy you, who cares? If you're confident in your own ability to make good content, who cares if people copy you? Because at the end of the day, if you do it better, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care if someone else wanted to do a prison stream after me. I don't give a because they probably can't do it as good as me. And if they can, then I'll be impressed, and then I'll take inspiration from them. And I think that's fine. But, you know, I was thinking after he said that, I'm like, one day I want to do my own Streamer University. So I might do my own Streamer University at one day. Just because I think I think it would be funny.
At this point, bro, Ice Poseidon, you just sound jealous. That's the main thing here. Now look, I'm not even saying that Kai Cenat's content is my favorite. I've never said that. But let's be real. Kai was selected as one of Time's top 100 celebrities. That's a big deal. So even if he puts copyright on his content, I don't think that's a huge issue at all. He's earned his place. Meanwhile, Ice Poseidon's own content isn't even that good. So his criticism really doesn't hold much weight. Do you agree or not? And it's not just Ice Poseidon stirring up drama. His crew's acting wild too. Take Black Ass Dave, for example. This guy literally went to the Statue of Peace in South Korea and acted just like Johnny Somali did. And now, he just got pressed by random people on a bus for his disgusting behavior.
He's not talking to me. He's not talking. He's talking to, he's just talking. He's not talking to me. Are you talking to me, bro?
I don't go to Gino Jennings.
You talking to me?
I don't go to Gino Jennings. I don't go
So come off the bus and let's talk then. Come off the bus and let's talk. Come off the bus and let's talk. Cause I gotta get off here. I don't want you to think I'm running. Come off the bus, let's talk. All right.
I don't go to Gino.
You crackhead, shut up, crackhead.
So right now, people are finally starting to see through all these chaotic, clout-chasing streamers, and they're not buying into it anymore. Look at Johnny Somali and Hank Yu. They're getting completely rejected in South Korea. Banned, exposed, and nobody's tolerating their nonsense anymore. Even Jack Doherty is losing followers fast and isn't making money like he used to. The era of nuisance streamers is falling apart, and honestly, that's a good sign. People are waking up, and they're no longer rewarding toxic behavior with views and clout. And if you think this is just one or two cases, think again. This is happening everywhere. Wherever people see these streamers causing trouble, they're getting called out, pressed, and held accountable. Just look at this video. Another Kick streamer got pressed by random people, and it's clear the public's patience is running out. And in this case, it gets even wilder. According to the house owner, they're shouting loudly and claim that something harmful happened to his dog because of the streamers being there. You can see it all in this video. Tension, the confrontation, everything.
Over here, hold on.
What? What? Dog is. Oh, who are you? Oh. No. Who are you? Oh. What happened? Dog is. How? Because of what you.
Oh my God.
Who are you? Where are you? What house are you from?
I stay down the street, sir.
Where?
Oh my God. I'll give you my address. 1 second. Let me just wrap this up, sir. I'm gonna give you my address, all right? 1 second, sir. Freak. Oh my God.
You are stupid.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so.
I gotta bury my dog.
I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry, sir. Oh my God, dude.
There's no. Wait, yo, the cops, we out. Nigga, we out. The cops.
Come on,
Cuff. Nigga, where my wallet at?
Come on.
Nigga, hold on, where my wallet, man?
Your wallet?
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if those streamers actually caused real trouble at that house or not, but the fact that they ran from the scene says a lot, and if you listen closely to what the house owner said, it really sounds like something serious went down. So as you can see, these streamers are still out here causing problems, but the difference is the public is finally pushing back. People are no longer staying quiet. They're pressing these streamers, exposing them, and holding them accountable. And honestly, that's a great sign. And let's not forget, Jack Doherty just deleted all his posts related to his new crypto scam idea. Why? Because he knew if that evidence stayed online, he could have faced serious legal trouble. So what do you think about all this? Do you think these streamers are finally getting what they deserve? Do you believe Jack was about to run another scam? Let me know your opinion in the comments. I'm really curious to hear what you guys think.
This man believed he was dating Jennifer Aniston. Even though she's worth nearly $500 million, apparently she needed help paying for her Apple subscription services. I feel like it seems like these stories are popping up more regularly than influencer apology videos. I mean, at this point, someone needs to make some sort of version of Catfish that focuses solely on these AI relationship scams. Because in this story, we have Paul Davis, a 43-year-old man from Southampton in the UK. So I guess scammers somehow convinced Paul here that Jennifer Aniston, featured on one of the most popular shows of all time, Friends, fell in love with him. And all scammers are awful, but come on, Paul. This is the photo he received from his new lover. Well, now you're probably thinking, haven't we already seen this before? Yeah, we have, because earlier this year I covered a woman who divorced her husband and sent $850,000 to a scammer posing as Brad Pitt.
These selfies of Hollywood actor Brad Pitt in the hospital looking sick might fool someone at first glance. But look more closely and something's not quite right.
Now, clearly the same type of story is playing out again, but this time the AI celebrity is Jennifer Aniston. So here's the complete rundown. Paul, who's unemployed and according to articles was already struggling with depression, he started receiving various Facebook messages from various celebrities. People like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and then eventually Jennifer Aniston. Clearly, he's a popular guy. And realistically, we kind of have to respect Paul's choice because out of that trio, I don't blame him that he decided to talk to Jennifer Aniston. But now at first, Paul admitted to being skeptical about the whole thing. But after she sent videos saying that she loved him and even going as far as sending a picture of her driver's license, he was convinced. Because, I mean, who wouldn't be convinced when looking at this absolute masterpiece? Hey, bud, you're texting the real Jennifer Aniston. Convinced when looking at this absolute masterpiece. Hey, bud, you're texting the real Jennifer Aniston. Here's my driver's license. This is how the scam begins. Because after gaining the trust, Jennifer, the AI version, started asking for gift cards because her $300 million net worth apparently could not pay for Apple gift cards. So in the end, Paul ended up sending about 200 pounds in Apple gift cards, which is nearly like $275. And he said, in quote, "I believed it and I paid." I love how nonchalant Paul is about this. But I mean, hey, at least he didn't send like $850,000 like that woman in France did. And, you know, she also divorced her husband. She divorced her husband and sent $850,000 to an AI Brad Pitt. Those guys were making it out like it was a heist compared to this situation. $275, while it's still too much money to lose to a scammer, it's not like his life isn't over because of that. But thankfully, it wasn't just like a one-message scam. These scumbags put in a lot of effort, sometimes messaging him dozens of times per day, for months at a time. They even warned him to not interact with other fake accounts, asking him to delete other chats and not to post publicly, which is also kind of hilarious to think about because like you have these dudes who are trying to scam him and they're like, please don't interact with the other scammers. We need the gift cards here. It's just like a bunch of dudes in Paul's DMs competing for the grand prize of some Apple gift cards. And yeah, somehow, just like the other lady's story, this somehow worked. And if you don't remember that story, here's a quick recap of the whole Brad Pitt situation, because this one, it revolves Anne, a French woman who thought Brad Pitt's mother messaged her to say that her son needed a woman in her life, because that's exactly what Brad Pitt needs of. He definitely has a lack of women as options. But Anne here was so convinced that she divorced her husband and sent almost her entire divorce settlement, roughly $850,000, to a fake Brad Pitt, who claimed that he had kidney cancer and his bank accounts were frozen by Angelina Jolie. It's hard not to laugh when you read that story because, it's so sad. I feel so bad for Anne that she went through with this. But still, come on. Obviously, scammers sent her AI-generated photos, poems, even pictures of her name written out like some celebrity Valentine's card. But unfortunately for Anne, she finally caught on when she saw real photos of Brad Pitt and his actual girlfriend, Inez de Ramon, circulating online. That's when this whole, I guess, fairy tale ended, and she realized that she's been conned. But unfortunately, the damage was already done. And it's kind of eerie how like both of these situations kind of played out in the same way, except for one had life-changing amounts of money and the other one had a bad night at the casino kind of money. But I mean, just look at these images that Brad and Jennifer sent these people, because how could you not believe this? AI voice samples, fake IDs, emotional pleas, urgency, secrecy, all of that is just designed to hit you right in the feels, and more importantly, the wallet. Paul's story, sadly, is not even unique anymore. It's just a part of a growing trend. Because what used to be some dude in a basement sending poorly written DMs is now an AI-generated celebrity who looks and sounds semi-real, I guess, with videos and documents to back it up. This isn't just like catfishing anymore. This is like celebrity identity fraud at this point. And people, I guess, are falling for it. Often older, vulnerable, or lonely people. And all of these people are people who didn't grow up on the internet as it was evolving. Something that might be at least common for the younger generation, like a reverse image search, is just not common knowledge for the older generation. But obviously, this does not include the 15% of the older generation who's actually subscribed to my channel. Clearly, you guys know what's up. But unfortunately, AI tools are starting to get so good that it's going to be harder and harder to detect if it's actually AI or not. So the world is going to get pretty weird pretty soon. And I guess we're going to have to start relying on like AI detection software tools, or basic common sense that unfortunately, normally a massive A-lister celebrity isn't going to hit up a random blue-collar dude in England. I guess you can argue and say it actually happened with Lana Del Rey and whoever she just married, but that's not the norm. So clearly, there's a chance. It's just not a big one. But also, like, every message here says my love and includes literal begging for a damn Apple gift card. So, I mean, like, when they didn't get a response, they then sent an AI Jennifer asking for it. I mean, this is just plain and simple preying on Paul's loneliness here. Honestly, it's kind of upsetting to see. I do wish I could show the AI clip in question, but Paul unfortunately hasn't made that public. And honestly, that adds up because the guy is probably embarrassed about this whole situation. Nothing worse than realizing that you've been scammed and how obvious to most the scam really was. At least Paul asked for his license at one point, but that is also honestly as simple as Googling Jennifer Aniston's driver's license. But according to Paul, the scam went on for a while and no one's actually been punished. He said it's been going on for 5 months. I thought someone would get in trouble for this, but they seem to be having a laugh and getting away with it. And I mean, these scams are just going to be easier and easier to pull off as years go on, because we've seen the fake Keanu Reeves, we've seen the fake Donald Trump, and even AI generated TikTok influencers that don't even exist at all.
Bumbling through brush, my botanical escapade continued. Snagged on leaves, but hey, more crafting supplies. Jackpot. Maze of trees, I'm lost. Joking, Minecraft pros never get lost, or do they?
There's even a fake Keanu Reeves TikTok account that has 8 million followers. Clearly, we have some problems going on. I wonder how many people are following that account that actually think it's real. And there was even a Reddit user by the name of Legal Beagle who fell in love with Claudia, a woman who turned out to be an AI experiment ran by some students. And then you have this gem from earlier this summer where a woman on Reddit revealed that her own mom was getting catfished by an AI deepfake Owen Wilson.
Hello, Sunshine. I'm making this video so you know I'm real and will never do anything to hurt you. I respect you for your patience and understanding since we crossed paths. You're an amazing woman.
Come on. I mean, she wasn't even just getting catfish. She was also being swept off her feet. Because apparently they met while playing Yahtzee online, which is somehow the most innocent and chaotic way to get scammed. This fake Owen started sending her weirdly robotic videos saying things like, I respect you for your patience, horoscope type stuff. At one point, he even paid her 7 quid to prove that he was real, which is kind of funny. I mean, hey, I'm the real Owen Wilson. Here's 7 Great British pounds. Have at it. That's totally proof that I'm real. And obviously, it didn't even stop there because apparently fake Owen got her a job at Warner Bros, where she could supposedly earn $5,000 a month for liking social media posts. She even got a few $10 payments on Cash App for the training. But I guess the scammer was so committed that they got a genuine realtor to call her about a house in her neighborhood. And that realtor dropped the name of someone the family knew. Someone not publicly linked to them online, which freaked everyone out. So clearly, we got some FBI level commitment over here for a Yahtzee romance scam. Scammers, if you're watching, your work ethic can be used elsewhere. At this point, it's kind of ridiculous. Why are you doing this? Obviously, I get it's for money, but let's find a more productive way to make some money. But either way, it's pretty pathetic to be deep faking Jennifer Aniston and begging for Apple gift cards. That's a new low. But unfortunately, scammers are just going to get more sophisticated, so let's stay alert here. But I mean, hey, at least they didn't start up a influencer management company and raise $11 million and end up in massive debt and owing creators close to $2 million like this company did. And that's just a wild story I would recommend checking out here. But other than that, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. This IRL streamer was arrested for punching an officer in the face and nearly blinding him during a night out. And the insane part is this arrest may just be the least of his problems, as an entire government is currently building a case that suggests that he's a hidden partner in a potentially shady online casino.
Are you from you? Are you from
So it's safe to say we have quite the fascinating story today. So meet Luan Kovarik, a 25-year-old Brazilian content creator better known as John Vlogs. He's been creating content on the internet for about a decade now and has racked up over 6 million followers on his YouTube channel, starting back in like 2015 when he was just 15 years old. And like most creators in the YouTube journey, he started off with humble beginnings. Back then, he was an exchange student from Brazil who had recently started living in the United States. He started making daily vlogs on YouTube to document his life abroad. And this is mainly for his family back at home, especially his grandparents, so they could stay connected and see what he was up to. However, as we know with YouTube, if videos are set to public, there's always a chance those videos can get recommended to a wider audience. With that in mind, the fact that people are genuinely always curious about how life is in different countries, before he knew it, he managed to build quite a big following simply from just showing what life was like as a foreign teenager in America. So in 2016, he expanded into gaming content, creating a secondary YouTube channel where he uploaded videos of him playing Counter-Strike, Clash Royale, and Grand Theft Auto 5. The gaming videos really took off. So he started streaming daily on Twitch, where he still streams to this day. And although now it's mostly IRL content, there are occasions where gaming content still makes an appearance, especially Counter-Strike case openings. If you don't know, you have this aspect of Counter-Strike where you can open a case and get a chance of getting something really rare or just like a common item. These cases cost money and it's teetering on gambling, but technically it's not, legally at least. And my understanding is Valve gets around that because there's no way for you to actually cash out that money through Valve or Steam, that you have to rely on third-party services for. So it's safe to say the whole industry there is a massive gray zone. And just to give you an idea of how big this is, the Counter-Strike skin market is estimated to be worth about $5 billion. So, and that might sound oddly specific to be included here, but it'll become more important later on in this video. So today, John Vlogs has over 10 million followers on Instagram alone and over 20 million followers across all of his social media platforms, making him one of Brazil's largest creators. And just in the last year, he's also collaborated with a bunch of other huge streamers, some of which we've covered here on this channel, like Aiden Ross.
What's good, brother? How you doing?
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
Good, man. Good. What's going on, bro? How are you? Hey, man, have a seat, man. Hey, wait. Where are you coming from?
From Brazil.
Hey, chat. This is a real. I'll let you introduce yourself, bro. Go ahead.
Shit. What's good, guys? John Vlogs here. I'm actually from Brazil.
But recently, all of John's social media accounts became extremely quiet, and that's because of what happened one Sunday night in Croatia. The incident occurred on the night of June 8th, leading to the morning of June 9th, 2025. And this all happened on the Croatian island of Hvar, or Var, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, in central southeastern Europe at around 3 in the morning. John and his friends were partying at a nightclub called Pink Champagne, which conveniently is located just in front of the police station. So when, according to reports, they started causing trouble inside of the club due to excessive drinking, John's group of friends started arguing with some other guys in the club, channeling his inner tough guy persona by taking off their shirts in the heat of the moment, I guess, which inevitably just completely escalated the situation and led to the security getting involved, with one guy in the YouTuber circle even breaking some glass bottles to use as a weapon. So obviously this is just taking the drunk tourist package to a complete new level. The bouncers then tried warning them first, but eventually had to physically escort them off the property. Now, usually that would just be the end of it. You get kicked out of the club, you have friends for some reason who guides you towards your home, and then, you know, maybe grab some late night food, and then you sleep it all off. But obviously you read the title of today's video, and that's not what happened in the slightest. Instead of just calling it a night and going home, the group started shouting at the security, causing an even bigger scene outside of the club. And remember, this is happening in front of a literal police station at 3 in the morning. So naturally, the cops, they showed up pretty quickly. According to one statement given by the police, when police officers approached them and introduced themselves, they began insulting the police officers with derogatory words. Then they completely ignored the order to stop the disturbance. And this is where John decided to do probably one of the dumber decisions of his life, because he allegedly punched a cop right below the eye. Why you would do that? That's beyond me, but this could potentially land him with a prison sentence. It definitely ended the night. So at that point, the police understandably used force to hold him down, and John was arrested alongside of 3 of his friends. The officer he assaulted suffered minor injuries, and when they tested John's blood alcohol level, it came back as a 1.04 grams per kilogram, which in context is pretty wasted. Do we use the same system in the US as they do in Europe? I'm not sure, because, you know, we mix up the pounds and the kilos and all that. But if that is if he did blow a 1.04 in at least the US terms, that's crazy. Wait, Hans is editing this video. Yo, Hans, can you check on that for me?
Yeah, so it turns out we use the exact same system actually, down to the measurements of gram per 100 milliliters of blood. And so just based on 5 minutes of research, the main differences between the EU and the US is pretty much how hard you can ball before you hit GTA 5 stars behind the wheel.
And even though when you physically injure a cop in Croatia, you can face anywhere from 1 to 8 years in prison, as it turns out, his punishment ended with just a fine for shouting in a public place, public indecency due to taking his shirt off, and insulting police officers. So only 2 weeks after the incident, John was released from custody. He posted a statement on both Twitter and Instagram claiming the whole ordeal, it was just a misunderstanding, and then after that announced that he was going to return to streaming very soon. However, the story does not end there, because while the Croatian media was focused mainly on covering the assault incident, you have a lot of Brazilian media coverage that revealed something way more significant, something that the Croatian media probably weren't aware of. It turns out that John isn't just a YouTuber or IRL streamer in Brazil, he's also pretty successful in different avenues. He owns a marketing agency, runs a clothing brand, and from 2021 to 2023, he served as one of the main faces of Blaze. Blaze is an online casino platform that is primarily operated in Brazil. However, for legal reasons, it's hosted on the island of Curacao. And if you're not aware of, that's kind of a tax haven and is also a home for some of the most popular online casinos. So Brazilian media is referring to John as a potential hidden partner in the company and allegedly was making a lot of money promoting it. According to CNN Brazil, he worked as a coordinator responsible for managing the company's massive marketing campaign. And due to his extensive network of connections, his role was to bring in as many public figures as possible to promote the brand. However, this apparently isn't the case, as the influencer's press team has consistently emphasized that John holds no shareholding at the casino. So here's where things get slightly complicated, because gambling has been strongly restricted in Brazil for some time now, with quite severe penalties for unauthorized activities since 1946. And Blaze's track record internationally is not really excellent either. In 2019, it was blocked in Portugal for operating without a license, only months after its launch there. And when they tried to enter the US market, they were also immediately blocked and prohibited from operating there. Although, Blaze was finally authorized to operate in Brazil at the end of 2024, and the Brazilian government has currently been conducting several congressional committee hearings with various influencers who have promoted the platform over the years, because as it appears, they're trying to regulate online gambling in the country better. And they've specifically wanted to hear from John Vlogs about his role in promoting the platform. The kicker here, though, is apparently John refused to attend the congressional hearing and completely missed his scheduled interrogation by the special committee. And if you miss a congressional committee hearing in Brazil, the committee can request what's called a coercive conduct, which means they can have the police officer or judicial officer forcibly bring you to the hearing to testify. So, while John might be out of jail in Croatia, claiming everything was just a misunderstanding, he's potentially walking into a much bigger legal situation back home in Brazil, which I don't think he's going to be able to brush off so easily. Because from my understanding, the Brazilian government could still investigate him for allegedly promoting gambling schemes on social media and profiting quite a bit. Because apparently this was all done during a time where such activities were technically a legal gray area. And that's not even considering the potential repercussions for missing a congressional hearing. I feel like the only thing John has to his advantage here is it in fact was a legal gray area. So that definitely does leave some room for his attorneys to argue. But overall, I mean, the timing that happened couldn't be any worse for John. Around the same time he was supposed to be testifying before Congress in Brazil, he was assaulting a police officer in Croatia. I mean, this whole situation can just be a perfect example of how quickly things can spiral when you're living your life in the public eye. And overall, just like what a domino effect. It's like, all right, punches a cop in Croatia, gets let off, but because he punched a cop in Croatia, he couldn't meet up to a congressional hearing in Brazil. So now he has that going for him when he gets home. Either way, best of luck to him getting through that. He might need it. But I mean, hey, at least he didn't live stream himself robbing his roommate, then getting sent to jail, then calling the victim, asking to tell the cops that it's not so serious, all while live streaming it like this guy did, because that's also just a wild story. But I thought this was quite the fascinating series of events that I wanted to cover here on this channel. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like on this video if you enjoyed this video. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
we have some good news. They just destroyed their career. Let's get into it.
A series so villainous. Even Frieza subscribed.
Hello,
in
monkeys.
today's video. Hassan is now mad at me for literally showing his own clips in context, and he's crashing out at commentary channels.
Yep.
Local Hassan orbiter and terminal simp Mike from PA has.
What does the PA stand for? Pedophile Association, I believe. Allegedly, it stands for Pedophile Association. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what that means.
Exposed himself, and a clip is going viral where he is calling Jews a demonic ethnicity.
Yep.
Somebody's mask accidentally slipped, and he forgot to say the word Zionist this time. Not
Yep.
looking good for Hassan's little goon squad. Asmongold has
True.
responded going after Twitch, recommending people to even go after advertisers.
Yep.
Ethan has responded as well, just absolutely dunking on Mike. Mike from PA has responded, subscribe to expose the truth about every single Hassan orbiter. Now let's begin with Hassan.
Didn't Asmongold get banned for saying less? Brother, chatter. I got banned for calling Frogan fat for 2 weeks. I guarantee you, Mike from PA will be banned for 1 week max. This guy called all Jews a demonic entity. I called a fat bitch fat, and I got banned for 2 weeks. So, Mike from PA goes live and is racist as fuck openly, which he has been for years, by the way. Mike from PA has been weird as
This TikToker claims that he's ruined his life chasing TikTok fame and is now completely broke, and it's definitely quite the oddball story. So meet Beavis Brandy, also known as Bevo on the internet. And Bevo became famous from eating food in one bite, to the point where it was obvious he was barely avoiding choking.
Let's get right into that. Look, that. Bang.
Yes, this guy got famous for filming himself almost choke on food daily. That's the whole bit. That's it. So he went viral on TikTok for essentially being a bit of a circus show, and he really played into that, as his content is just so laughably stupid, it perfectly fits into the type of slop content that your friends send to each other in DMs to just give them a "what did I just watch" reaction.
Apparently I don't chew enough, but I don't need to chew. Watch. Chicken as well, yeah? Chicken. No chew needed. You don't need to chew your food.
Yes, disclaimer, you need to chew your food. As a father of a toddler, one of my most used words is chew, chew, chew. But Bevo moved around the UK scene essentially being the butt of the joke. And this was in the same sphere as the HS Tiki-Talkie guy who actually crashed his McLaren and fled the scene with his friend in the passenger seat, who ended up getting out of the passenger seat, and then you had that viral clip of him laying on the ground in pain. Meanwhile, his friend, HS Tiki-Talkie, nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he appeared in Dubai. Okay, bro. That's also just an insane story that we covered a couple months ago, but him and Bevo, they had a falling out. And I found this back and forth between them that started off when Bevo went on to Cody Ko and Noel Miller's podcast and had this to say.
What's the wait. What's the,
he's another TikToker.
yeah? What's the beef with him?
No, he's just not me. He's like the other. He's very money. He's very takes advantage of people, and listen, he does. I respect that you do what you do, innit? Like, you're a millionaire because of it, but I won't become a millionaire knowing that I'm taking advantage of other people. And
Well, there was their beef or something.
no, there's beef. I split up with my ex, and he put her on OnlyFriends,
and we had a bit of back and forth, but I don't want to give her airtime, but he done me a favour, so yeah, it's good. Thank you, HS.
Aren't you the person who made a GoFundMe claiming to be homeless to scam your fans out of money?
Recently become homeless.
You're just pissed because you ain't making money. You ain't living in Dubai. You ain't a millionaire. And talking about me taking advantage of people, everyone who's around you takes advantage of you, you mug. The OF girl you're with right now is only with you for subs. You're just an idiot, mate. Your fall off is going to be legendary. It's already happening now. I'll be here in 3 years. You'll be back on the job centre.
Yeah. I've had to take you to somewhere very special because the views are dropping and everyone's saying I've fallen off. So, yeah, I've had to take you into the job centre. Here we go.
I mean, when it comes to internet feuds, that's pretty mild. I understand why HS Tiki-Taki putting the dude's ex on OF would upset Bevo, but then again, if he's dating an OF girl, that's not like the most shocking thing in the world. And that leads us to the next blow to his career, because there's a massive podcast by name of Whatever. The TLDR of the Whatever podcast is there's a couple of conservative hosts, and they normally bring on OF girls and Instagram models, and I guess question their decisions. And this normally leads into a bunch of gotcha moments that leads to viral snippets. So why is this relevant to the story? Well, Bevo is or was dating an OF lady, and at the time, I guess they thought it was a good idea to go onto this podcast and just completely humiliate the guy.
You guys are in a relationship yourselves, like a romantic relationship between each other?
Yeah, openly we sleep with other people as well, but romantically we're together, yes.
Okay, so you consider her your girlfriend, but you don't consider other girls your girlfriend. You just consider other girls that you sleep with.
Yes.
Sex talk. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So you are a cuck.
Define a cuck, please.
A cuck is a person who purposely allows their women to get by other men.
For money, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, wait. You wouldn't let her sleep with other men if they weren't paying her?
No, they're not paying her. Let's get that right. We make content. We get paid for content. So, yes, we involve other people because it makes more money. And again, that's why I allow it. Again, romantically, yes, when we're 30 years old with a child and we slow down with all the money we've got in the bank, we can live happily ever after. So.
Okay, so right out the gate, Bevo's like, hey, hello. I let other guys do my girl for money. Bro. What? But it's safe to say the others on the show were not matching his freak. And they kept grilling him on this so much so that he kept going back to, oh, we make so much money doing this, it doesn't matter. Money, that'll solve a lot of your problems in life, but it won't give you purpose. And without purpose, you're not really gonna be happy. And I doubt his purpose is to let other dudes do his girl for money. I'll leave it at that.
We're young. We're probably in a better position than you was when you was 23. Again, no throwing shade, but I just don't feel like being a slave to a religion is going to get you anywhere in life. It's good praying, it's good doing your thing, but I just want to live life out of money and.
Yeah, I mean, it's way better to let people fuck your old lady. All self-respecting men do that.
Yeah, but sex is just sex. Again, I think it's like you take
money's just money.
Yeah, but
money gets you places.
Money gets you places. Sex don't.
Where does money get you?
Money.
Does it get you to a place where other men fuck your old lady?
Yeah.
Is that where it gets you?
Yeah. It takes me on flights. It takes me to buy a house. To buy a house. It takes me to buy a car. It takes me to buy the jewelry I've got on. It takes me to buy the clothes I've got on.
Brother, you are lost, but he just keeps digging himself a hole. And this is very important context for what happens later on in this video.
Do you have a job?
Yeah.
Yes, you're a slave to money like me.
That's a slave?
Yeah.
Having a job?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. I'll have a job.
Yeah,
shagging.
so wait. I just want you to, just so that we're clear, look directly in that camera and tell 100 million men that they're slaves because they don't let other men put a check for money and instead they have jobs. Go ahead.
Yes. If you want a good lifestyle and you don't let other people your missus, you're missing out and you're a slave.
You're missing out.
Every once in a while, I cover someone on the internet who's just so odd that I question how are they real. But this dude is definitely in the wrong room. If he wanted to be accepted on a podcast, he probably should have gone on to the No Jump show, at least for that behavior, but overall, he just comes across as a douche here.
All I hear is money, 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 that's money.
It's hard to tell how much of this is actually played up for the show, but he got a lot of backlash from his audience because of this podcast, because hey, he's been seen in a completely different light here. He came up being that awkward guy who didn't know how to chew food and almost passed away every time he did a food review. Now the guy's suddenly like, I do anything for money, I'm richer and more successful than you. What was the point of going on this podcast? But apparently he got so much backlash, he was forced to make a response video.
What's happening, TikTok? Bevo here.
What is this outfit? If he's gonna apologize for coming across as being money obsessed, but he's wearing that, I'll just say, I don't know. Let's see the clip.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on here and basically clear up this whole whatever podcast. I didn't expect to get this much stick. I was basically told what to say, basically for their financial gain, which has made me look a complete mug on the internet now.
Okay, interesting allegation. I guess that's believable, but if that's true, why did he go along with it?
Yeah, so I'm just going to do a deep dive. So we get to whatever podcast. I wasn't supposed to be on there. The girls sit down. I finally come in. Brian comes up to me and says, "Hey, look, we need to spice some things up. Basically say that you two are in an open relationship, and basically she sees other guys and you see other girls." And me being me thinking, oh yeah, cool, it's clips. Like, yeah, why not? Let's run with it. So yeah, I've done that. I'm trying to keep this short because I can spend 10 minutes talking about this. So we've run with that, sat down. I've basically written Sophia's leg open because they come around last age. Yeah, your status of relationship, what you do, blah, blah, blah. So I've written open, she's run with open. Bearing in mind, she don't know this whole plan of this whole open relationship. She sleeps with other men, I sleep with other girls. But which I do want to clarify, me and Sophia are in a close, healthy, happy relationship. No one else is involved. I just want to get that clear because, again, I've got a lot of stick online with the clips.
So he's apologizing because he received backlash, but he didn't see the backlash coming. And this probably means that he wouldn't have apologized if he didn't receive backlash for this, or if he didn't actually have consequences for his actions.
And with DMs, and she's getting hate, which I didn't want. I was just trying to do it to promote us and like herself, you know. So yeah, we've done that, we've rolled with that, and I'm not gonna lie, it just got out of hand. I feel violated, I'm not going to lie, because it feels like, for me, I look like a devalued man. Again, my grandparents come from a Christian household. My dad's moaned at me for this whole podcast. Family members have seen this podcast, and yeah, again, I've watched it back, and it doesn't look good.
But you weren't worried about saying all of this when you know it's going to be watched by hundreds of thousands of people. When you talk about being in an open relationship for money and then the internet calls you a devalued man, it's not like you couldn't see that one coming from a mile away.
Which is annoying. But again, what can you do? I got told what to say, and me, being the nice beaver I am, I've just run with it and made myself look like a complete mug. Again, I don't advise going on a whatever podcast because they do set you up. We've promised to get our Instagrams promoted and paid. We're supposed to get paid $150, which we didn't, which I don't care about the money, but it's the fact that we went on there for promotion. We give you content for promotion, which we did. We ran with their content. I feel like we've been used for financial gain because the amount of TTSs they got, and the fact that I was still watching, even though I walked out and said it was a whole troll. So basically people could donate more. I feel like we've just been used for money.
Does he not understand how podcasts work? You go onto the podcast, you have a good time, you be yourself. This allows new people to discover you. In return, they make money from the podcast. They get to distribute it basically however they want to. So, I mean, it's up to you to not be a degenerate on someone else's podcast. Also, read the room. Why would you go along with degrading yourself and acting like a moron is beyond me, but that could also just be cope for some sort of excuse for his behavior, because I'm not really convinced he's telling the truth here.
I understand that our podcast is there to make money, but to manipulate someone and try and devalue yourself as a man for their financial gain. I just think it's disgusting.
You did that to yourself. If they actually came up and said this to you, guess what you can say? No, I'm good. No, thank you. All three of those work. Why you put yourself in this predicament, again, is beyond me. It's not like you were a hostage of the whatever podcast. You could also say whatever you wanted to on the podcast, so I'm kind of surprised you didn't bring up, hey, by the way, the show host told me to say this, you know, because he did get pretty frustrated. That should have came out if it was true. I don't know though. His story just seems odd.
Sophia's been receiving a lot of horrible messages. After we've been receiving a lot of horrible messages, and realistically, it's not what I want. I am a humble guy.
Dude, your outfit says otherwise. You're literally wearing a diamond chain with your name on it. I don't know if that diamond chain will pass a diamond tester though, but still, there's nothing humble about that look.
Yeah, we just want to live life and make content for you guys. I want to show the clip now anyway, where I go, it was a troll, because all these clips on TikTok haven't got this inside plant now. Listen, me and Sophia are in a solid, normal relationship. We're not in an open relationship.
By other men?
No, where she doesn't, funny enough. I've pranked you all. Subscribe to Sister Bella. She pays my holidays. She pays for everything. Big up the sugar mamas. Big up Sister Bella on OF, yeah? I'm going to live my life. You crack on with God. Have a good one. Cheers.
Again, so if he was really mad here, why is he saying it was a troll and not, I went along with whatever you guys told me to say? His story just isn't adding up.
So yeah, you see that. I did say it was a troll. I was getting out on there and then saying I was told to say this, but I was just so pissed off at the time. I was just like, let's just go. We was there 5 hours. The whole podcast was 7. I just didn't want to be there. Sophia had towards the end, Sophia sat on the other, like the sofa that was behind the whole setup. She didn't want to be a part of it, and I don't blame her, because it was disgusting.
7 hours. Why didn't you guys leave? I had no idea these podcasts ran this long. No way. I am so surprised they stuck it out for that long.
I should have thought a bit more before doing it, which I do take accountability for. But again, me and her are in a happy, healthy relationship. I love her to pieces. And yeah, I blame whatever. They've blocked me, so I'm going to show you now. So that just sums it up. They've blocked me. They don't want nothing to do with me. They've made money out of us. They've told me to basically be this cuck. Bearing in mind, I didn't even know what a cuck was. So yeah, wanted to clear that up. Again, me and Sophia are happy, healthy, in a close relationship. Yeah, there's not really much more to say. I do apologise for anyone I've offended. I don't despise anyone that believes in God or anything like that. I am an atheist myself, but I just believe everything happens for a reason. So I do apologise for anything I have said, but it got heated. And again, when you're debating with someone that's very strong, like you want to get your point across and give it back to them. And I did feel like I was pissed off, and at the time I knew it was going bad. So that's why I walked out. That's why I said it was a troll.
Okay, so overall, that response just kind of made things worse for him. And the top comment of that video is the whatever podcast calling him a liar. So I guess that whole situation's a little bit of a he said, she said situation. Also, he made a follow-up video about his outfit.
What's happening, TikTok? Listen, Bevo here. Another day, another outfit. Let's see what Bevo's got today. Because we didn't really pack a lot in the suitcase. This is all we have. Everyone's bullying me just for bringing Burberry. I literally have one outfit because Sophia's luggage was too heavy, so I literally got to bring one outfit. So yeah, I don't know if everyone's bullying me in the comments for saying, oh, he's only got one outfit, he's only wearing Burberry. But this Burberry outfit, yeah, costs about a G. And a lot of you boys are wearing less than a G on your outfit. So big up the missus, big up Bevo, big up LA. I'm going to put the fit on now and we're going to look at it again. Jeez. Here we are, final product. You know the rules. Big up the burbs.
Dude, your whole fit is the pattern. You just look like a meme if you're wearing all that together. How do you spend over $1,000 on your outfit to look this terrible? And just that fact alone makes the next thing in the story seem even wilder, because he just randomly announced just a couple weeks later that he is officially broke.
What's up, you guys? It's some Bevo here. I just wanted to do another updated video on the current overdraft. Yeah, big up to everyone that's basically gifted a penny, a pound, a fiver, 10p, 20p, all the pennies count. You know the rules. Yeah, it's tough times. I'm going to go down the pawnbrokers today to basically pawn in the chain and the watch. I might even sell my Burberry on Vinted. So if you want me to make a Vinted, let me know down below. But yeah, it's been tough. It's been tough. Me and Sophia have been arguing. Yeah, the fall off is real, guys. You wanted it. It's happened. I'm not enjoying it. I'm not going to lie, but it is what it is. Bevo's broke. Bevo's here. Bevo's there. Bevo's broke everywhere. But yeah, make sure to support me. Get over to the Twitch. If you want to donate me a penny, I don't mind as well. But yeah, twitch.tv/Bevo. 3Os. Try and make some money on there. But yeah, I've got to do something, guys. So I need to make bread. I don't want to go back to work. Please save me.
And this is just a couple weeks after him bragging to a podcast host that he is extremely well off and richer than him. Either he was just lying there or life really comes at you fast. But he mentioned he was arguing with his girl, and in his next video he posted this. Oh boy, that's not good. So wait, was she the sugar mama and he was like the Oh boy, that's not good. So wait, was she the sugar mama and he was like the attention funnel and funneled people over to her OF? Is that how this whole operation worked? Okay, so in the span of like 2 weeks, this guy allegedly went from rich to a negative net worth. So he made this quick video, I guess, explaining his situation. But I guess he's here to clear up our confusion.
Yeah, just wanted to come on here and just say the current situation I'm in. Yeah, it's not looking great. I've posted out that I pretty much am skint. I'm not gonna lie. It's all come from the Whatever podcast. Lying, trying to make a character, trying to be like these other influencers, and it's all backfired. It is all backfired. I've beefed the wrong people.
Okay, wait. So out of all the influencers you could pick to be like, you chose to LARP as Adam22. Dude.
My relationship is rocky now because I'm not earning money, putting pressure on her. Yeah, and I'm just getting a lot of hate. And I just don't think I can hack this anymore.
Your relationship is rocky because you aren't earning money. It's been 2 weeks. If your relationship can't handle 2 weeks of you not making money, that's not much of a relationship. It sounds like her OF lead generator became a little bit less popular and she might need to look for new options. How did we even get here? The dude blows up on the internet off of not being able to choose food. He starts hanging around OF girls. He starts dating one or multiple. I don't know which OF girl this is for him. And then suddenly he's just LARPing as an OF pimp, and I'm assuming acting like her money is also his. And she's probably left him now, hence why he's now broke.
And I think I'm going to give it a day or two and see where my head's at, whether I go back to work or carry on doing this. Because don't get me wrong, I can earn steady eventually from this, but at the minute it's dreadful. I had a nightclub, no one turned up. Sophia's been out all day today, sitting in the house, can't do anything, I've got no money. Yeah, I just feel like TikTok has ruined my life a bit. I do apologise to anyone that I have said anything about, because yeah, it is humbling. It is very humbling, and my time has come. And yeah, I was training for 6 months. It was a great 6 months, but yeah, it's all come crashing down, and can't even afford an haircut now. So just want to say big up for everyone. I didn't actually intend on people sending money when I had my bank up, innit? I think I've had like 30, 40 quid come through for like 10, 20p's, 50p. I've had the odd couple of quids here and there. I don't expect it, but I do appreciate it. Or I didn't actually ask for it.
Oh man. Dude, just make the content people originally liked. Stop LARPing. And don't buy $1,000 Burberry fits if you can't afford your rent. But somehow, it just gets so much worse.
Hey, listen, TikTok Devo here. I just want to say thank you for everyone for the gifts, the donations. I've had some money to basically try and find Sophia. Sophia's gone on a mad one. I don't know where she's gone. She didn't come home. I don't know if she's embarrassed with me or don't want to be associated with me anymore. I know her girlmates didn't like me. If anyone has seen her, let me know. I'll come to Durham to see if she was at home, but she's not. Her mum and dad are very worried as well. Yeah, I don't know what to do, but it's a stressful time. I'm not even making money on TikTok. My RPM's like 10p, it's a joke. But yeah, I might go live later to raise some money. I'm literally going home to Manny now. Hopefully she's there. She's not answering the phone. If anyone's been in contact or seen her. She's even blocked me on TikTok. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know if she's posting because I haven't got other accounts. But yeah.
Dude, let her go. She's blocked you on everything, and you take a train for hours out to Durham to go to her parents' house? What are you doing? Side note, I used to live in Durham in the UK, so I've been on that exact platform that he's on many times. Shout out to Durham Cathedral and Nudo Sushi. Probably the worst sushi I've ever had in my life, but it was really cheap. And that's really the only upside to that place. But this guy has no business doing all of this. Vivo, you're scaring the host. Stop chasing. It's over. And if she wants you back, you should reject that because clearly it's a toxic relationship as you guys can't even talk. And just to show how turbulent this thing is, last week he posted this video. Because his entire fan base has basically been telling him since he started dating her that as soon as he went broke, she would leave. And yes, it's all downhill from here.
Man, why does my life be such a mess? Yeah, I think she's got our beef, I don't know.
So she left him and went to Ibiza a day after he announced he went broke. And this is what he decided to do after he found all this out. Okay, I guess it's Marbella now. Kind of the same thing though. If your girl has you blocked on everything, and then she goes to Marbella without telling you, yeah, it's over. But that's not stopping him from doing this. So his girl broke up with him and he's still claiming he's broke and that TikTok ruined his life. F and chat for Bevo. If he goes back to his original content and stops e-begging without giving his audience any value, there might be some hope. But at least he's not risking other people's lives like this guy is for TikTok content because he's just on a crash course that's heading straight for jail. But you can check out that video here and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. This TikTok famous boyfriend is currently facing 99 years in prison. So meet Ladarius Brownlee, a famous TikTok boyfriend from the couple channel known as Dino and Zara. Here they originally became popular from making couple content, where a lot of their videos are just them filming themselves bothering each other.
Hey, bro. Don't keep doing this.
And I guess things got a little bit carried away for them because on the 4th of July, he unloaded a 9mm round right into her face after a fight. It doesn't get too much worse than that. And the only positive to the story is the woman who is also TikTok famous as of now has survived, but is still in critical condition as of the recording of this video. And because these people have hundreds of thousands of followers between all their accounts, it makes this case a little bit more interesting, not only because you have the shock effect of, oh, I've seen this couple on TikTok before, but also because when something like this happens with an influencer couple, you have so much more of a digital footprint to look into. So people have just been scavenging through their social media accounts to look for any warning signs that something like this could happen. And because they were also posting a lot of content online, you didn't really have to be a couples therapist to realize, wow, this couple has some serious issues. But now you also, just like in that situation, you have new clips resurfacing from this couple.
You just look so rough.
TikTok. I look rough.
Yeah.
Let me see that.
We're done.
Let me see. Let me see. I look rough.
Stop. I just got done screaming at you.
I look rough.
It's because we've been arguing.
We've been arguing, so you look like that.
Yes. Stop.
So arguments make you look like that.
Yes.
Yeah, it look like a genome.
What the hell is that?
Look like a gnome. Them the things they use to scare them.
Like Romeo and Romeo and Juliet?
Nah, you look like a troll, actually. You know them little troll things with the hair?
Give my phone back.
Those what you look like.
No,
Yeah,
that's like...
They look like...
I've never understood the idea of humiliating your loved one for social media attention, but they did this a lot.
All of you mother... Don't know. I'm sick of this.
Sick of what?
I'm sick of you and all your mother siblings every damn day. I'm sick of seeing y'all ass. Y'all need to go somewhere on a vacation or something. Leave me the alone. I'm sick of all of y'all ass.
And what about you?
I live here. Y'all need to go on vacation or something. Y'all need to take y'all ass to the Bahamas. Far away from this mother.
Okay, well, bye. Maybe you should go do that.
How about you get out? And stop inviting your goddamn other sisters over here every goddamn day you want to come over here.
And it's safe to say the comments are running with this, but less than a month before all this happened, he posted this on TikTok. Dude, you made your life. Dude, you made your life and her life so much harder. Then they had this 10-part TikTok series on if she died, would he want to be buried next to her? A month before he attempted to take her life.
Okay, so I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So if I died now,
Mm-hmm.
and then you got remarried, right?
Remarried? I ain't married right now.
Okay. If I died now,
Uh-huh.
as your girlfriend,
Uh-huh.
and you meet somebody and get married to them,
Uh-huh.
and then she dies,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have to choose who you want to be buried next to, who are you picking?
So, okay, let me ask you this question, right? Let me ask you this question. So if I'm just your boyfriend.
We're not manipulating this.
No, I'm not manipulating.
Answer the question, then you can ask me after.
No, you gotta
Answer
ask
the
me.
question.
You
No,
gotta answer my question.
Answer the question.
I'm gonna get died to the person that I was married to.
I'm gonna cut it there because she started to hit him and YouTube doesn't really like that. Either way, very weird thing to post on a couple's TikTok account. It might have been harmless, but clearly there was some serious turmoil going on here as this was just 1 month before this incident happened. So if we jump all the way until the day of the incident, he posted this. It's getting really dystopian out here, guys. Starting your day with a TikTok dance, ending it with attempting to end the life of your girlfriend. Because after that night, you had the headline, Texas man who makes TikTok relationship content accused of shooting girlfriend in face. So apparently, this is the details of what happened. Ladarius Morshawn Brownlee, 28, faces 1 charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 3 counts of deadly conduct. Jail records show. Flower Mound police said on Facebook that they were called at 12:50 a.m. Friday to the 1800 block of Flower Mound Road on reports of a shooting and found a 28-year-old victim lying in the road outside of a vehicle. The victim was transported to a hospital with life-threatening injuries, police said. The woman was identified as Brownlee's girlfriend in an arrest warrant affidavit. According to the affidavit, witnesses in the shooting told police Brownlee and his girlfriend got into a heated argument while walking home from the Flower Mound Independence Fest. The affidavit said that Brownlee and his girlfriend were in a physical altercation before the witnesses. Brownlee and his girlfriend then got into a car and drove away. While driving, Brownlee and his girlfriend continued arguing. The affidavit said when the car got to 1800 block of Flower Mound Road, Brownlee stopped, pulled out a handgun, and pointed it at the rear passenger before shooting his girlfriend in the face above her right eye. Witnesses told police. One of the witnesses then called 911, and during the call, Brownlee told the operator that he shot his girlfriend. The affidavit said during a police interview, Brownlee confessed to investigators he shot the woman, the affidavit said. According to the affidavit, the witnesses told...
What's the play here to not try and get banned? Do I go for a kill to improve my kills? But then it's a chance to get 15 deaths. And 15 deaths is risky. Oh, I'm dead. GG, and armband. And armband. Nice. Damn, this was enjoyable. I like this. Let's run it back. I am curious what the goal diff at 15 was this game. Because I did do pretty fucking well in laning phase. Old Bowsen Law, it's a goal lead. I'm down 600 gold. Old League of Legends, I would be up 600 gold for real. Maybe not. Maybe not this game. I don't even have a CS lead. How much was I worth there? 170 gold. Not worth that much. Stop clicking buttons. Oh my god, what did I just open? Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna be here this game. You can be here, but be quiet. I need to focus. She's addicted to the mouse. right, left, right, left. She's so dumb. She's so dumb. Just a mouse. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I love you, baby. But you gotta go. Daddy's got a game. Kill this guy. If I don't miss XP, it's fine. But I don't get to. I don't get my strong level 1. I'm gonna wait my passive. You wanna wait your passive and your Halo Blaze before you queue in. That guarantees you to win every trade. Kinda. They guarantees you to win every trade 50% of the times.
An ally has been slain. Double kill.
I let my hands do the talking.
I don't win this. I don't win this. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye, bye bye.
Stands for vice.
Oh, you're so annoying. He can't die me, I'll get level 4.
An ally has been slain.
Love from Portugal, bro. Destroy Apex.
Careful, Aatrox, you're gonna die. I'm staying. Nah, you actually pissed me off now.
An enemy has been slain.
You serious? You serious? I don't have flash. I use flash level 1.
Minions have spawned.
That's true. Taking inhibs could just be terrible. Even with Baron. Honestly, that might just do it. Taking inhibs just fucking suck. Even if you're ahead, you're playing for soul no matter what. That'll bait them out of the base to fight you. Who knows? Eldar must win now if people are not running it down. My bad, I'm a piss poor jungler. I look like he warded bot side.
Dude, like, bro, there's no I'm losing again, right? Am I just let him outfight? Challenger jungler, by the way, imagine. Challenger jungler can't even win in fucking Emerald. Wow. Like, okay guys, I'm gonna say something that's like actually true. And it's not a joke when I say this, okay? There's this concept of like cursed accounts. Okay, do you guys want me to prove that there's weird shit going on? Type 1. I'm gonna log in right now on my almost Grandmaster account, and I'm gonna completely 1v9 the game while giving the same energy that I gave for the rest of the stream. You dropped 12 deaths in Emerald and now you're a schizophrenic? I'm not a schizo. Being schizo implies I see things that aren't real. What I see is real. Loser's Queue, Ride Game Time Machines, and cursed accounts are all real things. Stanimir was sitting there, bro, when he saw that my stream started today, and he was like, oh, la, 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 and he was like fucking like casting spells, bro. Like Leviosa, fucking like talking like in fucking Harry Potter, dude, to make sure that I was losing all my games today. But I just realized my Vladimir's name is Madridsta, and he's a Ronaldo fanboy. Ronaldo is owned by the Saudis and has $500 million. So what if this game, Ronaldo, was sent as an agent to get our account uncursed because he's fighting an internal physiological and psychological war against Rad Game's sleeper agents because his son plays League? They literally sent a Trojan horse that was ASAP to the League community to subvert the League of Legends population into thinking that what they're doing is okay. Do not be fooled by false prophets. I don't know. It's gonna be giveaway time now. And we are rolling. Wow. We cannot be serious. That is wild. Alright, and Dalvis, congrats. Type your username and hashtag. That is actually crazy. Followed a few seconds ago. Dude, I'm still so pissed off at the way the losses have gone through it. Oh, fuck me. Alright, so Dantes, the score's 5-2 now. Shut up, I know. Fuck off. Why'd you go Celerity this game? There's no way I win Celerity again, right? No, we're good. Now for a second I was actually worried. Wait, my Shaco invaded the enemy Graves level and I killed him. Holy fuck, it's winner's game. I mean, trading 1 for 1 is fine. Like, I'll take it. But my Shiko's doing it again to the Graves. No way. What are the chances that Graves just goes to his blue now? Because I don't think he would sit there and be like, yeah, let me farm my fucking wolves. I feel like he would go for this. I mean, that's just like fucking cancer, though. I mean, there's no way that he does this, though, Shaco. I'm not against invading him, but I just feel like... No, I'm not gonna go for it. If Shaco wants to solo invade, he honestly should. But my best play would be to just full clear at this point. Actually. He needs to not get his passive up. Fucking Christ. Like, are we fucking serious? Guys, it's a level of tilt that I can't put into words, so I'm gonna be honest. If this is Emerald Elo, the other one get out of Silver Gold. Yeah, but I'm telling you, Emerald is just weird as fuck. Especially when you just spawn into Emerald. That's why what you'll normally see is when content creators are gonna get to Emerald Elo, they'll literally just duo through it. And then once they get to like Diamond 3, Diamond 2 MMR, they go back to solo.
Investigators, he shot the woman, the affidavit said. According to the affidavit, the witnesses told Brownlee that his girlfriend's relationship had been verbally and physically violent in the past. Brownlee remained in the Denton County Jail Wednesday on a $900,000 bond. It was not clear if he had an attorney. A Flower Mound police spokesperson said the victim remained in the hospital as of Wednesday. Okay, well, wait, so that is insane. I thought it was just them in the car, but if she's sitting behind him here, there was probably other people in the car, and they also said they had direct witnesses. I'm assuming those witnesses didn't see them fight before they got in the car and then, you know, teleport to the spot of where it all happened and then saw that happen as well. No, they were probably riding along in the car. Now that's traumatizing. Also, talk about having a lack of control of your emotions. If you, I mean, just do the unthinkable to your girlfriend, but also do it in front of other people sitting with you in the car. Was it really that serious that you stopped the car, turned around in front of people as well? Also, I saw reports on TikTok saying that apparently she was shot right above her right eye. So that would make sense if she was sitting there and he got this part of her, which is probably the only way she survived that as well. What an absolute nightmare. So how much time is this guy facing here? The Law and Crime Network interviewed Texas-based criminal defense attorney Bridget Williams, where she had this to say.
If he's convicted of the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon because there's a dating relationship, then again, that makes it a first-degree felony. And so he could be facing anywhere between no less than 5 years in prison, no more than 99 years in prison. And so if he's facing that, then it would definitely be a first-degree felony charge. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe even takes a plea agreement on something like this, because he's given 2 confessions, I believe, one in an 911 call, and then also to investigators at a later time.
The dude clearly made his own bed, but that is not all the bad news for him.
However, when there is a dating relationship or a family type of relationship that's involved, it enhances that charge to a first-degree felony. So aggravated assault with a deadly weapon with a dating relationship, now he's being charged with a first-degree felony. And then in addition to that, the discharge of a firearm within a municipality, that is a misdemeanor case in Texas. And so he has 2 charges right now. Now, however, I would not be surprised if they increase that charge to attempted murder if this young lady survives. If she passes away, then of course I believe he'll be charged with murder.
Now, there wasn't too much in the news about her condition, so I went through her TikToks to see if I could find a friend or a family tagged, and sure enough, her sister is also a large TikToker by the name of Fani Hashem9, and she posted this update. Hi everyone, we wanted to come on here and talk about Zara's condition, as the story is getting bigger on the news. We wanted to speak on her side since social media and the news outlets have gotten out of hand. My sister was shot in the head on Friday, July 5th. She is doing good right now and is awake and stable, but a long recovery ahead. It has been tough, but with everyone's prayer, she is truly a miracle. A week and a half ago, the doctors and detectives told us to say goodbye. And today, she is awake, sitting up, and took her first steps. Please do not read the comments on any posts or believe any story that claim to have statements from any of us. We do not want to release any information about what happened in my sister's relationship without her explicit approval and deserves her privacy. On the other hand, the racist comments are disgusting and we do not condone any of it. This has nothing to do with race, so stop adding any more hatred into the world. We understand everyone is curious, but we have not released any information and would like to keep it private and limit any communications to the news outlet or people outside the family. Thank you for prayers and we appreciate everyone understanding. What an absolute nightmare case. Definitely that was good news, as taking a bullet to the face can have a lot worse outcomes, to put it lightly, but this really goes to show you that it's not all sunshine and rainbows with influencer couples. Often these relationships are a lot worse than the private ones. And it's also a reminder that everything that you see on your phone or on a screen isn't necessarily reality. But other than that, I hope Zara makes a full recovery, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. So much has happened since we last covered the TikTok cruise because the ship has completely rerouted. There's been multiple people being evacuated off the ship. There's been multiple fights and someone passed away. So it's now been a couple months since hundreds of TikTokers decided to take a 9-month worldwide cruise, which ranged from like $60,000 to $120,000. This family mother is now facing 60 years in prison, and how we got here is nothing short of insane, as she truly is a family vlog nightmare story. It's been 4 years since I first started covering Ruby Frankie, and little did I know that only 4 years later, she would be risking 30 years in prison. And that also goes for what we were seeing on her vlog channel compared to what was actually happening. Because clearly, she wasn't filming herself tying her kids down with duct tape and not feeding them. I guess she was only filming herself not feeding them. Yes, I am not joking for those of you who don't know who this is. For those of you guys who do know, yeah, it's no surprise. But Ruby Frankie ran a massive YouTube channel known as 8 Passengers, gaining hundreds of millions of views while it lasted on YouTube, and over This is Courtly Clenny, and she went from making $1.8 million a year to now facing life in prison. This is such a wild story, and it has so many twists and turns, but it all starts when the police were called to an apartment complex in April of 2022 in Miami. This is where the police found a very frantic Courtney, and they asked, what's going on? And this is what she said.
I want to be like, I don't want to be like exonerated, I guess, of like anything wrong. And I want him, okay, the police, I want a restraining order against Christian Gonzalez.
I want to be exonerated of any wrongdoing sounds very off right away. And clearly something was massively off because just 1 day later, she ended the life of her boyfriend. Now, if it was intentional or in self-defense, that's up for a jury to decide. But what we know is Courtney was a TikToker, Instagram, and OF model. And at the time, she was apparently living with this boyfriend in Miami. But then some argument broke out and allegedly he was there without her permission. The police were then called and this is what unfolded.
What, you want to get to your talk. I'm not trying to get into your apartment. Yes. Yes, okay. Okay, but you told me I was time out. Let me talk, okay. I feel very like... What's your name, Courtney? Yes. Okay, Courtney. Why do you have something against me, man? Like, I'm just trying to, like... What do you have anything against you? We're trying to talk. So, you just want to get back in your apartment. Unfortunately, he can't be here in the property. That is totally fine. Okay, so he's been literally sleeping in my elevator room without permission. We're gonna do this. We're gonna find him so he can leave the property, and you get back to your apartment. What else do you need? I was told I was gonna get a chance to speak. Go ahead, Courtney. What's going on? It's your turn. Are you gonna listen? We're listening. Go ahead. Say something wrong. Yes. Yes, they're all 3 years.
So the cops try to help with the problem, but then she gets upset because they're not listening to her. So when they finally are just quiet to listen to her, she then starts talking to what it seems like her dad on the phone. This interaction's about to get a whole lot more confusing, but first, when you're injured, you deserve the best representation because, hey, your serious injury could be worth millions of dollars. Insurance companies often lowball clients' claims, which is why today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, can help. Because Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you the money that you deserve. Morgan & Morgan has an incredible amount of verdicts. Insurance companies know it, and they wanted me to let you know as well. This firm does not settle for lowball offers because just in the last couple of months, Morgan & Morgan has received verdicts of $12 million in Florida, which was 34 times the highest insurance offer. Then they did $26 million in Philadelphia, which was 40 times the highest insurance offer. And then finally, they did $8 million in Florida, which was also 24 times the highest insurance offer. This firm is not afraid to go to court and fight for the biggest award possible for you. And all law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan is the biggest for a reason because they've won a lot. It only takes a few minutes to see if you have a case, and it's free unless you win. And you can start a claim with America's largest injury law firm in just one click by going to forthepeople.com/Tozy, which will be in the top of the description down below. But without further ado, let's continue the video because here's the full clip of what we saw earlier.
Alright, so what do you want?
I want to be like, I don't want to be like exonerated, I guess, of like anything wrong. And I want him, okay, the police are here. I want a restraining order against Christian himself.
We don't issue those.
Because, no, I'm serious.
Courts.
Can I do that?
You have to go to court. You have to go to downtown.
How can I make myself first? Because I know him and he would do it. How can I make myself first?
You gotta get there first. 75 Northwest first time. Before 175 Northwest.
Is he already on the way?
We have no idea. We don't even know how it looks like.
We don't even know who he is. How do we know that?
So you question this. I need a restraining order against him.
So she wanted the cops to go get the restraining order for her rather than go to the police station herself and get it done. She also made it extremely clear that she wanted to be first, with a little bit of a wild look in her eye. Now that could be just to control the narrative, but then she ends her boyfriend's life the very next day. And then the interesting thing about this case is she wasn't arrested then. She wasn't arrested until 4 months later at a rehab in Hawaii. Because in a USA Today article, it states that Clenny told authorities she armed herself with a knife because Obumseli pushed her and thrown her to the floor. She admitted to causing injuries but gave several inconsistent accounts about what happened. Police could not verify any injuries Clenny said that she sustained. According to the warrant, while certainly not one-sided, the evidence shows there were prior incidents of Clenny being physically violent. The warrant reads, in trying to explain her actions that day to the police, Clenny stated, I do not think this was, I don't know, I really don't know if this was justified at all. Authorities concluded Clenny acted without justification in an immediately dangerous act demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Clenny's Miami defense lawyer, Frank Prieto, told the Miami Herald he was completely shocked to learn of the arrest. He said Clenny was in Hawaii for rehabilitation for substance abuse and post-traumatic stress disorder, and maintains his client acted in self-defense and Obumseli's death was justified. We were cooperating with the investigation and offered to voluntarily surrender her if she was charged. Prieto told the outlet, we look forward to clearing her name in court. So with that in mind, she is currently facing life in prison, and with all the evidence coming forward of all of her terrible behavior, that's going to be quite the uphill battle for them. Now, there's been multiple videos released of her hitting this same guy, and she's also been arrested for battery before against the same guy in Las Vegas. And then on top of that, you have this video of her hitting the same guy in Aspen while they were on vacation. And then there's two more things that came out of complete left field with this story. The first one being her parents were arrested for accessing the victim's laptop. And they also just released why, as Clenny's father, Kim, entered the couple's apartment to clear out his daughter's things, but he also took the victim's laptop. This laptop apparently had all the victim's information, including his iCloud, messages, photos, videos, and so on. And this laptop hadn't been taken by the police, so the court documents allege that he tried to get into the laptop before handing it over to the victim's family. And because of this, Courtney is now also facing computer crime charges. But the parents claim that this was a shared computer between her daughter and the victim. So who knows? Also, could it be a simple mistake? I don't know. But the parents, they claim that her daughter and the victim shared that laptop. That's why they did so. Then the story takes a laughably stupid turn, because apparently she approached an 18-year-old and asked him to walk her home. When the teenager agreed to walk her home, she ended up getting them to sit down on a bench. This is where she apparently tried to kiss him, and when he said no, she started freaking out at him, and then ended up screaming at him saying she was going to burn his house down because because she was simply rejected. The teenager was then understandably freaked out, so he called his father. His father showed up pretty quickly, and this is where she starts smacking the father because the son called his father to show up and have his back. So clearly a lot of things were off here. And what makes this worse is this is after she ended the life of her boyfriend. Not before, after. But after she started smacking the father, both the son and the father just left, and I guess simply assumed this is just some insane intoxicated woman. And in a recent update, another friend of the couple, she came out and stated, hey, I've seen the woman hit the man multiple times, but I've never seen the man hit the woman. And what's also new to this story is that Courtney's parents were recently interviewed by TMZ. And here they say if her daughter didn't do that, it would have been her funeral. So here's a clip of that.
Her funeral we were talking about. It would have been the other way around, for sure. I don't remember exactly how she said it, but she, you know, just I knew that he'd been injured.
I was on the phone with my mom. It's right in there, like it's covered in blood because I was on the phone with her while I was trying to get.
I didn't know if it was serious at all. I just knew that if he was injured at all, she needed to call 911, and she did.
Well, either way, it's in the hands of a jury right now. Overall, it is just an extremely depressing story, no matter how you look at it, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens from here on out. But as you've noticed from this video, I've been traveling a lot this week, hence why I filmed half the video in my friend's apartment in Seattle and the other half here in this Airbnb in Whistler, Canada. My thumb didn't really survive the trip, but I did. And that's what's important. I'm also confused about my ribs. It's slightly hurting. But hey, either way, we'll get through it. I'm heading home now. So my next video will be back in the studio in front of my low budget talk show city skyline. And until then, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace. Originally, I wasn't going to cover this simply because a divorce is sad. I don't know if you've noticed, but here on my channel, we cover things that are mostly laughably stupid. Divorce by itself is sad, but a massive family channel scamming their audience over and over and over again, that's kind of laughably stupid, so I'd cover that. But now, this divorce is starting to get pretty weird, and it's definitely moving into the laughably stupid territory, especially if it's not real. Because, let's be real, the Ace family, they've been on a downward spiral since that home invasion. I'm still not sure if that one's actually real or not, but either way, they had their whole family posted up around a smash back door for a clickbait thumbnail. And that action by itself is pretty much laughably stupid no matter how you look at it, because if it's real, they got their kids to stand by a smashed door and sob for a thumbnail hours after the home was broken into. That's just a whole new level of bizarre. Hey kids, I know you're now horrified and scared to be in our home, but keep that energy and stand over here by this smashed door, because that would be great for mommy and daddy's career. Then on the flip side, if it was fake, hey kids, we're gonna smash our back door because that'll be good for our career, and we're gonna lie to the internet. Now stand over here by the smashed door and look traumatized so we can get a viral video. I don't know what's worse. And I mean, I keep saying how bad things are when it comes to influencer behavior in 2024, but clearly it's been bad. So maybe that gives us some hope for the future. Probably not. But then you had the whole Ace Club, which ended with this.
In reality, like, you guys got scammed.
Then their real estate endeavors, which got them foreclosed on. Their How I Became a YouTube Millionaire course. Then you had their first boxing disaster, which I was actually invited to. So I got to see DJ Khaled live, which was really cool. And the event that got the Ace family sued for $100 million. But on the bright side, I had a good night. But it took Austin to lose to Gibb 2 more times to find out maybe boxing isn't really his thing. But in the middle of that, they decided to do their Ace Fest, which was advertised as Disney meets Coachella. Let me repeat that. Disney meets Coachella. I had a way better time at the boxing event. What's wild about that list, though, is I missed so much. I barely skimmed the top of the Ace family iceberg. There was things like the 1212 Gateway lawsuit, which was Catherine's skincare brand, and so on and so on. But that's the last thing I'll mention to prove they have an oddball track record, and they lie a lot for content. So now we have an alleged divorce happening, and they are making a lot of content, to the point where I'm a little bit suspicious, because there's a lot of things that just don't make sense. But it started with Catherine posting this on her story. As a start of the new year, I will challenge myself in ways I've never done before. 2024 will be the year of transformative change, and with this taking place, one of the steps in my journey is a difficult decision to leave my marriage. We've mutually agreed to a divorce and will part amicably. Our paths as a couple have shifted and has created challenges that are irreconcilable. Why do they use hard words? Oh my gosh, when I have the
reading ability of a 6th grader. Our paths as a couple have shifted and created challenges that are irreconcilable. The decision comes with a very heavy heart. As heartbreaking as this is, I also feel liberated. I've spent the past few years prioritizing my children and honoring my commitment to my family, all while I seem to be losing myself and my own personal happiness. Our main priority will be stay united as parents and continue creating a stable, happy, and loving environment for our children. Thank you to all my supporters for giving me a safe space to be able to use my voice and share our love. I love you all so much, and I'm beyond grateful for the support that we received from you guys throughout the years as a couple. And Austin, you're my best friend, and that will never change. Yeah, I mean, this is coming off 80 million financial L's and some cheating allegations, so it makes sense on its own. And then Austin responded by saying, for this new year, I'll be taking a leap of faith. I've made the hardest decision of my life, the decision to close my book to my marriage. Both of these seem ChatGPT, to be honest, but who knows? We've mutually agreed to a divorce, but we'll remain a team when it comes to our kids. We created one of the greatest stories, almost a decade together, so many memories, so many accomplishments, but every book comes to end. And now we will be writing a new book as separate authors. We both understand that holding on is believing that there is only a past, and letting go is knowing that there's a future. And we both are supporting each other's future. The transition is not easy, but both are making it as easy as it can be for our family. We will continue to be the best parents to our kids. Separations are difficult and most times messy, but you will see how we push through these difficult times as a unit and keep influencing with love and positivity. With that being said,